everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Danmachi Shinigami. Chapter 91 to 127, Chapter 91, Zanpakuto for Tsubaki. 1,204 words. How is this possible? The blade scattered and turned into flowers. And it's so sharp too. Those petals drifted down without any force behind them, yet they managed to cut the anvil. Tsubaki watched the scene unfold in sheer disbelief. As a master smith and the top blacksmith in Orario, this defied her professional expertise. Cutting an anvil posed no challenge for high-level adventurers. Some adventurers with monstrous physical strength could hammer a block of iron into a pancake with their bare hands and tear it apart. The problem lay in the execution. This was not a swordmaster's heavy slash, nor did it involve a whole blade. It was a tiny, petal-like fragment, each piece measuring a mere 3 centimeters in diameter. Incredible. Tsubaki caught a single petal in her palm, realizing these flowers were lethal steel fragments. Rayleigh willed Senbenzakura to converge back into a solid blade, then slid it into its sheath. The abilities of a Zanpakuto vary wildly, he explained. A type like Senbenzakura acts as an attack-type Zanpakuto, focusing primarily on raw offense. Asfi chimed in. From what I gathered, there are also types that manipulate water through fluid slashes, control abrasive ash using a mist-like blade, wrap themselves in flames to multiply attack power, and even manifest children's games into reality. Rayleigh offered a look of surprise. You are well informed. Asfi clearly maintained close ties with the girls of the Astrea Familia to understand their Zanpakuto abilities so thoroughly. The doll princess. Pardon me, the sword princess of the Loki Familia, Asfi corrected herself. The Zanpakuto in her hand. I recall it's called Ganryamaru. If my sources are correct, it serves as a lightning attribute Zanpakuto. I witnessed the sword princess use a lightning strike to execute 5 Evolus elites in a single flash. Miss Asfi, correcting yourself does not erase the rudeness of using that old moniker. Doll princess. Some adventurers had saddled Ace Wallenstein with that unfortunate nickname. It held no official weight. When Ace reached level 2, the gods bestowed upon her the grand title of Sword Princess. Long before that milestone, her obsession with slaughtering monsters in the dungeon unsettled many witnesses. Paired with her flawless expressionless face, people treated her like a heartless combat golem, a broken doll. Thus, she became the Doll Princess. Throughout the recent skirmishes against Evolus, her ruthless fighting style entrenched the nickname deeper into the public consciousness. Rather than Sword Princess, the masses preferred to whisper Doll Princess behind her back. Ganryamaru is indeed a lightning attribute Zanpakuto, Rayleigh confirmed. But Ace has a long way to go before mastering it. Drawing out that specific blade's true power requires immense discipline. Ganryamaru. The Zanpakuto of the Soul Society's 1st Division Lieutenant, Chojiro Sasakide. Operating as a civil official, he rarely found chances to engage in frontline combat. During his first major on-screen appearance in Rayleigh's past life, a certain orange-haired protagonist beat him senseless with his bare hands. That poor showing did not reflect his true strength. As a Shinigami who mastered Bankai over 2 millennia ago, Sasakabe's strength ran deep. His long-term clerical work simply rusted his battle prowess. He later met a tragic end when the Quincy stole his Bankai. Bankai, Koko Ganryo Rikyu. Much like Hyarinmaru, the strongest ice-snow-type Zanpakuto, it operated as a weather-manipulating, element-type blade. Upon mastering the release, Sasakide managed to wound the prime Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni of 2,000 years ago. Even for a captain-level Shinigami, inflicting a simple scratch on that old monster bordered on impossible. Landing a direct hit, and leaving an indelible scar on his forehead proved the unquestionable, devastating power of Koko Ganryo Rikyu. The current ace fell short of that mark. Though it might not take her 2,000 years of practice, she remained incapable of grasping Ganryamaru's Bankai. Rayleigh wondered who among his current clients would be the first to achieve the ultimate release. Asfi, are you interested in a Zanpakuto? Would you like? No. I'll pass. That was a firm rejection. Rayleigh found it strange. Judging by her thorough research, she clearly acknowledged the supreme power of the Zanpakuto. Why did she lack the desire to wield one? I have no wish to sign that kind of indentured servitude contract, Asfi stated. She pushed up her glasses, offering him a sharp gaze. Indentured servitude. Rayleigh grasped her meaning. She had uncovered the specific terms of his forging contracts with the Astrea Familia girls. She likely tricked the information out of them during a casual conversation. He spread his hands and offered a non-committal shrug, refusing to explain his pricing model. The core talent of Perseus lay in her development ability, mystery, a rare crafting skill essential to the big familia of Orario, possessed by a mere 3 individuals in the world. I want one. Tsubaki lunged forward, grabbing Rayleigh's arm in a vice grip. Hey, Rayleigh boy, forge one of those Zanpakuto for me. I will pay the commission properly. She leaned in closer, pressing her chest against his arm with a suggestive grin. If you need extra incentive, I could even use my body. Rayleigh shuddered from the soft contact. He pulled away to create some distance. Just the money will do. Tisk. Tsubaki pouted in disappointment. How much? She requested a blade focused less on overwhelming combat power, hoping to negotiate a cheaper rate. Rayleigh hesitated, doing the mental math. He held up 2 fingers. 200 million valis. The staggering figure stood at nearly double the market price of first-tier indestructible weapon. Weapon with Durandal properties. Tsubaki agreed without a second thought. As long as the price remained within her budget, she would accept the terms. She viewed the exorbitant cost as a necessary investment to satisfy a master blacksmith's intellectual curiosity. In that case, he knew exactly which blade to forge for her. The Zanpakuto belonging to the Soul Society's premier damage sponge, Tobium. Upon Shirkai release, the straight blade morphs into a 7-branched sword. Its primary ability allows the wielder to fire explosive fireballs. At first glance, the power seems quite ordinary, unremarkable even for standard magic. However, its raw output demands respect. The fiery projectiles launched by Tobium carry the concussive force of a large-caliber tank cannon. A single shot can reduce a sturdy stone house to rubble. Momo Hinamori possessed limited talent and failed to refine Tobium's Bankai. However, Rayleigh possessed the authority to bestow Bankai potential upon forging the Shirkai. He achieved this by gifting the weapon its true name. Whether forging Nejibana, Enjetsu, or Heiniko, he laid the groundwork for Bankai in the steel. Yet, Rayleigh left the final right of acknowledgement to the Zanpakuto spirits themselves. He provided the true name to ensure a smooth transition into Shirkai. But Bankai operated on stricter rules. The power inherent in a Bankai proved too dangerous. Lacking the necessary temperament and physical strength, learning the name early and forcing a Bankai release would only result in severe bodily harm to the user. 20 hours passed since Evolus halted their coordinated offensive. Morning dawned over Orario. Outside the towering walls of the labyrinth city, the entire amassed force of Evolus stood poised and ready, waiting in the wings for the final command. Chapter 92, Final Push. 1046 words. Hey! Is anyone there? Help us! Inside the Tower of Babel, a group of 4 adventurers stumbled out, covered in blood and heavily supporting one another. With the central plaza under strict martial law, the guards detained them on sight. Finn arrived on the scene moments later. In the brief time it took him to reach the perimeter, all 4 men had lost consciousness from the severity of their wounds. Treat them. Finn called for a healer. Ermid answered the call. Gripping a newly replenished tensiga, she rushed to the fallen men. With 3 swift strokes of the glowing blade, she healed their grievous injuries. When the first adventurer woke up, his eyes focused on a pale doll-like figure pointing a sword at his chest. Ea! A monster. Terrified, he scrambled backward on all fours, desperate to escape. The harsh accusation petrified Ermid. A monster. Was she really that ugly? Of course not. Ermid possessed a flawless beauty, but that very perfection lent her an unreal quality. Combined with her icy, focused expression, observers often mistook her for a masterpiece crafted by a master puppeteer. Seeing such a cold, doll-like figure aiming a blade evoked the image of a cursed puppet. Similar monsters existed deep within the dungeon, like expressionless puppets wielding daggers with mindless ferocity. In this regard, Ermid and Ace shared a passing resemblance. However, Ace viewed the world solely through the lens of gaining strength and slaughtering monsters. Ermid harbored a delicate kind heart beneath her cold exterior. Being branded a monster by the very man she had just saved stung deeply. Seeing the patient spiral into a panic, Ermid froze, looking toward Finn for assistance. Finn moved to step in, but halted with a knowing smile when a familiar figure approached. Rayleigh stepped up behind Ermid and rested a reassuring hand on her head. He pointed his free hand at the thrashing adventurer. Bakuda 1, sigh. The invisible spell forced the four men's arms behind their backs. Losing their balance, they collapsed to the dirt, pinned in place. Don't let it get to you, Ermid. These guys are just idiots, Rayleigh said. Catching his familiar scent and hearing his reassuring voice, Ermid threw herself into Rayleigh's embrace before she even turned around. The sting faded. She was okay. Huh? It doesn't hurt. The pinned adventurer came to his senses, realizing his fatal wounds had vanished without a trace. Thank you. Ah. Wait, there is something much worse. Monsters. A monster appeared in the dungeon. Recalling the nightmare, the man's face turned deathly pale. His body trembled violently, his speech breaking down into incoherent stammers about a terrifying beast. Rayleigh pressed a glowing finger against the man's forehead, channeling a soothing pulse of Kaido to calm his fractured spirit. Once settled, the adventurer finally detailed the crisis. What is this about a monster? Someone asked. It would be stranger if there were no monsters in the dungeon. No, you don't understand. It came from the deep floors. A disastrous, unnatural beast. The Evolus cultists are luring it toward the surface. How is that possible? How could they manage such a feat? Another adventurer questioned. Finn bit his thumb, his expression turning grim as he pieced the puzzle together. It's divine power. What? The enemy is using a god arcanum to stimulate the dungeon into birthing an anomaly, and then using that same god as bait to lure the beast upward, Finn explained. Then wouldn't that mean? Yes. The enemy's true goal is Babel itself. They intend for this summoned monster to blow the lid right off the dungeon. Relying on his sharp intellect and a handful of clues, Finn deduced Erebus's endgame. Rayleigh found no opening to offer his own foresight. He could only marvel at the Palam's deductive reasoning. Facing Finn as an enemy would be a nightmare. But this presents a contradiction. How did Evolus enter the dungeon? Finn muttered, puzzled. With the central plaza teeming with the city's combined combat forces and civilian survivors, bypassing the blockade to enter Babel and descend undetected should have been impossible. Rayleigh realized the missing link. Erebus did not enter through Babel. He used the man-made labyrinth, Gnosis. Long ago, the legendary craftsman Daedalus fell into madness after witnessing the dungeon's sheer, living scale. The magnificent, miraculous architecture was a feat he could never hope to replicate. In a desperate bid to construct a structure that could rival the dungeon, Daedalus began building his own labyrinth. But a mortal's lifespan proved too short, and Daedalus died within his unfinished maze. His lingering will cursed his bloodline. Generation after generation of the Daedalus line fell to madness, obsessed with completing the labyrinth. That sprawling, underground network connected directly to the dungeon. Erebus must have bypassed Babel entirely through Gnosis. This is bad. We cannot ignore a threat rising from the depths, Finn announced. The tide of battle shifted. Orario, tasked only with defending the surface walls, now faced a siege from both sides. The very structure they were guarding had become a ticking bomb. We will split into two teams. One force will guard Babel, while an elite squad enters the dungeon to intercept and slay this god-killing beast. We cannot let that monster shatter the lid. Raoul sprinted over, gasping for breath. Captain! A massive horde of Evelus forces has been spotted outside the city walls. Their numbers are impossible to estimate. They have surrounded Orario. So they have come, Finn replied, his tone steady. Royman, the head of the Adventurers Guild standing nearby, turned pale. What? His expression twisted in panic. Damn those Evelus bastards. Where did they hide so many troops? Boom. 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 Heavy explosions echoed from every direction, rattling the city's foundations. Finn frowned. Royman shrieked, "What now? What is happening?" Raoul sprinted toward the communications team to gather intel, refusing to rest for even a second. "It's the gates, Captain!" Raoul shouted upon his return. Orario's outer gates have been breached. They used heavy explosives. Calm down, Raoul. Which gate fell? Raoul braced his hands on his knees, gasping for air. His face carried a look of pure dread. All of them. Every single gate has been destroyed. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 93, Bakasega. 1046 words. Evelus explosives breached every gate in Orario simultaneously. A massive wave of dark forces flooded the city. The commotion drew the adventurers' immediate attention. Guards stationed throughout the districts stepped forward to intercept the enemy horde. The clash between the two sides produced heavy casualties on contact. Get the wounded to the rear. Transport them to Air Mid. Whenever an Orario adventurer sustained a crippling injury, they retreated. Initially, the Evelus cultists mistook this tactical fallback for cowardice. As the battle raged, they realized the truth. Opponents they had just gutted were reappearing in the vanguard, looking vibrant and full of life. Were they burning through potions? Could it be elixirs? Impossible. Elixirs cost 500,000 valis a bottle, and the guild could not afford to squander them on this scale. Evelus organized 3 distinct waves of attacks, but the resistance from Orario proved far more stubborn than they anticipated. "Damn it, why is it you again?" an Evelus vanguard screamed. He watched a man whose stomach he had personally run through twice charge the front line once more. The adventurer offered no answer, he simply grinned and pressed the attack. After a brief exchange of blows, the Evelus cultist fell to the ground. His own sword pinned him to the dirt, driven through his shoulder, and lodged deep in his sternum. Even in death, confusion and bewilderment masked his face. Are these Orario bastards immortal? 3 kilometers behind every active battlefield sat a medical station. Every primary healer within those tents wielded a knockoff tensiga. To prepare for this day, Rayleigh had worked without sleep or food to forge 10 replica tensigas. In the hands of these carefully selected healers, the sword's performance exceeded their limits, magnifying their restorative magic on a massive scale. Standing atop the city wall to observe the chaotic battlefield, Valletta, the Arachnia, was livid. Is this a joke? These useless wastes, we hold the numerical advantage. Why haven't they broken the line? Valletta lashed out, snapping the shin of a nearby subordinate with a brutal kick before shoving him off the high wall. Aah! Splat! The Orario adventurers paused as the cultist hit the pavement, flattening into a bloody mess. From her vantage point, Valletta finally deciphered Finn's troop deployment. Massive ice walls ringed Babel and the central plaza, erecting a dedicated fortress of frost around the tower. Valletta clicked her tongue. Finn had deduced their true goal. Ice walls of this scale were the unmistakable work of 9 Hell Riveria. That trash Elven Royal. TCH, playing these little tricks. Don't even think that this shit is enough to stop us, you Orario garbage. Report. A horde of monsters has emerged outside the walls. They are attacking Orario. Raoul shouted, detailing the latest development. Royman, the guild head, turned pale and shrieked, "What did you say?" Monsters. Actual monsters. His shrill voice startled even Raoul. Finn rubbed his ear in annoyance. "Calm down, Royman," he ordered smoothly. "You are telling me to calm down? How can I possibly be calm? The city created by the ancients is about to be trampled by filthy beasts." Royman shouted. "Do something, Finn." Finn met Royman's panic with stony silence. After watching the Palam's expression, Royman froze. Did you already guess the enemy would do this?" Finn nodded. "I did. If I were in their position, I would do the exact same thing, attracting the beasts living in the surrounding wilds to launch a pincer attack. It was not hard to predict that. The problem is that my thumb is still throbbing." Finn rubbed his right thumb. This was his unique intuition. Whenever danger approached, his thumb throbbed with pain, acting as an early warning system. The severity of the approaching calamity dictated the intensity of the ache. A pain this intense marked only the second occurrence in his entire life. It highlighted the sheer gravity of their situation. Evelus, what else do they have up in their sleeves? Hey, what is going on? Why are monsters spawning inside the city? A massive horde of monsters charged out from the alleys and sewers within the city, joining forces with Evelus to encircle the Orario adventurers. Caught in a pincer attack from three sides, the adventurers began to lose ground, even with the restorative power of the Tensigas backing them. Minotaurs. There are orcs too. They are too strong. These are dungeon spawns, their strength operates on a different level compared to surface monsters. Monsters running rampant inside the city walls. This provoked polar opposite reactions from two specific observers. Guild head Royman watched in heartbreak as the ancient city faced ruin. Valletta, on the other hand, laughed maniacally from her perch. Ha ha ha. Monsters running rampant in the streets, slaughtering the Orario trash, what a beautiful sight. Damn it, the line is breaking. Bring that thing out. Are you sure? Did they not order us to save it for a critical moment? Does this not look critical enough, you idiot? Bring it out. Following the frantic exchange, an adventurer sprinted forward carrying a heavy object wrapped in white cloth strips. The silhouette outlined a large blade. Written in stark ink across the hilt wrappings read a single name, Bakasega. I just have to swing it with everything I have, right? They said it automatically absorbs magic power to fuel its strike. My magic stat is decent, let me try. The adventurer snatched the wrapped blade. The work of that Zanpakuto creator. I finally get to wield one. The eagerman gripped the hilt with both hands. A second later, his magic power plummeted. The sword devoured his mind reserves. He tightened his grip. A fierce blue light radiated from the blade, shredding the white cloth bindings. An oppressive aura flooded the street as the blue light condensed into the spectral visage of a demon. It's draining too much. I cannot hold it. His comrades watched his skin begin to pale from Bakasega's heavy toll and urged him on. Hurry up and swing it. Hiya. The adventurer hoisted the heavy sword above his head, aimed it squarely at the charging monster horde, and slashed downward. The world flickered between black and white as a devastating shockwave erupted across the ruined street. Chapter 94, Danger. 1,140 words. Boom. 2 rows of buildings sheared into 4 distinct segments. Caught in the destructive path, swarms of monsters were carved into equal-sized pieces. With a single strike, over 100 beasts fell. The adventurer who delivered the blow gripped Bakasega, feeling a surge of pure adrenaline ignite in his chest. So damn amazing. To execute a strike comparable to a hero's, a move that drew the eyes of every fighter on the battlefield, and to achieve it as a mere third-rate adventurer. Who would believe that? Yet right now, hundreds of his peers stood witness to his moment of glory. How's that? Now you know my true power. Basking in the spotlight, the adventurer proudly shouted the line he had always dreamed of delivering. A heartbeat later, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed face-first onto the dirt. A classic symptom of mind down. Wait, pry the sword out of his hand, quick. The instructions mentioned this flaw. The moment you grip the hilt, it absorbs mind without pause. You have to be careful. That idiot got carried away and refused to let it go. I'm next. Ha! It is clearly my turn. The adventurers began to fight over the right to wield Bakasega, sensing a rare chance to peak in their unremarkable careers. For the sake of bragging rights over the next few decades, modesty has vanished. My magic stat is C. Let me do it. I am AB. I am level 3. Hand it over. I will wait in line. Just let me go next, all right. The level 3 adventurer picked up Bakasega with a triumphant grin, but his expression soured. Is this a joke? The blade drained his mind at a monstrous rate. No wonder the output was so immense. The user manual stated that Bakasega compressed absorbed magic and released the amplified energy through the tip of the blade in a single, devastating slash. That was Bakasega's primary function. Or rather, it served as a knockoff version of Zangetsu. A certain substitute Shinigami's signature move, Getsuga Tensho, operated on this exact principle. Thanks to that protagonist's heaven-defying Ryatsu, the power of a true Getsuga Tensho bordered on the absurd. Bakasega and Tensiga shared the same foundational forging techniques, and an identical flaw. Once a wielder gripped the hilt, the weapon drained their mind without restraint. Even if the user died from mind down, Bakasega would not stop feeding. Unlike the benevolence radiating from Tensiga, this blade embodied raw destruction. It devoured magic to obliterate everything in its path. Its operational lifespan capped at 100 hours, and heavy use accelerated its eventual self-destruction. Though it would ultimately break, compared to the frail Kratso magic swords that shattered after a handful of swings, Bakasega possessed superior durability. More importantly, it could be passed freely from person to person. Take this. Another strike roared across the battlefield. The encroaching monsters were sliced into bloody fragments before they could register the threat. The attack drained the level 3 adventurer dry. Medics dragged the unconscious bodies to the rear medical stations, lining them up like corpses. What the hell is going on? Valletta kicked a stone wall, cracking the masonry, before venting her frantic rage on the walkway beneath her boots. She stomped down hard, pounding the wall with her fists. How can those bastards withstand such an offensive attack? Orario's vanguard should not be this resilient. Boom. Aya. A towering figure landed on the ruined streets. With a single casual blow from him, he executed over 50 frontline fighters. He walked straight toward Babel. Not a single adventurer dared to impede his path as they broke their formation and retreated. Zzold. Damn it, how can we possibly match a level 7? Get out of the way. An adventurer wielding Bakasega broke ranks and charged forward. Wearing a triumphant smile, he poured his remaining magic into the blade, causing a volatile blue aura to radiate from the edge. Gluttony, remember this. The man who defeats you is Midi, huh? As the adventurer prepared to swing, Zold blurred into motion, appearing directly before the man to grip his wrist. With a light squeeze, Zold snapped the man's bone. The adventurer shrieked in agony. His fingers went limp, dropping Bakasega as Zold casually caught the falling weapon. His stoic expression shifted. He looked down at the eerie sword emitting a harsh blue glow. This sword is absorbing my magic. Not only that, it also retained the residual magic stored from the previous wielder. What kind of blade is this? This is bad. Bakasega fell into Zold's hands. Are you kidding me? We're so cooked. Fall back. Wait, he doesn't know how to use that sword, and it will drain his magic too. Maybe. Just as the optimistic adventurer spoke, Zald raised Bakasega toward their retreating line. It was over. Pure despair clouded their minds as it becoming their final thought. Zheng. Zald swung the sword. An earth-shattering wave of energy erupted from Zald's hand. Fueled by the dense magic of a level 7, Bakasega released a strike 10 times larger than any previous attack. 2 rows of stone houses crumbled to dust and the colossal blue slash extended for several meters, slamming into the massive ice wall Riveria had erected. The defensive frost shattered without resistance, and the arc continued flying straight toward Babel. What? Finn's usual composure cracked. His heart skipped a beat as he watched the colossal slash approach the tower, carrying enough momentum to cleave Babel in half. Damn it, what kind of monstrous power is that? None of the tactical countermeasures he had formulated could resolve the impending impact. Just as the defenders braced for Babel's destruction, a heavy figure shot out like a fired bolt, leaping high into the air. It was Otter. The Boorman poured his raw strength into his own Zanpakuto and roared, "Roar, Tenken. Stop. Right. There." The spectral, 100-foot-long blade materialized in the sky. The massive phantom sword met the blue slash unleashed by Zald as the two forces locked in a violent stalemate. Damn it. Thick veins bulged across Otter's neck and arms. The immense blood pressure turned his skin a deep, flushed red, and he committed his full power to this intercepting strike. Yet, he barely held the incoming shockwave at a standstill. If his grip faltered, the energy would push him back and Babel would fall. His goddess was still inside. He refused to yield. He would not let this attack touch the tower behind him. Praeawa. Otter desperately squeezed out every remaining ounce of his strength, disregarding the tearing of his own muscles to push back. Down on the street, Zald lowered his arm, genuinely astonished by the display. This sword. What exactly is it? Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 95, Desperate Battle. 1,336 words. Zald raised the blade. Even as the sword kept draining his magic, he didn't loosen his grip. Deep cracks spread across the steel like a spiderweb, and the weapon let out a strained groan under the sheer pressure before it started to splinter apart. His eyes flicked toward Otter, who was still struggling to fend off the lingering shockwave, and a thought crossed Zald's mind. Could this sword be the same kind of weapon Otter uses? Now that I think about it, that strange blade was the only reason that Brat managed to keep up with me earlier. The Evolus cultists had called this type of weapon by a certain name. A Zanpakuto. How interesting. As the second charge neared completion, Zald held his ground without moving. The cursed blade converted his magic into a massive slash. The power packed into that single strike was on par with a blow from Zald at the absolute peak of his Deus Ambrosia. It carried enough force to leave even the behemoth with a fatal wound. In other words, this was an attack capable of killing a behemoth. Even with Tenken in hand, Otter might not survive taking it head-on. And if Zald followed it up with another one, then this would stop being a trial. It would just become a murder. Even while giving off bloodlust, Zald had been deliberately holding back most of his real strength. But now, instead of helping him keep that power contained, Bakasega was dragging it all out and amplifying it to the level of his fully unsealed might. Forget Otter. Even Maxim the hero, his former captain, wouldn't walk away from 2 back-to-back slashes like that. To put it simply, if Zald unleashed one more attack, the necessary evil plan would reach its final act. The monsters Erebus had gathered. The power Evolus had been stockpiling for years. None of it would matter. With this sword, Zald could tear Babel apart in 2 swings. If Erebus truly meant to play the role of an evil god, and if Zald truly chose to act as his hound, then Orario would burn to ash today. Otter's face twisted. His Borman features shifted, sharpening into something more savage, more beast-like. This was beastification, his signature skill, Vanna Argenture. The transformation gave him a huge boost in every stat, but it burned through his stamina and mental strength at a terrifying rate. It was supposed to be used only at the decisive moment. But Otter no longer had the luxury of saving it. If he failed to stop this, there would be no tomorrow. Mercy of the silver moon, golden fields, grant my body the life of a fighting boar. Bearing the goddess's divine will, charge forward. Hildus Vini. The Borman's one and only magic wrapped itself around the massive blade of Tenken. Pulling every last drop of strength from his body, Otter swung upward, and met the blue slash Zald had released. The giant wave of energy, stretching for hundreds of meters, was forced off course by Otter's blade. The shockwave scraped past the side of Babel, barely missing the tower's core. The crescent-shaped blast then shot straight into the sky, ripping open the clouds above. Sunlight poured down through the gap, casting bright rays over the ruined streets below. When he hit the ground, Otter dropped to one knee, his body on the verge of giving out. Still, he didn't stop. He yanked an elixir from his belt, swallowed it in one go, and forced himself back upright. Zald stood there waiting. The moment Otter noticed the weapon in his hand, cold sweat ran down his back. This was the worst possible outcome. That monster had gotten hold of one of Rayleigh's swords, and not just any sword, but Bakasega, a blade made purely for destruction. The compatibility between the two was absurd. If Zald kept pouring his overwhelming magic into Bakasega, then he would turn into a walking siege weapon. In terms of raw firepower, he would far surpass even Riveria, the greatest mage in the city. He would become unstoppable. Brat, Zald said, this sword and that oversized sword in your hand were made by the same person, weren't they? Otter said nothing. Zald gave a small nod. I see. Silence is answer enough. Otter moved first. He brought the massive spectral blade of Tenken crashing down in a brutal strike. Zald sidestepped it with almost insulting ease. Otter slammed his boot into the ground. A giant spectral foot formed high above, and came crashing down toward Zald. The attack covered too wide an area to dodge cleanly, but Zald didn't even bother trying. He simply raised one bare arm, and caught the phantom foot in his palm. Boom! The earth shook violently. The stone beneath Zald's boots shattered under the pressure, and with his footing gone, his balance gave way as he sank deep into the newly formed crater. Otter didn't let up. He swung his real blade next, the pitch-black greatsword tearing through the ground and carving a fissure nearly 100 meters long. Then the assault kept going. Otter drew back his fist and drove it straight into the crack in the earth. But as he pulled his arm back, he failed to notice Zald clinging to the spectral giant's wrist, using it to ride his way back out of the abyss. The instant he returned to the surface, Zald leapt through the air and landed right in front of Otter. Otter swung his greatsword in a wide sweeping arc as Zald raised Bakasega and caught the blow. An interesting sword, he murmured. I wonder if it can do this. Under Zald's precise control, the unstable blue light swirling around Bakasega began to contract. The energy that had been spilling outward compressed tightly against the blade's edge instead. Heh! Then you'd better be careful. For the first time in the entire battle, the stoic expression on Zald's face broke into a real smile. Then he swung. The horizontal slash carried a crushing, monstrous weight behind it. Otter tried to parry, but the force ripped him right off his feet, and hurled his huge body backward through the air. Faced with power like that, Otter understood something immediately. He couldn't stand his ground against it. How is this even possible? This kind of impact went beyond anything he knew. His eyes locked onto Bakasega. He followed the flow of magic running through the blade, and the sheer density of it made the answer clear. A blue aura of tightly packed magic coated the sword's edge. So that's what he did. Instead of firing the magic outward as a ranged slash, Zald had forced all of that energy to stay condensed along the blade itself. Because of that, What should have been a normal swing carried an utterly insane amount of destructive force. Otter's hands were going numb from blocking. The cracks running along Bakasega deepened further, splitting wider with every clash, but Zald didn't care. He didn't hesitate, didn't even glance at the damage. He just kept attacking. The gap in their raw power was starting to show. Otter was taking heavy damage just from trying to defend. Every time their weapons met, brutal tremors ran through his body. The vibrations from Zald's slashes were becoming unbearable, and internal injuries piled up with each block, and his vision began to swim. "What's wrong?" Zald mocked. "Is this all the strongest amounts to?" The force behind his slashes grew even heavier. And yet, Otter noticed something strange. Zald's technique was still sharp, still merciless, but the raw power behind each swing had stopped rising. It reached a bottleneck. The proof was simple. Otter was still alive. In the state he was in now, even the slightest increase in power should have crushed him outright. And yet he was still barely holding on. Could it be? Zald is getting weaker. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Weakened. 1424 words. Zald had once fought the Behemoth, the Land King, one of the 3 great quests, alongside the Zeus Familia. During that legendary battle, he had eaten the Behemoth's flesh. The power he gained from it had been terrifying, enough to push him past his limits, and let him bring down the Behemoth in a single strike. But the Behemoth's flesh and blood were horribly poisonous. Not even the highest level of abnormal resistance, nor the strongest antidotes, could purge that poison from his body. It stayed buried in his veins like a slow curse, eating away at him little by little. Even now, Zald still suffered from that pain. Both he and Althea were monsters among geniuses, blessed and cursed by the heavens alike. One was fated to die young from an incurable illness, and the brutal side effects of her skill. The other had been left beyond saving by a poison powerful enough to ruin even him. Otter was one of the few people who knew Zald had been poisoned. But even he didn't know that both warriors were already standing at death's door. As he felt Zald weakening under the pressure of his attacks, Otter guessed that the Behemoth's poison had flared up in the middle of the fight. On top of that, Bakasega was greedily draining far too much of Zald's magic to keep launching those destructive slashes, leaving the men unable to suppress the poison any longer. Otter decided he had to take this chance now, while it still existed. With beastification active, his basic physical ability had already reached the edge of level 7. But this state put an unbearable strain on his body, and he couldn't keep it up for long without destroying himself. So he chose to end it in one blow. "I will defeat you, Zald." With a savage roar, Otter brought Tenken down with all his strength. The gigantic spectral blade came crashing toward the street like a fallen skyscraper. Faced with the descending strike, Zald was blasted backward, smashing through more than a dozen abandoned buildings before finally stopping. But Otter was already above the place where he landed, gripping his real blade with both hands before roaring and swinging it down again. Clang! Another blue crescent burst from Bakasega's edge and slammed head-on into the massive spectral sword. The clash between the two caused destruction all across Orario. Every collision of their weapons sent tremors racing through the city, shaking the earth and even the distant mountains. Even from several kilometers away, Finn could feel that overwhelming power through the soles of his boots. As the captain of Loki Familia, one of the only 2 great factions left standing, he was now forced to swallow the bitter reality of being kept away from the front line. Compared to those 2 abnormal monsters fighting in the distance, the only thing he could do was try to save the city through strategy. "Sea Captain, is there anything I can do?" Raoul asked nervously as he approached Finn. He had forced himself to speak, but his shaking body gave away the fear buried deep inside him. Standing behind him, the catgirl Aki immediately reached out and yanked him back by his armor. "Raoul, you idiot, do you want to die?" Raoul lowered his eyes, stung by how blunt she was. "I just wanted to do something useful." Aki's right, Raoul. Right now, you're one of the people who needs to be protected. Staying here is the best thing you can do, Finn said. There wasn't much emotion in his voice. If anything, it sounded cold. Raoul had still been trying to resist Aki's words, but hearing Finn say the same thing made his face go pale. Wait, Captain. Aki said quickly, startled by how harsh he sounded. She didn't expect Finn to speak to his subordinate like that. But Finn ignored her. Raoul. Aki. What you both did the day before yesterday was excellent. But even if you've now reached level 2, your strength still isn't enough to survive on a battlefield like this. Finn paused and his expression softened just a little. This isn't about insulting you. It's simply that you don't need to fight yet, not while we old-timers are still standing. As he said that, several cloaked figures appeared silently behind him. They were trusted veterans of Loki Familia, the people who had been there since the very beginning, and helped build the Familia into what it was. Finn's right. It's not your turn yet, kids. No need to throw your lives away in such a hurry. Senpais. Raoul looked at the older members of Loki Familia, people who had already retired from active duty, yet had now stepped back onto the battlefield once again. His heart twisted painfully. Am I really still this weak? Even after reaching level 2, he could still only drag the front line down. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't look this pathetic. If I had strength like his, I wouldn't just stand here waiting for others to protect me. Raoul lowered his head, frustration swallowing him whole. He clenched his fists so hard they trembled, and before he knew it, tears were slipping from his eyes. I thought, maybe now I could do the same things Rayleigh-san does. Looks like I was just fooling myself. The moment that name left his mouth, Finn's expression changed. It turned serious in an instant. He looked straight at Raoul and spoke in a solemn voice, "Don't compare yourself to that young man, Raoul. I do have high hopes for you, but you should never see him as a rival, or even as someone on the same level as you. If you do, you may end up falling into a pit of despair you'll never crawl out of." Hearing those heavy words, Raoul broke into a cold sweat. His situation can't be explained with words like genius. He's beyond that. He's a true anomaly, something that doesn't follow the common sense of this world. At that same time, deep inside the dungeon, Rayleigh was moving at high speed alongside a special task force, 3 sheathed swords hanging at his waist. The mission of this team was critical. They had to intercept the monsters the evil gods had summoned inside the dungeon and kill them before they could threaten Babel. After careful thought, Finn had assembled the group from the best fighters among the allied forces. 9 Hel Riveriel Jos Alf, level 5. Elgarm Gareth Landrock, level 5. Sword Princess Ace Wallenstein, level 2. Scarlet Harnell Elise Lovell, level 3. Yamato Rindu Gajono Kagaya, level 3. Gale Rio Lion, level 3. Thrail Lyra, level 3. Vyasa R.D. Varma, level 3. Unnamed Rayleigh, level 3. Those 9 made up the entire strike force assigned to exterminate the monster. According to the latest reports, the creature had been born on the 37th floor, the deep floors. Even by conservative estimates, its strength was around level 6, with raw power on par with a real floor boss. But the city's level 6 combatant had to remain on the surface to deal with Zald. So instead, they had no choice but to send in a carefully chosen elite team, fighters capable of punching above their level. We're about to enter the 18th floor. Stay sharp, someone shouted. The group rushed out of the stairwell and into the passage leading to the 18th floor. But the moment they stepped inside, a wave of suffocating heat slammed into them. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The 18th floor was supposed to be a natural paradise within the dungeon. With its forests, clear lakes, and rich water sources, it was known as the Labyrinth Paradise, a safe zone. But the dry, overwhelming heat pouring through this passage felt like it led straight into the mouth of a volcano. Clack! A loose stone rolled under Elise's boot and she frowned. What the hell is this? Did I remember it wrong? This is supposed to be the 18th floor, isn't it? Rayleigh and the others stared at the ruined scene ahead, unable to believe this was the same peaceful floor they had seen on past expeditions. There wasn't a single patch of green left. The ground had split apart in every direction, riddled with deep cracks. Beneath those jagged openings, molten lava churned and glowed. Just imagining what kind of unnatural power could turn the 18th floor into a hellscape like this was enough to make their skin crawl. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Althea. 1074 words. The 18th floor. Why has the 18th floor turned into this? The lush forests, rolling plains, and crystal lakes had vanished. Scorched earth and an oppressive, suffocating heat took their place. The sheer ambient temperature taxed the endurance of even a level 3 adventurer. Prolonged exposure here would cook a person alive from the inside out. How could this happen? RD clenched her fists, heartbroken by the devastation. This sanctuary held countless warm memories for her and Rayleigh. Now, nothing remained but a wasteland. Where is the enemy? Rhea scanned the ruined landscape. When no target presented itself, a deep frown creased her face. 3,000 meters ahead, the cracked ground glowed a fierce molten red. Rayleigh and the vanguard tracked the glow as a towering pillar of flame erupted. The geyser of fire pierced the crust, shattering the thick bedrock from below, and melting a massive crater straight through the physical barrier separating the 18th and 19th floors. The perimeter of the fresh chasm reduced to churning, superheated lava. Rayleigh stared wide-eyed at the sheer destruction. That kind of raw power. Even catching the ambient shockwave would melt human flesh. A direct hit would vaporize a level 3 adventurer, leaving no corpse intact. Maintain your guard. Riveria raised her staff. Chanting at high speed, she cast a localized defensive barrier over the expedition team. Her expression turned grim. This is the handiwork of our target. It's destroying the bedrock to bypass the labyrinth's natural layout. She braced her stance. The barrier is breached. It's coming up. Prepare to intercept. We strike first. Ready your magic. Charge your strongest attacks and finish it in a single barrage. A cool, serene voice cut through Riveria's orders. That won't do. Riveria flinched. She turned around to find a cloaked woman standing mere paces away, bypassing their sensory net entirely. Althea. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, recognizing the silhouette beneath the fabric. He did not speak to her immediately. Instead, he simply watched. Identify yourself. Riveria demanded. The woman did not answer the question. Instead, she said, as long as I stand here, you will not interfere. A dangerous glint flashed in Riveria's eyes. I warned you already. Gareth. The armored dwarf moved fast, appearing directly in the woman's blind spot. His heavy, two-handed battle axe crashed down toward her fragile frame. So noisy. How vulgar. The woman raised her left hand and pressed it toward the great axe swinging down from behind her. Her motion appeared slow and graceful, yet it defied logic, moving later but arriving first. The moment her bare fingers brushed the edge of the great axe, the weapon stopped dead. What? Gareth's pupils contracted to pinpricks. His full power swing met an immovable wall. A slender arm that looked fragile enough to snap under its own weight held his raw strength at bay. Impossible. Riveria gasped. Although she did have certain racial prejudices toward dwarves, she had never once doubted their strength. Raw, unyielding strength remained the defining virtue of Gareth's race. Who exactly are you? Riveria demanded. The woman hesitated, her tone dropping to a quiet murmur. Me? I only wish the dead would stop laughing. She flicked the flat of the great axe with a single finger. A concentrated sonic boom detonated on impact. Gareth screamed as the kinetic shockwave launched him backward through the air. An overlapping chain of acoustic blasts forced the rest of the vanguard to brace and retreat. The violent backdraft tore Althea's cloak away, revealing her pale skin, white hair, and heterochromatic eyes. Though her eyelids remained shut, Rayleigh felt the weight of her gaze resting squarely on him. "You are..." Riveria's composure shattered the moment she recognized that face. She reflexively cried out the monster's title. "Althea the Silent." "Huh? Who is that?" Elise asked, recovering her footing from the acoustic blast. Gareth pushed himself out of the dirt, rubbing his bruised chest. "You idiot, don't you know history? That woman is the last surviving executive of the Hera Familia." "The Hera Familia?" RD, Ryu, and the remaining Astria members froze. Decades ago, the Hera Familia reigned as the undisputed strongest faction in the city. Their legacy bordered on an untouchable myth. They had ruled the pinnacle of Orario alongside Zeus with overwhelming dominance. If you pulled any of their elites into the modern era, they would rank as peerless heroes. And now, a ghost from that golden age stood blocking their path. Not just an executive, Gareth warned. She was the most talented adventurer the Hera Familia ever produced. Don't let your guard down for a fraction of a second, or you will die. Althea absorbed their evaluations with a stoic expression. "The same applies to you too." Following a hypercondensed chant, Satana's Virion activated. The wind pressure kicked up by that bomb of noise blasted everyone away. The wide area impact rattled their bones and organs. Had Riveria's localized barrier not blunted the kinetic force, that single strike would have neutralized half their vanguard. Using her Zanpakuto like a crutch, RD forced herself upright. "She's so strong." "So this is the Hera Familia, they operate on a different plane of existence compared to us." The sheer disparity in raw power paralyzed the group. Everyone froze except one. Pierce. Gonri Amaru. Ace launched her small body into the air. The Zanpakuto in her grip transitioned seamlessly into Shirkai, adopting the form of a rapier. Thunderstrike. She thrust the steel 3 times in rapid succession. 3 jagged bolts of lightning crashed down from the cavern ceiling. Soul's Serenity. Without raising her head, Althea chanted the trigger for Silentium Eden. A layer of invisible barrier easily nullified Ace's lightning strikes. "Reckless child. Learn your place," Althea reprimanded. She countered with a fluid knife hand strike aimed at Ace's chest. Before that hand had even reached her, Ace already felt every hair on her body stand on end, and a chill run down her spine. Surge, water and heaven. Nejabana. A torrent of pressurized water shot toward Althea's extended arm. RD seized the crucial opening, thrusting her trident to disrupt the fatal blow. Tracking the incoming tide, Althea retracted her arm. She sidestepped the water strike with an elegant pivot. RD's counter missed, but it bought Ace enough time to retreat. The young sword princess gasped for breath, her survival hinging on a fraction of a second. It was no exaggeration. Had that bare hand connected, her skull would have shattered on impact. Chapter 98, Danku. 1110 words. Rayleigh noticed a subtle discrepancy. Althea was holding back. At first, he harbored doubts. However, her choice to evade RD's trident rather than nullify it with Silentium Eden proved she had spared Ace. She continued to play the role of the necessary evil, using the battlefield as a brutal training ground for the next generation. A guttural roar echoed from the depths. Moments later, a figure retreated into the cavern, flanked by a surviving Evolus escort. It was the architect of this nightmare. Erebus. "It seems our guests have finally arrived," Erebus announced, flashing a grand smile. "Just as promised, this god brings you the end." Following his theatrical introduction, a colossal beast breached the surface. Pitch black and seething with chaotic energy, the monster let out a roar that chilled the blood of every adventurer present. Elise stared at the towering abomination. What's that? A winged snake? No, is that a dragon? Ugh, it is repulsive. With a body that massive, it can still maintain flight. The Astrea captain voiced her complaints without missing a beat. Erebus spread his arms. This is a beast summoned by Mt. Divine Breathen. It's the raw malice nurtured by the dungeon, drawn to the surface through a god's arcanum. Let's call it the greatest evil. Now then, heroes of Orario, struggle to your heart's content. Erebus's impassioned speech made Rayleigh unable to stop himself from wondering just how many times the god had rehearsed in private to make acting cool look so natural. A golden blur launched toward the beast. Of everyone present, only Rayleigh reacted in time. More precisely, he had already known Ace would have an extreme reaction. Using Shuinpa, Rayleigh appeared beside Ace and scooped up her petite body with one hand, pinning her under his arm. Ace fought against his grip with animalistic ferocity, her eyes locked onto the greatest evil. Rayleigh, let go of me. I want to fight. I want to kill that thing. When her struggle proved fruitless, Ace seemed to recover a trace of reason. Ace? Riveria sprinted over, her face pale with worry. Don't act on impulse. Suppress the urge, do not let it take the reins. Ace's rare skill, Avenger, was born directly from her bottomless hatred for monsters. Against dungeon spawns, it provided a staggering boost to all her core stats, granting her the lethal edge to fell opponents above her level. It reigned as a super skill with very few equals in the lower world. And against dragon-type enemies, it had an additional special bonus. In practical terms, facing a dragon artificially boosted Ace's combat output by 2 entire levels. However, this power carried a heavy toll. It dragged the darkness lurking in Ace's heart to the surface. If she surrendered to the hatred, she would lose her mind. And once she completely lost her reason, she would never recover again. She would become a mindless berserker, fighting on without end. It was a fate worse than death. Fearing this exact scenario, Riveria rarely let Ace out of her sight. She acted as a protective guardian, earning the affectionate, albeit teasing, moniker of Mama Riveria from her familia peers. Ace, breathe. Control the anger, don't let it control you, Rayleigh urged her. His words fell on deaf ears. She thrashed in his hold, desperate to close the distance. Faced with that evil dragon, it was as if some power inside Ace was driving her, making her desperate to defeat it. Rayleigh soon realized a grim fact. Despite boasting a higher level, Ace's raw physical strength was overpowering his grip. Fueled by Avenger, her augmented strength stats surpassed his S-rank rating. Tempest. Ace called upon the wind. A violent gale erupted, breaking Rayleigh's restraint. She launched herself toward the greatest evil like a fired bullet. Amplified by the aerial enchantment, she closed the gap in a heartbeat. The rapier blade of Gonryamur crackled with jagged lightning. Boom! A peal of thunder shattered the air. The greatest evil unleashed a shriek of pain. The level 2 sword princess had managed to wound it. That was way too absurd. So this is the true weight of a specialized skill. Rayleigh lacked any equivalent trait, leaving him blind to that specific thrill. Ace's anti-dragon modifier, paired with his knowledge of a certain rabbit's future anti-minotaur feat, proved that conditional skills hit far harder than standard Falna stats implied. Across the battlefield, Gareth and the Astrea vanguard maintained a high-tempo assault against Althea. During a brief lull in the crossfire, the white-haired woman shifted her gaze. "What are you staring at? Are you not needed over there?" she asked Rayleigh. Rayleigh caught the hidden meaning behind her cold dismissal. He would leave the girls to receive a harsh, necessary lesson from their legendary senpai for now. As for him, it was time to hunt a dragon. Rayleigh offered a knowing smirk. He bounded across the scorched earth, arriving beside Riveria just as Ace prepared another strike. Bankai. 2 massive rows of giant swords breached the soil behind him. Senbenzakura Kagyoshi. He commanded the tidal wave of pink blades to crash over the greatest evil. Despite its colossal size, the dragon struggled against the relentless, shredding swarm. But the beast retaliated. A concentrated beam of superheated energy tore through the floral storm. It tracked straight toward Rayleigh, Riveria, and Ace, who stood aligned in its crosshairs. It was the same devastating breath attack that had melted the bedrock between the floors. Riveria's eyes widened as she lacked the time to chant a proper shield. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Rayleigh shouted. 3 towering, transparent barriers materialized in the air before them. The dragon's breath slammed into the spectral walls. The immense kinetic force and blistering heat dispersed across the surface, failing to breach the defensive line. Rayleigh exhaled a heavy breath. Executing a Kido spell in the 80s without an incantation taxed his reserves. Yet, true to its reputation, Danka held firm against the attack. This is defensive magic. Riveria stared at the rippling barrier. The defensive power of that spell was actually enough to withstand an attack from the greatest evil. From her estimation, this monster has the strength of a level 6 adventurer. Rayleigh was a mere level 3. Did a Zanpakuto's Bankai really amplify magic power that much? And besides, up to this point, just how many different abilities had this boy already displayed? Chantless spells, elite swordsmanship, high-speed footwork, and absolute defense. This was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Shaking off her shock, the high elf checked her flank. Young man, are you all right? Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Soren Sokatsui Full Power. 1,243 words. Adventurers generally fell into established archetypes: mages, warriors, scouts, and healers. When forming a party, these roles dictated specific combat positions: vanguard, midguard, rearguard, and supporter. Warriors and heavily armored fighters anchored the vanguard. Fighters skilled in mid-range harassment or intercepting flanking maneuvers held the midguard. The rearguard sheltered mages and long-range specialists. In a pitched battle, the vanguard drew enemy aggro, pinned targets down, and absorbed damage. This created a stable environment for the midguard to deal sustained damage, and bought vital seconds for the rearguard mages to chant their spells. However, rigid archetypes did not define every adventurer. Mages were not exclusively relegated to the rear. A prime example was the magic swordsman, a fighter capable of executing high-speed, close-quarters combat while simultaneously chanting lethal magic. An all-rounder magic swordsman. That was Riveria's current evaluation of Rayleigh. She had encountered the boy multiple times over the past few weeks, and witnessed his combat style firsthand. As a high elf, she possessed no framework to judge his blacksmithing skills. She could only evaluate him as a fellow fighter. First, close-quarters combat. Rayleigh's swordsmanship proved exceptionally sharp. Judging purely on technical execution, he stood out even within the elite circles of Orario. Next, mobility. His footwork allowed him to evade the visual tracking of first-tier adventurers. Finally, his magic output. He cast high-speed offensive spells and defensive barriers without chanting, seamlessly weaving offense and defense. He could perform localized healing, and he wielded unique binding magic capable of restraining targets mid-stride. That level of utility was incredibly rare, allowing him to suppress opponents on multiple fronts. The more a magic swordsman grew, the more dominant they became. This vast potential was a primary reason the Loki Familia placed such heavy expectations on Ace Wallenstein. Setting Ace's personal trauma aside, her future ceiling as a magic swordsman remained practically limitless. Don't stop moving. Rayleigh barked a warning. He swept his arms out, pulling the two beauties, the veteran high elf and the young sword princess, into a tight embrace. Spiritual power detonated beneath his boots as his figure vanished from the blast zone, leaving behind a brief, blooming flower of spirit particles. Even utilizing Shuinpa at maximum output, carrying the dead weight of two people restricted his range. Rayleigh barely managed to clear 25 meters before his momentum stalled. A fraction of a second after their boots touched the dirt, the greatest evil unleashed a second terrifying breath attack. The beam obliterated the exact coordinates they had just occupied. The lethal blast sheared a massive trench into the earth, stretching several kilometers into the distance with no visible end. The attack resembled a surgical incision cutting through the dungeon's internal organs. The bedrock melted by the superheated beam emitted a harsh, angry red glow. The extreme heat caused a brief flash of luminescence. As the molten rock met the ambient air, it cooled, solidifying into jagged patches of black glass. Riveria did not flinch or complain about Rayleigh manhandling her. She raised her staff, bracing her boots against the ruined earth, and began a rapid chant. Omen of the end, white and gleaming snow. At the hour of twilight, raise the raging gale. Sealed light, frozen earth, blizzard filling the heavens, triple winter. My name is Alf. The High Elf's chant triggered a massive fluctuation in the surrounding magic. The sudden spike in ambient energy drew the immediate attention of the entire battlefield. It was an established rule of the dungeon: when a high-tier mage gathered power, the dense magical signature made them the primary target of any monster in the vicinity. Senbenzakura. Rayleigh commanded the millions of scattered petals, sweeping them into a single, towering blade. The giant sword erupted from the ground, striking the greatest evil's underside and forcing its massive bulk to tilt off balance. Rayleigh then scattered the steel again, sending the swarm high into the air, where it coalesced into an even larger, spectral sword hanging directly over the beast's neck. The greatest evil locked its hateful gaze on Riveria, desperate to interrupt her cast. But Rayleigh's relentless shredding swarm anchored the beast in place, preventing it from attacking. For Orario's strongest mage, 9 Hell, that brief window of suppression provided enough time to finalize her third-tier attack magic. Win Fimbulvetra. Riveria cried the spell's true name. 3 localized, raging blizzards converged directly onto the greatest evil. A bone-piercing, absolute zero cold spread rapidly across the monster's massive form. In less than 3 seconds, the thrashing beast was encased in a thick, jagged tomb of solid ice. However, both Rayleigh and Riveria knew a monster birthed to slaughter gods would not fall to a single spell. Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of Mun. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Exploiting the brief window bought by Riveria's freezing spell, Rayleigh stacked his hands together. He aimed both palms squarely at the frozen monster, and began the full incantation for a high-tier Keto. Not long ago, he could only execute a bootleg, unstable version of this spell by relying on a clever trick involving dual chanting. This time, by reciting the full incantation, he prepared to unleash the complete, unbridled version. At maximum output. Heido number 73, Soren Sokatsui. A sphere of condensed, azure spiritual power materialized between Rayleigh's palms. The outer shell appeared transparent, housing a brilliant, glowing blue core. It was a mass of highly compressed, volatile flame pushed to the brink of critical mass. He released the seal. Aiming straight at the greatest evil's center mass, he unleashed the devastating payload. A twin torrent of blue explosive flames erupted outward, completely engulfing the frozen dragon. The resulting blast was catastrophic. With the monster serving as ground zero, everything within a 300-meter radius was swallowed by a roaring sea of blue fire. Caught inside the inferno, the greatest evil writhed, tearing at its icy tomb. Deep cracks spread through Riveria's frozen prison. Struck by the overwhelming thermal shock of Soren Sokatsui, more than half the thick ice encasing the beast shattered and melted away. The explosive blue flames washed over the monster's exposed scales, forcing it to shriek in agony. But the damage remained superficial. The raw destructive output of Soren Sokatsui failed to inflict a fatal wound on the beast. TCH, as expected of an anomaly bred by the dungeon to challenge the gods. Its strength was no joke. Even a fully chanted Heido in the 70s lacked the firepower to pierce its armored hide. Nearby, Riveria did not view the attack as insignificant. The chaotic blue flames reminded her of the 27th floor boss, the ruler of the blue waterfall, the twin-headed dragon, Amphisbaena. Amphisbaena's most lethal attack was a devastating breath of blue flame, possessing enough heat to reduce a human body to ash in a fraction of a second. The blue flames currently roaring across the cavern shared that exact same terrifying signature. Though Rayleigh's flames lacked the sheer, overwhelming volume of a floor boss, judging solely by his rank, the spell's raw threat level punched 2 full levels above his weight class. Ayaha! Exploiting the momentary gap in their coordinated assault, Ace broke formation. The petite swordswoman, wrapped entirely in a localized gale, launched herself straight toward the greatest evil's thrashing head. Die! The rapier blade of Gonryamur crackled with dense lightning, with another layer of fierce wind coiling around it. Chapter 100, Leviathan. 1266 words. As an enchantment-type magic, Ace's wind was clearly abnormal. Using Elisa's Agarus Alvacynth as a point of reference, its performance was inferior to Ace's wind by far more than just a small margin. The reason was unknown. But most likely, it was related to Ace's origins. Ace's parents were the mercenary king, Albert Waldstein, and the great spirit, Aria. But spirits are not supposed to be able to bear children. No matter how mighty the mercenary king was, he could not create something from nothing. Because of that, Ace's origins were extremely mysterious. There was no doubt that she had inherited the power of both the mercenary king and the spirit. Ha! Ace's full-powered strike came crashing down viciously onto the greatest evil's head. Its long serpentine neck swayed, and the enormous dragon head rocked several times, as though that blow had left it seeing stars. But the firepower was not enough. An attack of that level was not enough to kill the greatest evil. Even if she landed 20 or 30 more hits like that, it probably still would not have any truly decisive effect. We shouldn't stop Ace for now. Riveria, who had always worried over Ace, suddenly spoke up, unexpectedly changing her view. She said, rather than stopping Ace, it would be better to let her, in this state, suppress the greatest evil. What we need to do is kill it as quickly as possible. As long as the greatest evil is slain, Ace will immediately break free from this madness. Rayleigh nodded. I agree. In that case. Then let's show what we can really do. Whoosh. Rayleigh's figure vanished from where he stood in an instant. Even Riveria could not help but marvel at how powerful that movement technique was. It was not just fast, the sound it made was suppressed to an extremely low level as well. And there were no obvious preparatory movements before moving, nor any stiffness after the movement ended. For a mage, this was practically the worst kind of enemy. Not to mention that this enemy could use magic too. Bakudo number 62, Hyaparankan. Rayleigh's figure appeared in the air in an instant, directly above the greatest evil. Casting the spell without incantation, he generated a blue pillar of light between his hands and hurled it down viciously at the monster. While flying through the air, the single blue pillar split into more than a dozen, turning into a descending lattice of light. Those bars pierced through the greatest evil's body and pinned its massive form to the ground. Especially its wings. Rayleigh gave those special attention. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. Golden chains burst forth toward the monster before him. Several thick chains wrapped themselves around the greatest evil's entire body. Bloom wildly, Ruriiro Kajaku. Rayleigh released the shurikai of his second Zanpakudo, as blue-colored vines began growing wildly. The tough vines coiled around the greatest evil, and began frantically draining the magic power within its body. Roar. At the same time, a roar both piercing and deafening burst from the monster's throat. Ace, who was closest to the greatest evil, was blown away on the spot. But her whole body was wrapped in wind, so there was no need to worry about her. Rayleigh was disturbed by that sound as well, feeling a wave of discomfort, but he still endured it, and did not stop. Walls of iron sand, tower of monk form, glowing iron, boiling iron, silent to the end. Bakudo number 75, Gotcha Tekken. With the full incantation, Bakudo number 75 summoned 5 enormous iron pillars. Their size was so overwhelming that one might mistake them for iron towers crashing down. The 5 iron pillars, each around 10 meters tall, slammed down onto the greatest evil's spine, wings, and tail, completely suppressing it against the ground. After doing all of that, Rayleigh was left panting. Using so many high-numbered Kido in succession had left his spiritual power seriously depleted. Fortunately, at that moment, the flower bud of Ruriiro Kajaka had already bloomed. He plucked the magic-filled flower and held it in his mouth, using it to restore his spiritual pressure. Those spells. Watching Rayleigh unleash the entire chain of Bakudo with her own eyes, Riveria's eyes widened further. This boy, he actually had that many kinds of magic. Combined with the offensive spells he had used before, the total number of spells he had used seemed almost close to double digits. How was that possible? 3 magic slots should have been the limit of the lower world. Even for a special individual like her, who had split one magic into 9 variations, that was already extraordinarily rare, practically one of a kind. No. More importantly, he was clearly human, so how could he have mastered magic to this extent? Elves were supposed to be the unrivaled race of the lower world when it came to magical talent. Could this be some special skill? Having witnessed countless heroes before, the elven princess would not deny a reality already confirmed before her eyes. If it existed, then it was reasonable. If it seemed inexplicable, that only meant the available information was insufficient. Still, although she was deeply curious, now was not the time to investigate it. Well done. Riveria offered a word of praise, then began her chant. The melodious voice of the elf echoed across the battlefield. Before long, the flames shall be unleashed. The quietly encroaching warfire, the inescapable destruction. The horn of battle rings out high, surrounding all in savage warfare. Come, crimson lotus flame, merciful annihilation. Thou art the incarnation of karmic fire. Sweep away thousands upon thousands, and bring the curtain down upon this great war. Burn all things to ashes, sword of Surtur. My name is Alf. The surge of magic flowing from Riveria made even Rayleigh tremble. Standing within this tide of magic himself, he felt as though even the air had thickened and solidified. His senses were affected, overwhelmed, by that intense fluctuation. All he could feel now was the vastness and profundity of that magic power. So this was the 9 hells. A chill ran down Rayleigh's spine, and the corner of his mouth lifted unconsciously. The magic of the city's strongest mage. Now. It was about to bloom. Bzzzzz. Red glowing veins spread across the ground, centered on Riveria. Those veins gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. And when Riveria spoke the name Levitine, a fiery magic sword pierced through the earth, bearing its fangs across the 18th floor. It was flame. One pillar of fire after another erupted from those crimson veins. The terrifying flames looked like gigantic flaming blades, piercing the greatest evil's enormous body, and even surrounding it completely. Absolute, overwhelming firepower. Even with the barrier Riveria had raised between them, Rayleigh could still feel the terrifying heat. At this temperature, a piece of dry cloth would be able to burst into flame on its own. In an instant, the already scorched land transformed into a hell of fire. That scene before him made Rayleigh think of a certain Zanpakuto. Ryujin Jaka. The strongest fire-type Zanpakuto, whose release phrase, reduce all creation to ash, perfectly embodied the sword's power to burn all things in the world. If the power of its Bankai were mishandled or even slightly allowed to slip out of control, it could destroy the entire Soul Society. Even a level 6 monster. If it took a hit like this, it should be finished. This was the firepower of the 9 hells, even a level 7 probably could not withstand it head-on. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. patreon.com/nobiatranslator. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Casual Beatings. 1,322 words. As a member of the royal line of the elves, Riveria belonged to the true great royal family, the noblest bloodline among elves, royalty even among royalty. And the power she had possessed since birth proved exactly that. Beyond being an all-rounder in offense, defense, and recovery, Nine Hells' strength also came from her powerful skills. Fairy Anthem amplifies the effects of magic. Expands the effective range. The longer the chant, the greater the boost from the skill. Alf Ring strengthens magic power. Strengthens the magic of those of the same race within her own magic circle. Converts the mind consumed by her fellow elves within her magic circle into mental power, and absorbs it for herself. Within the Loki Familia, Riveria was not only the vice-captain, but also the captain of the mage unit. The Loki Familia's Elven Mage Corps, also called the Bombardment Unit, was a core force made up of elven mages with high magic power and high firepower. Riveria, commanding this unit, was Nine Hell in her complete form. By herself, she could strengthen the bombardment of 20 mages. And after a single round of bombardment, Riveria could also convert the mind consumed by those 20 mages into mental power, and absorb it to restore her own. With that level of firepower, if she wanted to annihilate Orario, there would be no need to go through all the trouble Evelys did. After just a few bombardments, Orario would be flattened into a wasteland. Not even the slightest trace of the city's former self would remain. Is it finished? Rayleigh glanced at Ace not far away. Then his pupils contracted. Ace's condition still had not been lifted. The greatest evil had actually withstood that absurdly powerful spell just now. He immediately used Ryuraku and then, a pitch-black, twisted spirit ribbon appeared before his eyes. That thing, it was still as lively as ever. Suddenly, a snake-like current flashed through that black spirit ribbon, and slipped past toward his rear. Rayleigh reacted instantly and slashed out with his sword. The sword pressure struck first, colliding with the black tentacle just before it could pierce through Riveria's head. He split the black tentacle apart, sending the fragments scattering. What? Riveria stood frozen in place. She had only realized the black tentacle was there when it reached right in front of her, and by then it had already been too late to dodge. Just a little more, and her head would have been blown apart. Even a level 5 adventurer would die on the spot if their head were destroyed. Duh. There would be no surviving that. She cast Rayleigh a deep look. If that boy had not saved her, she would have died young. By elven standards, despite being the oldest members in the Familia, she was still just a young girl. That was simply how elven lifespans worked. Rayleigh was so tense he almost forgot to breathe. If he had not been checking the spirit ribbons, he definitely would not have noticed the greatest evil's sneak attack in time. This time, it had really only been luck. Boom. Suddenly, Rayleigh felt the black aura emanating from the greatest evil swell several times over in an instant. Sensing danger, he immediately turned and ran. At the same time, he did not forget to grab Ace as well. He caught her by the collar like he was carrying a kitten. By the time he retreated to Riveria's side, Riveria had already finished preparing a defensive spell. Via Shilheim. A barrier capable of completely defending against both physical and magical attacks enveloped the three of them. In the next second, a pitch-black beam erupted. Terrifying beams swept wildly through the dungeon, sometimes aimed at the sky, sometimes at the far distance. In short, they had no target at all, and were just firing at random. Rayleigh frowned slightly. He carefully looked at the greatest evil. And once he did, he discovered the reason. The greatest evil had suffered severe damage from that last blow. Its body damage had already reached at least 50%. But it was recovering. It had regenerative ability. He could see it consuming magic power as its damaged flesh regenerated at incredible speed. The reason it was firing wildly was because its head had not fully recovered yet. That mindless torrent of magical power pouring from it distorted even gravity, annihilating everything in its path into nothingness. If not for the barrier protecting them, even being grazed by it would mean death. A black monster. A god-slaying weapon born from the dungeon's hatred of the gods. An immortal monster granted magic power by the dungeon and endowed with regenerative ability. What a troublesome thing. Suddenly, several more openings like mouths split open across the greatest evil's pitch-black, chaotic body. From those disgusting openings, the same kind of beams shot out. What had been a single attack became 7 or 8. At the same time, the greatest evil began crawling across the ground. As it twisted its body, the earth shook without cease. It rolled and crawled around while sweeping those attacks in every direction. It was a shameless way of fighting, but when the greatest evil did it, the resulting phenomenon was like a natural disaster. Wah! That's dangerous. A black light sliced past not far in front of Elise, and the earth was instantly split apart. And the destruction caused by that black light went far beyond that. There were corrosive traces left on the ground. It seemed to be some kind of curse. Because of the greatest evil's rampage, even the other battlefield was dragged into it. Althea opened her previously shut eyes. Her heterochromatic pupils looked toward the greatest evil as it flailed and rolled about, and her brow furrowed. So unsightly, and yet it is called the greatest evil. Such ugliness is unpleasant even to look at. Just as she was sharply criticizing the hideous monster before her, the monster suddenly fired a beam that could kill anything straight at her. Althea made no movement at all, she only chanted her ultra-short spell. Soul's Serenity. Silentium Eden activated. The attack that could pierce through the rock strata between floors simply vanished into nothingness. It seems it needs some discipline. Clearly displeased at having been attacked, Althea tossed a noise bomb at the enormous monster. In the next second, an invisible bombardment struck the greatest evil. Boom! With just that one hit, a huge amount of blood-black fluid sprayed out of the greatest evil's body. Then it howled in pain and rolled all over the ground, no longer daring to fire that kind of beam again. Humph! Seeing the miserable state of the greatest evil, Althea did not make another move. And seeing her so casually beat that terrifying monster half to death with a single strike left the girls completely stunned. If an attack like that had landed on them, would the battle not have ended instantly? And yet even so, they had somehow survived by the skin of their teeth until now. Their opponent had not even brought out her true power. Rayleigh looked at the greatest evil being flattened by a single blow from Althea and felt a bit embarrassed. To Althea, a monster like this did not seem much different from a rabid pet dog. The sort of thing that could be disciplined with a casual smack. Even more frightening was the fact that she still had not released her Zanpakuto. Jif blessing was sealed within the blade. If she did not release it, Althea was not even in her peak power, and yet she could already toy with the greatest evil at ease. This was the strength of the adventurer who had once come closest to the throne of absolute strongest in Orario's history. Ryuraku spirit coils, spirit ribbons in the English dub, are the visualization of Ryuryoku into ribbons, which spiritually aware beings can follow. 1. Chapter 102, Chapter 102 Poison Dagger. 1297 words. How ridiculous. Althea dismissed the greatest evil, turning her attention back to Ardi, Elise, and the vanguard. Well then, since I have disciplined our interrupter, let us continue. After watching Althea display such overwhelming might to dominate the beast, Elise frowned. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Wouldn't it have been far easier to wipe us out by joining forces with that monster? Under normal reasoning, the logic held true. The chief god of Evolus had summoned the anomaly, and Erebus had escorted it to the battlefield. Even if the monster viewed everyone present as an enemy, Althea's raw strength left her with nothing to fear. She alone possessed the capacity to deflect its onslaught. As for the others, a single strike from that black light meant certain death. Faced with the question, Althea offered a deadpan reply. Do you truly believe I need to join hands with such an ugly beast? Against opponents of your caliber, I have no need to stoop so low. The insult stung, but Elise knew she spoke the harsh truth. If their side had not relied on a numerical advantage and constant hit-and-run tactics, they would have suffered heavy casualties by now. Come. Show me your skills again. Alice's expression darkened. She tightened her grip on Enjetsu, allowing the crimson flames to ripple along the steel like a living entity. We are with you. The Astria girls stepped forward in unison, their eyes burning with fierce determination. Gareth intercepted their advance. Girls. Passion is good, but do not lose your heads. Fall in behind me, I will anchor the vanguard. The dwarven warrior maintained a calm demeanor. A reckless, do-or-die gamble might overwhelm an ordinary foe, but the potential cost here remained too high. Failure meant death. As a seasoned level 5 veteran, he refused to let these young level 3s absorb the brunt of the assault. It was the only sound tactical judgment. Okay, Uncle Gareth. We are counting on you. Let's go. The clash between the two factions resumed. Meanwhile, reeling from Althea's concussive strike, the greatest evil did not dare to attack her again. It shifted its hostility, locking onto Ace, Rayleigh, and Riveria. Prior to the blow, the beast had thrashed like a headless fly, firing blindly in search of divine targets. Now it abandoned the tantrum since a clear, immediate threat stood before it. The greatest evil threw its head back and roared, spreading its pitch-black wings across the cavern. As it lowered its maw, the shadows obscured its eyes, yet Rayleigh felt the killing intent snap squarely onto Ace. The young sword princess moved at blinding speeds, wrapped entirely in her aerial wind armor. It resembled a miniature tornado. No, it went far beyond mere resemblance. The gale enveloping Ace swelled as a violent storm gathered around her frame. Within a handful of breaths, a localized typhoon touched down on the 18th floor. The towering cyclone dwarfed the enormous body of the greatest evil, generating enough torsional force to uproot the bedrock. A trace of black seeped into the emerald winds. It was raw power born from pure despair and hatred. The black malice infected the cyclone, transforming the jet-black storm into an entity emitting a dreadful, sinister aura. What is happening? A tornado. Is that the monster's doing? No, wait, could that be? The Loki Familia's sword princess. You go to be kidding me. What kind of power is that? Isn't she only a level 2? To avoid being swept away, Lyra dropped low, pressing herself flat against the ruined earth. Even Althea showed mild intrigue at the raw output. The wind carried a lethal edge. While it lacked the mass to threaten the Hera executive, given enough time to grow, it could reach a horrifying plateau. Ace? Gareth shouted over his shoulder, his expression fraught with worry. This is, Riveria stammered. She turned to Rayleigh in a panic. This is bad. Ace's Avenger skill and aerial magic are interfering with one another. This unstable state places far too much physical strain on her body. If it continues, the pressure will tear her flesh apart. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. The escalating situation posed a massive problem. They could not halt Ace's rampage, yet they lacked a decisive strike to execute the greatest evil. The only viable option required Riveria to chant another high-tier spell. No, even Ray Levitine failed to kill the beast in a single blow since it could just simply regenerate. Having suffered the inferno once, the dragon would anticipate the cast. Releasing the magic with zero interference was no longer an option. Riveria dispelled her via Shilheim barrier. The cold sweat beating on her forehead revealed the heavy toll the rapid succession of high-tier spells had taken on her mind reserves. They could not afford to remain on the defensive. It felt wrong to admit it, but Ace's mindless rampage provided a crucial buffer. Without her localized suppression holding the greatest evil's attention, their flank would have crumbled. The exact moment the defensive barrier faded, a figure lunged from the shadows. A dark, delighted smirk twisted his features. Gripping a poisoned dagger, he thrust the venomous blade straight at Riveria's neck. Through the Ryaraka network, Rayleigh tracked the hostile movement. By using Shuinpa, he bypassed the physical distance, materializing behind Riveria to intercept the ambush. The recondensed blade of Senbenzakura met the incoming dagger. Clang! Sparks rained across the ash. The sheer kinetic impact knocked Rayleigh's sword aside. His eyes widened slightly as he recognized the grinning assassin. It was Vito, a devoted follower of Erebus. The staggering difference in strength made sense. A level 4 vanguard knocking aside Rayleigh's level 3 guard operated within the standard rules of the fauna. Rayleigh rode the momentum, allowing Vito's brute force to push his upper body backward. As his center of gravity shifted, his left foot left the ground. Shunko. Channeling the volatile technique into his lower body, he reinforced the striking limb with Roriatsu. Boom. His reinforced kick exploded upward, shattering Vito's grip and dislodging the poisoned dagger. Simultaneous to the disarm, Rayleigh chanted. Bakudo number 4, Heinawa. A crackling rope of spiritual light lassoed the falling hilt. With a sharp hook of his finger, he redirected the dagger's trajectory. Relying on sharp combat instincts, Vito tilted his head to evade. The hijacked dagger whistled past his ear and buried itself deep into the scorched bedrock. Rayleigh capitalized on the opening, following through with his right leg to execute a rapid double crescent kick. The second strike caught the assassin off guard, grazing his cheek and scraping the skin open. Capitalizing on the brief clash, Riveria retreated to a safe casting distance. Rayleigh? Riveria called out. I'm fine, leave this rat to me. Focus your full attention on the greatest evil, Rayleigh ordered her, preempting her concern to ensure she maintained her tactical focus on the dragon. Riveria cast a wary glance at Vito. The assassin is clearly a level 4. The raw stat gap favored the enemy, but factoring in Rayleigh's versatile arsenal and unnatural strength, the boy could hold his own. Understood. He is yours. Riveria snapped her attention back to the raging typhoon, and the greatest evil. Rayleigh leveled a cold glare at the sneering Vito. Raising an eyebrow, he tapped a finger against his own chest. Did you already forget the harsh lesson I gave you last time? The taunt failed to provoke anger from Vito, as he still maintained his twisted smirk. Last time? That was certainly memorable. So memorable, in fact, that I dream of you coming at me every single night. Honestly, suffering through nightmares like that has severely ruined the quality of my sleep. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Kratzo Magic Sword. 1,366 words. So I decided to solve the problem at its source. With a smile that did not reach his eyes, Vito continued. I specifically came all the way from the surface, descending into the dungeon just to find you. Because of you, I may miss the beautiful moment when Orario burns to the ground, do you understand? It is entirely your fault. Vito spoke as if confiding in a friend, yet his tone carried a complaining edge, dragging on without pause. Rayleigh had heard enough. He used Shuinpa and materialized behind Vito, bringing his blade down in a single execution-style stroke. Vito reacted, drawing his sword in a flash and blocking the strike with a backhanded guard. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, surprised by the rapid parry. Catching the reaction, Vito offered a twisted smile. Last time, I lacked a weapon that suited my style. In truth, I'm somewhat of a swordsman myself. The moment the words left his mouth, he moved with the fluid agility of a fox. Dropping into an extremely low stance, he slipped past Rayleigh's guard. Finding the optimal angle, he swung his blade. Rayleigh fell into a defensive retreat. The sharp clangs of steel colliding blurred into one continuous stream. This guy, somewhat of a swordsman. What false modesty. This level of blade work could not be classified as ordinary. Calling him an expert seems far more accurate. Still, he is not as good as Kagaya. Rayleigh kept Shunko active. His speed, physical strength, and explosive power operated far beyond the standard metrics of a level 3. The fact that he appeared suppressed by Vito's assault was a deliberate ruse, he was feigning weakness to bait an opening. Vito's attacks poured in relentlessly. It was a style reliant on speed to overwhelm the opponent, forcing them into a state of constant defense until exhaustion inevitably bred a fatal mistake. However, a rapid-fire offensive pattern of that nature could not maintain equal kinetic force behind every strike. He had to mix light feints with heavy blows. Once a defender mapped the rhythm, countering became a simple equation. Like this. Rayleigh seized the exact moment Vito withdrew his strength to reset a strike. With a sharp thrust, Rayleigh drove his blade straight toward Vito's wrist. Vito's expression shifted. He pulled his hand higher, sacrificing his footing to keep his fingers from being severed. That desperate evasion broke the rhythmic momentum fueling his speed. Just as Rayleigh anticipated, the broken rhythm produced a weak floating strike from a poor angle. Rayleigh raised his bare hand and caught Vito's wrist in a vice grip. Pivoting his weight, he brought Senbenzakura down, carving a deep gash across Vito's shoulder. Vito yanked hard, tearing his arm free. His shoulder hung half-severed, the intense agony pulling a sheet of cold sweat from his pores. This was the wristbone blade method. A specialized slash launched at a specific angle designed to magnify the nerve pain of an injury fivefold. The first time Kagaya landed a similar strike on him during a sparring match, Rayleigh almost stopped breathing. Because the brutal lesson left such a deep impression, he mastered the technique in record time. Perhaps the memory of the pain had simply been too vivid. Ha ha ha, that hurts. Vito burst out laughing, seemingly invigorated by the agony. Like a madman, he staggered back to his feet, and pulled a small glass vial from his tunic. That is an elixir. Correct. Vito tilted his head back, snapped the cork with his teeth, and swallowed the glowing liquid in a single gulp. A miraculous scene unfolded. The severed flesh on his shoulder emitted a faint glow. In seconds, the horrifying wound knit back together, healing completely without leaving a single scar. Rayleigh's dungeon expedition party had been supplied with crates of those rare items. If a grunt like Vito carried elixirs, he likely acquired them through black market channels, most likely by robbing underground merchants. He probably hadn't paid a single valise for it. How truly unbelievable. You are obviously a level 3, yet your output surpasses mine. To be honest, I considered myself among the elite even within the level 4 ranks. Really now, are you some kind of monster? Vito asked, stretching his healed shoulder. You're lying. What? If you truly believed I was stronger, why would you seek me out for a one-on-one fight? Rayleigh reasoned. Very few fighters voluntarily picked a battle they knew they could not win. If Vito engaged him directly, the assassin held a trump card. He did not believe he would lose. Ha ha ha, then you've misunderstood me. Misunderstood. Correct. The only reason I set my sights on you was to extract the answer to a certain question, Vito said, his smile widening. And that question is? You are interested. Rayleigh shook his head. He spat the withered lily petals from his mouth and adjusted his grip. I was only buying time, dumbass. Vito's smile froze. The assassin remained unaware that Rayleigh had continuously chained Bankai, Shirkai, and high-tier Kido prior to this encounter. He had even engaged Shunko just moments ago. For a level 3 mage, that sheer volume of Ryatsu, mind, expenditure would drain half their reserves. Fortunately, the dense magic siphoned from the greatest evil by Ruriiro Kajaku aided his recovery. But processing that raw energy required time. Vito's willingness to waste oxygen on a villainous monologue suited Rayleigh perfectly. To keep the assassin blind to his fatigue, Rayleigh had pushed his tempo, feigning peak condition. Now, his reserves had recovered to a comfortable threshold. I have no intention of chatting with you any longer. Playing the hero who saves others does not suit me, and I have no interest in the role. Let me finish you quickly. Rayleigh tossed Senbenzakura forward. The blade spun twice in the air before plunging point first into the scorched bedrock. Bankai. Senbenzakura Kagyoshi. The ground dissolved. A surging, Pink sea of razor-sharp cherry blossoms rushed toward Vito from all directions, boxing him into the center of the swarm. Faced with the inescapable, wide-area attack, Vito reached into his tunic. A wave of absolute cold erupted outward as the pink petals closing in on his position froze solid. Rayleigh sensed the localized fluctuation of magic. A Kratzo magic sword, huh? Vito wielded a short, icy blade. The weapon behaved similarly to Hyarinmaru, each swing released a chilling frost that froze the ambient moisture. The millions of Senbenzakura petals caught in the localized cold snapped together, forming a thick wall of ice. Rayleigh raised his hand, commanding Senbenzakura to vibrate at high frequency. Under the combined, localized trembling of hundreds of millions of microscopic blades, jagged cracks spiderwebbed across the ice wall. Before the barrier shattered, Vito burst through the fracturing ice. "I've already seen this trick. Did you really think I would come unprepared?" Vito roared, charging with a savage grin. Seeing the absolute confidence painted across the assassin's face, Rayleigh sneered inwardly. So he planned to blitz me during the brief window when my Bankai was stalled. Watching Vito close the gap, Rayleigh remained perfectly still. He didn't bother raise his defense. As the heavy sword swung toward his neck, Rayleigh simply raised his index finger. Clink! Vito's full-powered strike landed and the resulting recoil left the assassin staring in absolute shock. What? Impossible! Vito stared in horror as the edge of his blade rested harmlessly against the tip of Rayleigh's bare finger. He had put his full level for strength into the swing. What did you do? What kind of trick is this? Vito stammered, unable to process the physical impossibility. Rayleigh's expression remained calm. He looked entirely at ease. A concentrated point of pale blue light glowed at the tip of his finger. From that epicenter, complex, glowing blue veins spread across the skin of his hand. This was blood veine. By flooding the blood vessels with dense ryatsu, the technique exponentially multiplied the body's defensive threshold. In the Bleach anime he watched in his past life, a subconscious activation of blood veine by Ichigo Kurosaki had deflected a lethal strike from Yawatch himself. And after rigorous training, Rayleigh had achieved a smooth, conscious mastery of the Quincy technique. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, You're not the hero that we gods seek. 1,300 words. Vito did not think of himself as invincible with no equal in the world. In fact, he knew very well how weak he was compared to the true monsters out there. For example, Althea the Silent and Zald the Glutton. And precisely because of that, he had always been very clear about how to define himself, one of the best among level 4s. That's all. But this boy, he was clearly level 3, yet he had caught Vito's sword with a single finger. It was far too absurd. Seeing the stunned look on his face, Rayleigh lightly hooked his finger, pulling Vito's blade toward himself. Then his hand closed around the sharp blade like an iron clamp. No matter how hard Vito tugged on the hilt, Rayleigh did not budge in the slightest. Is your skin made of iron? Vito clicked his tongue. He raised a leg and kicked viciously at Rayleigh. But in the instant before it landed, Rayleigh's figure vanished and appeared behind him. Slash! A line of blood appeared across Vito's face. His brow furrowed, and he immediately spun around and swung his sword. Yet just before the blade could hit, Rayleigh's figure abruptly vanished again. This time he did not move outside Vito's line of sight. Instead, he appeared a short distance in front of him. Vito! You pitiful thing, born incomplete. Rayleigh looked at him with pity. There was once a child who had been born unable to see color. The world in his eyes had always been one of black, white, and gray. He liked reading storybooks. Hero tales, especially. How do you know that? The expression on Vito's face, which had been maintaining that false smile the whole time, changed drastically the moment he heard Rayleigh's words. For the first time, he showed real emotion. Or, more accurately, his composure broke completely. Why do you know about that? Vito roared emotionally. but Rayleigh had no intention of answering. Watching someone who had spent all his time acting composed finally lose control was entertaining in its own way. And besides, this was a member of the dark faction, a villain guilty of countless crimes, someone whose death would be no loss. Thinking that, a slight curve rose at the corner of the boy's mouth. The moment Vito saw him smile, already at his most sensitive point, he completely lost control of his emotions and flew into a rage. "Don't you dare grin at me like that." After that howl, Vito charged recklessly forward without taking any stance at all. He dragged his sword behind him, only raising his hand once he entered striking range. But Rayleigh had already seen through the movement. He ducked low, avoiding the slash, then drove off with both legs and sprang upward violently. Instead of using his sword, he slammed a fist into Vito's side. That one punch launched Vito into the air. Rayleigh's clenched fist suddenly opened, his palm aiming straight at Vito's lung. Hado number 63. Crap! The moment Vito heard the incantation from the boy's mouth, he snapped back to his senses. What had he just done? There was no way to dodge now. Raikoho, Rayleigh calmly spoke the spell's name. A thick blast of golden lightning instantly swallowed Vito whole, and shot into the distance. When a level 3 like Olivas had been hit by this, he had been reduced to ashes on the spot. Vito was level 4, and the difference in endurance was huge, but not enough for him to survive a blast like this at point-blank range. Thud. Vito was blasted over 20 meters by the golden lightning before crashing to the ground. His whole body was charred black, as if it had come apart at the seams, unable to move. He coughed once. Black smoke came out of his mouth. His lungs had already been carbonized. Ugh, what an ugly sight. To think I'd be this careless. How pathetic. At death's door, Vito looked up at the dungeon's ceiling and suddenly felt strangely light. So this was death. It was so simple. So ordinary, no grand commotion at all. Like a roadside insect dying soundlessly, without drawing the attention of anyone. Suddenly, a face entered his vision. Erebus. Ah, so you've come. Erebus looked at Vito, whose body was largely charred black, with more than 30% of his body tissue gone. In a sorrowful tone, he said, "Vito, my boy, my subject, my child. What a pity." Erebus closed his eyes. Vito simply looked at the god's beautiful face and said nothing. Not long after, Vito stopped breathing. He was dead. Only then did Erebus raise his face with a frown, looking toward the expressionless Rayleigh, and speak in the tone of someone telling a story. Vito was a twisted child. But he was also a pitiful child. I had hoped that a true hero would appear, one who could save him, change him. Though the god's sense of good and evil is hardly worth more than filth, I believed there was goodness in Vito's heart. With the proper chance, he could have changed. I truly believed that. But now, he has no such chance anymore. He died before he could change. Perhaps that was his fate. Erebus let out a sigh. As for you, human boy, you truly are not the hero that we gods seek. From the sound of it, Erebus seemed to be blaming him. Rayleigh was not entirely sure. But he definitely felt annoyed. Save him? You mean I was supposed to help some trash who murdered countless people repent and turn over a new leaf? I don't think I have the right to forgive him on behalf of his victims. If the hero you're talking about is some pathetic saint who embraces everyone, then when that day comes, I'll be sure to send him to meet Vito too. But right now, please return to heaven first and accept your defeat. Rayleigh stepped forward calmly toward Erebus while holding his Zanpakuto. Lord Erebus. Please leave, quickly. Leave this place to us. Members of Evolus rushed forward. Most of them were around level 1, with only a few level 2s mixed in. Hee, I'll leave it to you then. As for me, yes, I'll go enjoy this battle that will decide the fate of the world from the best seat in the house. Rayleigh stared at the people throwing themselves forward without hesitation. The Apate Familia and the Electo Familia, huh? Perfect timing. There isn't a single innocent one among you anyway, so you can all go to hell together. There were two groups that had come to rescue Erebus. Judging from their crests, Rayleigh could more or less identify their origins. Hado number 4, Byakurai. A white bolt of lightning instantly pierced through several of them. Then came Hado number 12, Fushabai. Crimson thread-like spiritual power spread out like an interwoven net, and the moment it touched the enemy's clothes, it ignited them. In an instant, the clothes of more than a dozen members of the dark faction burst into flames. Screaming, they hurriedly tore off their burning clothing. While they were flailing about in chaos, Rayleigh stepped into their midst and pressed one hand to the ground. Hado number 57, Daichi Tenyo. Boom. Under Rayleigh's Kido, the earth shattered with a roar. Countless chunks of rock shot upward under his control, and rained down upon the members of the dark faction like a bombardment. Ayahawk. He's too strong. This guy's a monster. We can't stop him. Crash. A falling boulder crushed the last member of the dark faction still able to cry out. A group of roughly 25 people had lasted less than 2 minutes against Rayleigh. They were almost completely wiped out. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Force Bankai. 1,187 words. Damn it, at least let's die together. A surviving dark faction member, bruised and barely conscious, tore open his blood-stained tunic. Beneath the fabric, a chain of high-explosive flame stones strapped across his chest. A crude fuse linked a dozen of the volatile crystals together. One stone had been modified with a mechanical trigger, converting the cluster into a suicide vest. As soon as that core bomb triggered, the entire chain reaction would detonate. A single flame stone could vaporize the remains of a first-tier adventurer. Wearing over a dozen strapped directly to the chest created an explosion a level 4 could not survive at point-blank range. Seeing the human bomb charge toward him, Rayleigh remained perfectly still. Hado number 1, Show. Without breaking his stride, he pointed an index finger at the charging fanatic. An invisible shockwave erupted from his fingertip. The kinetic hammer struck the cultist square in the chest, launching him into a backward flip before he crashed hard onto the scorched earth. The fanatic struggled back to his feet, fueled by pure spite. Watching the stubborn display, Rayleigh felt an inexplicable nagging worry that the fanatic might suddenly start shouting a hero's monologue about friendship, dreams, or unbreakable bonds. You people are the designated villains of this story. Why are you acting so hot-blooded? Rayleigh asked dryly. He repeatedly triggered Hado number 1, Show, chaining the low-tier shockwaves to force the cultist further backward. The kinetic impact lacked fatal force, but the cumulative blunt trauma and jarring pain rattled the fanatic's bones. Realizing he could not close the distance, the fanatic ripped the flame stone chain from his chest, preparing to hurl the explosives like a grenade. Rayleigh brought his index and middle fingers together, executing a chantless Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. 6 wide beams of golden light slammed into the cultist's torso, locking him in place. The restraining force paralyzed him entirely, he could not even twitch a finger. You look like you are struggling. How about I lend a hand? Rayleigh asked. He casually formed Bakudo number 4, Heinawa. Flicking his wrist, he sent the crackling, golden rope of spiritual light snaking outward. The glowing lasso hooked the fanatic's paralyzed hand, and coiled tightly around the mechanical trigger mechanism. If Rayleigh pulled his end of the rope, the tension would squeeze the trigger and detonate the flame stones. Holding the glowing tether, Rayleigh slowly turned and walked away. As the distance grew, the fanatic's expression twisted in absolute horror. Wait, he shrieked. Rayleigh stopped. He abrupt halt drew a desperate breath of relief from the fanatic. He could not see Rayleigh's expression. If he had, he would have recognized a uniquely cruel smile on his face. Rayleigh had originally intended to detonate the bomb, and let the fanatic reap what he had sown. But the looming, impossible to ignore presence of the greatest evil sparked a better idea in his head. Why waste the explosion when he could recycle the trash? The cumulative yield of a dozen flame stones offered serious value. Rayleigh yanked the Hainawa rope, reeling the paralyzed fanatic closer. He swung the tethered human bomb in a wide, accelerating arc. After a dozen full rotations to build maximum velocity, Rayleigh let go. The fanatic launched like a guided missile, flying straight toward the greatest evil's gaping maw. Riveria and Ace paused, watching the black blur sail perfectly into the dragon's throat. Boom! The human missile detonated violently deep, inside the monster's digestive tract. The terrifying blast blew the greatest evil's chest cavity wide open from the inside out. The dragon shrieked in agony, its wings faltering. It plummeted from the sky, crashing into the scorched bedrock and carving a massive crater. Within the roaring flames, the monster's ruined body twisted madly. Its high-speed regeneration engaged. However, the internal burns severely compromised the healing process. The restored flesh warped into grotesque, mismatched shapes, rendering its terrifying appearance even more unnatural. The black aura radiating from its scales solidified into thick tentacles, whipping wildly in all directions. Wrapped in her localized aerial typhoon, Ace refused to dodge. She charged the flailing appendages head-on instead. The crackling rapier blade of Gonryamura struck with absolute precision, severing the tentacles one after another. "I'm going to kill you." Ayawa. Ace's madness deepened, the black malice of her avenger skill fully consuming her rationality. She plunged straight into the inferno, using her wind armor to part the flames, and began wildly hacking at the monster's charred hide. Crack! A visible fracture spiderwebbed up the steel of Gonryamura. Ace's expression froze. The black wind swirling around her abruptly weakened by half. Gonryamura. The Zanpakuto's phantom pain transmitted directly into her soul. How could this happen? Deep guilt washed over Ace's face. The corrupted wind armor flickered and died as she clutched her head, dropping painfully to her knees amidst the flames. Ace, don't let the hatred consume you. If you wish to defeat this enemy, do not rely on that dark power, rely on me. Gonryamura's voice echoed clearly inside the young berserker's mind. It was gentle and kind. Rely on your power. Ace whispered, sounding utterly confused. I don't know what the consequences will be, but it's better than letting that black power shatter your soul. I will bear the burden of the side effects. Now let me tell you my true name. The golden-haired girl stood before the pitch-black dragon. An oppressive, suffocating pressure erupted from her small body. High above her, or rather, localized entirely within that specific airspace, a massive thundercloud began to churn. Thunderclouds? That's impossible, we are deep inside the dungeon. Riveria gasped in shock. Rayleigh stared at the anomaly in astonishment. He did not need visual confirmation. Through his Ryaraka perception, he felt the fundamental shift in Ace's soul. Could this be? In a fleeting daze, Rayleigh saw a phantom silhouette materialize beside Ace. The humanoid figure bowed deeply toward him. Its lips moved silently, offering a final vow. Or farewell to him. Only Rayleigh could see any of this. I see. Though this was your own decision, it was still somewhat cruel, then I will bear witness to both of your resolves. Bankai. The black malice of the Avenger winds dispersed completely. In its place a glorious, blinding pillar of divine thunder descended. In a fraction of a second, churning thunderclouds spread across several kilometers, casting a dark shadow over the fiery wasteland. A terrifying pressure gathered from the natural world descended upon the 18th floor itself. Even the battle on Alphea's side came to a halt as she turned toward Ace's direction in surprise. What is this? RD, Ryu, and the Astria vanguard stared in equal shock. Elise, this feeling, could it be? RD asked hesitantly. The red-haired captain gripped the hilt of Enjetsu. For a brief moment, a flicker of sheer competitive unwillingness crossed her face. Then, her shoulders slumped slightly. I did not expect her to beat me to it. Hearing her captain's admission confirmed the theory. Then this really is what I thought it was. Rio murmured. Yeah. It's a Zanpakuto's. Bankai. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Crumbling. 1,325 words. Bankai, Koko Gonryo Rikyu. Ace gripped the hilt with both hands, raising the vertical blade before her petite body. Arcs of raw electricity flickered and flowed deep within her golden eyes. An unshakable calm anchored her shining gaze, paired with a profound wisdom that seemed to pierce through the chaos of the battlefield. High in the churning thunderclouds, golden lightning wove into a crackling net. Acting as a lightning rod, the tip of Ace's blade gave the gathered atmospheric energy a focused target. A deafening peal of thunder rang out, and the golden light descended in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 Dozens of lightning bolts tore through the cavern and crashed violently onto the greatest evil. The devastating voltage ripped through the beast's scales and underlying muscle. The extreme heat charred the tissue black, carbonizing the flesh. Carbonized cells proved far harder to repair, drastically slowing the monster's regeneration cycle. Possessing a certain degree of primal intelligence, the greatest evil adopted the survival tactic of a lizard shedding its tail. It actively discarded the carbonized sections, choosing to regenerate from the healthy roots, a far more efficient biological process. Ace? She can actually output this much power. Riveria gasped in amazement. A moment prior, their tactical situation had looked overwhelmingly grim. In a single instant, the tide had turned. Not only had Ace broken free from the frenzied malice of Avenger entirely on her own, but she had accessed this staggering level of strength. All of it stemmed from the Zanpakuto in her hands, Gonryamaru. Finn had acquired this specific weapon during the initial forging contract between Rayleigh and the Loki Familia. It had cost the faction a staggering sum of Valis. Riveria thought she understood the blade's abilities. No, she had believed she understood them. Witnessing the tremendous scale and astonishing atmospheric manipulation before her now, her previous assumptions proved undeniably shallow. This was exactly what Rayleigh meant when he vaguely mentioned a Zanpakuto's secondary release stage. The supreme, ultimate mystery of the soulbound blade, Bankai. I'm going in, Gonryamaru. A genuine, soft smile broke across Ace's usually expressionless face. She gathered the ambient lightning accumulated in the localized weather system directly into her blade. She shot straight toward the greatest evil's neck like a fired railgun. The judgment of the lightning sword flashed by. Torn clean through by the devastating electric edge, the greatest evil's enormous head severed from its neck and plummeted toward the scorched earth. We won. Amazing, Gonryamaru. We beat it, huh? Gonryamaru. Landing softly on her boots, an excited Ace spoke to the Zanpakuto in her grip, but received no response. She raised the hilt level with her eyes. The steel blade of Gonryamaru was shattering little by little, dissolving into fine dust and scattering into the wind. Ace stared blankly at the disappearing weapon as sheer panic breaking across her face. She cupped her palm beneath the ruined steel, desperately trying to catch the fragments. But that slight physical touch acted as the final straw. The blade of Gonryamaru collapsed completely. Only the wrapped hilt remained in her grip. Gonryamaru. Ace called out the spirit's name, her voice trembling. Silence answered her. In that instant, a hollow wave of emptiness crashed over her soul, as though she had lost a vital piece of herself. This cannot be real. The girl's body swayed. She collapsed limply to the ash-covered ground, her vacant eyes still locked onto the ruined hilt. A few seconds later, the sword princess lost consciousness. Ace? Riveria sprinted over, gathering the unconscious girl into her arms. After running a frantic diagnostic check, she discovered Ace had suffered no serious internal trauma. She was merely exhausted as she reached Mind Zero. That realization alone shocked the High Elf. After channeling such power, how could this be the only drawback? She certainly did not wish harm upon Ace. Yet, wielding an energy output that so obviously exceeded the physical limits of a level 2 vessel should have triggered massive backlash on her. Leaving scarcely any physical burden defied the fundamental common sense of the fauna. Her gaze fell upon the hilt of Ganryamaru resting in Ace's limp grip. This is... The Zanpakuto's blade had shattered entirely. The sword was gone, could it be? It was Ganryamaru. The spirit bore the physical burden to protect Ace. Rayleigh's voice sounded from behind Riveria. He stepped forward, his eyes locked on the crater. Don't relax your guard. That monster is not dead. What? Riveria stood up immediately, tracking his gaze. Sure enough, the colossal black carcass was writhing. The decapitated body dragged itself blindly toward its severed head, attempting to reconnect the tissue. It's still alive. Riveria raised her jade staff to cast, but Rayleigh held up a hand to stop her. Leave the execution to me. Riveria glanced sideways at the boy. Registering the calm anchoring his expression, she hesitated for a brief moment before stepping back to yield the vanguard. Rayleigh reactivated Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Hundreds of millions of scattered cherry blossom petals condensed, forging countless glowing katana blades that surrounded the entire crater. The innumerable swords hovered in neat, perfectly spaced ranks, forming a vast, inescapable gladiatorial cage. Senkei, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, Rayleigh declared. With this, it ends. He raised a single hand. The countless suspended blades of Senkei pivoted in unison, aiming their razor tips directly at the greatest evil trapped in the center. The ugly monster had reached the end of its rope. However, if given a brief window to breathe, its regeneration would fully repair the damage in under 2 minutes. For Rayleigh, that window provided enough time to kill the beast 10 times over. Secret Art, Oji, Ika Senjinka. A torrential rain of steel shot forward. One gleaming sword after another launched toward the greatest evil at supersonic speeds. Each propelled blade carried the kinetic yield of a 20 mm anti-material artillery round. When the high-speed katana struck the greatest evil, they did not merely pierce the outer scales, they punched straight through the dense muscle and out the other side. Boom. 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 Surpassing the ferocity of a storm of 10,000 swords, the display left Riveria staring with wide eyes and parted lips. Pinned within the endless rain of blades, the greatest evil's body was shredded and pulverized repeatedly. Ultimately, its regenerative factor failed to outpace the sheer rate of destruction. The beast's core magic stone was exposed to the volley. Any monster whose magic stone shatters will die. That remained an absolute law of the dungeon. As the final blade pierced the crystal, the greatest evil dissolved into ash. The dark atmosphere suffocating the 18th floor rapidly dispersed. However, one secondary battle remained undecided. Cough. In the middle of the skirmish, Althea suddenly lurched forward, coughing up blood with a deeply pained expression twisting her face. Seeing the sudden collapse, Rayleigh moved to step forward and intervene, until he caught Althea subtly winking at him. She was faking it. Offering a helpless smile, Rayleigh halted his advance. Instead, he casually strolled over to the Astrea vanguard, standing in solidarity behind the girls. It is over, Althea. You've lost. Elise declared. What Rayleigh witnessed next could only be described as a masterclass in theatrical acting. As expected of the woman who embodied absolute talent, her acting skills came effortlessly. She's delivering a performance so convincing that it blurred reality. Pretending to grudgingly accept her defeat, Althea stumbled toward the massive chasm blasted open by the greatest evil, and threw herself into the abyss. Even knowing her power guaranteed her survival, Rayleigh felt his brow twitch at the dramatic exit. Thud. Thud. With their hard-fought victory finally secured, the Astrea girls collapsed one by one under the crushing weight of their adrenaline crash. They leaned heavily against one another, sitting limply in the ash, refusing to move a single muscle. At that exact moment, the battle raging on the surface streets of Orario reached its own conclusion. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Titan Fall. 1171 words. The Bukasega in Zold's hand shattered with a thunderous crack when it collided head-on with Otter's blade. KH. The strongest warrior's knee hit the ground. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and when that pitch-black blood touched the weeds on the ground, the grass corroded into a dirty residue. Seeing that scene, Otter did not follow up with another strike. He looked at that pitch-black blood with wariness. It possessed such intense corrosive power, yet it still flowed through Zold's body, and he could still move and sustain combat of a certain intensity. If it were not Zold, anyone else would already have been bedridden from the torment. No, that was still too optimistic. Without a constitution as powerful as the gluttony's, an ordinary person would have dropped dead the moment they came into contact with such a toxin. That's the behemoth's poison, isn't it? Otter asked. Zold did not answer him. Or rather, he could not answer. He could not stop coughing, blood kept forcing its way out of his mouth. Do you pity me? Zold shot Otter a dangerous look. The Borman warrior was cowed by that ferocious gaze, his hair stood on end. And no. Otter respected Zold. He had once been the figure Otter admired most. The desire to become a warrior like him had never changed, not even to this day. Behemoth, the Land King. One of the three great quests for adventurers. Its body was so enormous it resembled a mountain range. A poisonous wind swirled around it, the pressure of that wind alone was enough to crush any living creature. Its venom could transform the surrounding land into a dead zone. Its mere existence posed a deadly threat to both the environment and all life, not to mention how lethal the poison contained within its flesh and blood had to be. Zold, that's enough. What? Otter closed his eyes, as if unable to bear looking upon the end of a hero he had once admired. But after 2 seconds, he opened them again, feeling he could not turn away. Because until the very end, he had to show enough respect to the hero standing before him. My blade is a special weapon forged by Hephaestus's smith, Rayleigh. It isn't merely an external weapon, it's half of my very self. And only while crossing blades with you did I realize that a Zanpakuto can reflect the truest emotions hidden in one's heart when one's will is burning. Perhaps because you are also holding that man's blade. I saw it. You know, all of you, your resolve and everything you have given. The joints of Zold's fingers twitched, but he still pretended not to understand. What the hell are you talking about, pig brat? At least say something a man can understand. Otter gritted his teeth. His anger rose to the surface and showed itself on his face. With a furious expression, Otter shouted, "Do you understand, Zald, this humiliation?" Weak, far too weak. Every time this body of mine is crushed by people like you, it becomes unbearable. More than disappointing you, I cannot forgive this weak self of mine. What an ugly sight, what fragility. To have no choice but to use heroes of the past like you as stepping stones, because without doing so I cannot reach a higher realm, this powerlessness. Roaring, Otter raised Tenkan in his hands. Heh! For the first time in so long, a smile appeared on Zold's face, which had been as lifeless as a walking corpse. That smile held excitement, relief, and a sense of release. If that's how it is, then stop talking. Yeah. I was thinking the exact same thing. I will defeat you right here. Otter poured all of his spiritual pressure into his Zanpakuto. His materialized Ryatsu draped itself around him like a crimson coat. Big words, dumbass. Zold laughed as he drew his own sword, gripping it with both hands and raising it high. Ohu! Otter's full-powered strike clashed head-on with Zold's final blow. Clang! Zold's greatsword was cleaved in two, and for an instant, surprise appeared on the man's face. Then it turned into relief. A massive wound split open across his chest, deep enough to expose bone. Even his beating heart was visible. Looking into the wound, it was clear that Zold's insides no longer resembled those of a normal person. His body had already been corroded beyond recognition. Yet he had still been moving and fighting in that state. Zold was cut down by Otter and fell onto his back. Otter propped himself up with Tenken, refusing to let himself collapse. I didn't expect to lose to you. Life is truly unpredictable. Cough, cough. Quit lying. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? I don't know what you're talking about. TCH. Seeing that the men still intended to play dumb even at the very end, Otter let out a displeased snort. But right after that, the presence of gluttony vanished. Zold had fallen in battle. Our commander has defeated the enemy's trump card. Now is the time to wipe out the enemy in one blow. Adventurers, advance. Finn had been watching the most important battlefield all along. The moment the outcome was decided, he did not hesitate for even an instant, giving the order for a full assault. At that moment, the Evolus was still in shock over Gluttony's fall. A level 7. Had lost. A hero of the Zeus Familia had actually been defeated by a child of the Freya Familia. How was that even possible? Aahawk. Help. We need reinforcements on the west side. There's a monster of a woman here. Ha 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 ha. Tsubaki brandished a unique blade shaped like a 7-branched sword. Her swordsmanship was simple and brutal, pure speed and pure strength. In her hands, the blade danced into a blur, and wherever she passed, dark faction corpses dropped in heaps. The half-dwarf woman laughed. Ora ora. Let me really test out this tobium. Don't die off too fast, you lot. Boom. A fireball flew straight into the dark faction's ranks. The resulting explosion blasted nearly 20 enemies into the air. The fireballs fired by tobium exploded on impact, and their destructive power was anything but ordinary, roughly equivalent to the damage of 25 kilograms of high explosives. That woman is the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, Tsubaki Kalbrand. We can't push forward from the south. Our losses are too heavy. It's the chariot, the goddess's chariot of the Freya Familia is slaughtering us. Help! Someone help us! There's a monster in the tavern. Boom! A heavy fist came crashing down. Thud! What looked like a light blow knocked the dark faction member unconscious. Mia Grand, standing there at a full 1.8 meters tall, looked at the enemy she had just one-shot, then glanced down the street, and tossed the grunt aside like a dead dog. Honestly, Orario's public safety is getting worse and worse. Hurry up and finish these bastards off, you brats. Seriously, business has dried up because of this. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Farewell. 1,300 words. Lady Valletta, Orario's adventurers are too strong, we cannot hold them back. Please, you should run. A member of the Thanatos Familia delivered the warning carefully, not daring to stand too close to his leader. The Empress of Slaughter was insane not only toward her enemies, but also toward her own people. If she was in a foul mood, she would execute a subordinate without a second thought. She was a madwoman. Why are you standing so far away? Valletta noticed the subtle movement of her subordinate, and turned a dangerous gaze upon him. I. Poochie. Ugh. Valletta closed the distance at a speed he could not track, piercing straight through his chest with a single strike. She grabbed his still-beating heart in the palm of her hand. Do you think trash like you needs distance for me to kill you? She crushed it. After dropping the corpse, Valletta cursed in frustration. Damn it. Zold actually lost. What kind of joke is this? Despite bearing the title Empress of Slaughter, Valletta was no true warrior. She bullied the weak and feared the strong. When her faction held the advantage, her arrogance knew no bounds. Once the tide of battle turned against her, she cared nothing for saving face. Hey! Pass down the order, everyone is to retreat out of the city. Do not let Orario's adventurers discover the secret passages. Why yes. TCH. Just you wait, Orario. This is not over yet. Next time, I'll definitely destroy you. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor, Rayleigh surveyed the vanguard, all of them too exhausted to move, and rose to his feet. Erebus remained at large. Rayleigh had changed his mind. Rather than simply sending Erebus back to Tenkai, capturing him, and dragging him before the Divine Assembly for a public execution sounded far more entertaining. He wanted to see what kind of expression the evil god would make when faced with his peers. I'm going after Erebus. Following that declaration, Rayleigh sprinted toward the surface. He knew exactly where Erebus was heading. The top of Babel Tower. It was the best seat in the house. In truth, attempting to execute a deity was a theory he had wanted to test. In reality, it proved impossible. Gods existed as higher-dimensional beings compared to all life in the lower world. That was no mere metaphor. When a mortal attempted to harm a deity, the god only needed to release their arcanum, and the offender would be forced to halt their attack. Regrettably, Rayleigh had discovered he was no exception to this rule. Faced with Erebus's arcanum, he could not execute a lethal strike against the god. Restraining him, however, posed no problem. Rayleigh sprinted out of the labyrinth at tremendous speed. Emerging from the dungeon, he bypassed Babel's interior stairwells entirely, running straight to the tower's exterior structure. Erebus was likely taking the central magic elevator up at a leisurely pace. Perfect. I can test this out too. Rayleigh dropped into a half-crouch, gathering dense Ryoryoku into his legs. After a brief moment of charging his strength, he launched upward violently. He shot into the sky like a fired projectile. Relying on his physical stats, Rayleigh ascended a considerable distance up the tower's face. Just as his upward momentum began to stall, Rayleigh executed another launching motion. This time, the physical wind-up was so brief the action remained almost invisible. Yet, his body propelled upward once again. Success. A smirk tugged at the corner of Rayleigh's mouth. He felt confident in the theory, but executing it flawlessly on the first attempt surprised even him. This was an advanced application of Shuinpa. Among the four foundational Shinigami combat arts, Zanjutsu, Hakuta, Ho-Ho, and Kido, the art of step Ho-Ho did not solely refer to high-speed movement techniques like Shuinpa. It encompassed the precise control and utilization of spiritual power. By gathering Ryoryoku beneath the soles of the feet, a practitioner could forge a solid foothold in empty air. For a trained Shinigami, it was a fundamental skill. A Shinigami skilled in Ryoryoku control only required a few attempts to grasp the underlying principle. With less than a month of dedicated practice, they could master aerial footing. Still, efficiency mirroring Rayleigh's first-try success remained exceedingly rare. Boom! His coat flapped violently in the gale. Rayleigh raced up the exterior stone of Babel Tower, ascending toward the dome at extreme speeds. If he pushed the theory a step further, he could potentially use Ryatsu as sustained propulsion to achieve true aerial flight. High-level Shinigami never worried about losing their footing or lacking the leverage to dodge in midair. They could generate platforms at will, and those footholds did not need to remain level or aligned with gravity. Even while inverted in freefall, a master could instantly trigger Shuinpa. In just 1 minute, Rayleigh scaled from the base of Babel Tower to the summit. Landing on the observation deck, he extended his Ryoryoku senses to track Erebus's spirit ribbon. He discovered the god was still ascending inside the slow elevator. Rayleigh unclipped the Zanpakuto from his waist and set the scabbard aside. He sat down on the polished stone floor, propped his chin against his hand, and waited for his guest with an arrogant, leisurely posture. Ding! The elevator arrived. One final stretch of architecture remained to be walked on foot, a winding spiral staircase leading to the roof. With both hands stuffed casually in his pockets, Erebus climbed the steps at an easy pace. Through his divine intuition, he already sensed that Althea and Zald had been defeated. The chaotic malice the greatest evil had directed toward him had also vanished from the dungeon below. Those children were truly capable. How enviable, really. To think my fellow gods possessed such exceptional, captivating children in their familias. How envious. Step. 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 When the final stair brought the god into full view, Rayleigh offered a dry smile. So you've arrived, evil god. Judging by your expression, you seem surprised to find me waiting for you. Rayleigh's weapon rested several feet away. His expression remained perfectly neutral. His posture was relaxed, almost lazy. Observing the scene, Erebus correctly deduced that Rayleigh had not come here seeking a fight. Surprised? Yes, that's true. But I am not surprised because you are here. What? Though even I find it rather unbelievable, I seem to be quite fond of you. The moment I stepped into the elevator, I had a divine premonition that I might meet you at the top of the tower. Erebus's voice carried a magnetic quality. His tone was strangely gentle. He laughed softly. Honestly now, to what extent do you intend to satisfy my expectations? It's almost as if you saw the future. No, that's impossible. Rather, it seems you understand me quite well, and that is something I can't comprehend. Hearing the god rule out the correct answer entirely on his own, Rayleigh laughed inwardly. He maintained a perfect poker face. When dealing with a deity like Erebus, displaying even the slightest reaction might reveal a secret he needed to keep hidden. I just think all you thrill-seeking lunatics share the exact same brain wiring, Rayleigh stated flatly. Thrill-seeking lunatics. Erebus froze. In all his hundreds of millions of years of existence, it was the first time a mortal had ever labeled him with such a description. He let out a breathless series of laughs. Ha 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 ha. I see. That really is a title that suits my nature perfectly. I will accept it as your farewell gift to me, Erebus said, looking genuinely satisfied. Rayleigh was taken aback. Farewell. That phrasing did not sound like a villain planning a retreat. Wait, this guy, is he planning to return to Tenkai of his own accord? Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, War Ends. 1,295 words. This grand performance is already drawing to a close. Orario, your side has won. So allow me to present the final climax. Erebus spread his arms wide, as though embracing the sky. Though that description felt too narrow. It would be more accurate to say that he was embracing the world. Very well, I shall acknowledge you, new heroes, and those with the makings of heroes. Resist with all your might. Resist true despair. The appointed time is drawing near. TCH. This guy was really getting into his own act. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. Rayleigh flicked two of his fingers. 6 golden panes of light drove into Erebus's body from different directions, binding him in place. First came the chantless casting. Then, carriage of thunder, gap of a spinning wheel, with light, divide this into 6. As Rayleigh chanted, the already cast Rikujikoro grew even sturdier, and its binding power increased dramatically. This was the technique known as post-chanting. It could reinforce a Kido that had been cast without an incantation. Bound by the Bakudo, Erebus kept his head lowered, making it impossible to read his expression. Rayleigh maintained his two-finger gesture, slowly releasing spiritual pressure to strengthen the spell. He was in full control. Heh! Suddenly, Erebus raised his head. And not just his head, his body actually began moving freely. When Rayleigh saw him simply ignore his Kido, his eyes widened slightly and his pupils slowly contracted. Boom! An immeasurable, boundless divine presence burst forth from the male god before him. Then, in an instant, it expanded for thousands of kilometers. Rayleigh, the first to be struck by it, saw a scene flash through his mind. It was a vision of an absolutely invincible power sweeping the entire surface of the world clean. Everything on the earth, every single thing, whether stones or mountains, streams or seas, tribes and civilizations, vast kingdoms, forests, life itself, all of it was erased in an instant by a single force. It took only an instant. Civilization and history vanished completely. What remained was only a barren land, without even the faintest trace of what had once existed. Ha! Rayleigh snapped out of the illusion. He understood immediately, this was not divine aura. This was divine power. The true might of a god. An ending force powerful enough to sweep the earth flat in a single instant. Cold sweat soaked through his clothes immediately. We shall meet again in heaven, child of Mun. As Erebus released his divine power, his entire body turned into a beam of light, and shot straight into the sky, piercing the heavens in less than 1,000th of a second. At the top of Babel Tower, only Rayleigh remained, staring blankly up at that pillar of light. TCH. That guy was not just a thrill-seeker, he was also an insufferable show-off. There had to be a limit to how much he tried to act cool. And see you again in heaven. Was that bastard cursing me? Rayleigh could guess what Erebus meant. To an immortal god, a human lifespan was no different from a single candle's flame. Maybe in Erebus's eyes, when the two of them met again a few decades later, it would feel like they had only met a few days ago. But Erebus would probably be disappointed. It was not as though Rayleigh was short-lived either. A Shinigami's lifespan might not compare to that of a god, but living thousands of years was hardly unusual. And if he could break through the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow, and become something transcendent, then in theory he could possess an infinite lifespan. Once he managed to create the Hogyoku, perhaps he could become like Aizen, undying and indestructible. In the future, it might not even be impossible to reach the level of the Soul King. Ordinarily, because Shinigami live so long, the speed at which they accept change and evolve is very slow. Even though the modern world had already become highly developed, Soul Society was still stuck in what was essentially an ancient civilization. That had a great deal to do with Soul Society's feudal system, of course, but it was also true that Soul Society was gradually progressing, since objects brought back from the world of the living had become quite popular within the Godii 13. A Shinigami's growth was extremely slow. But for Rayleigh, who possessed a god's blessing, things were different. Once something had an experience bar attached to it, everything became much simpler. Black and white net. 22 bridges, 66 crowns and belts. Footprints, distant thunder, sharp peak, engulfing land, hidden in the night, sea of clouds, blue line. Form a circle and fly through the heavens. Bakudo number 77, Tantikura. Rayleigh raised one arm and opened his hand toward Orario. A web-like spread of spiritual pressure instantly extended outward, covering the sky above the city. Once it connected to the spiritual pressure of every necessary person, Rayleigh spoke. This is Rayleigh of the Hephaestus Familia. I believe everyone has seen the pillar of light at the top of Babel Tower. The evil god Erebus released his arcanum, and has been sent back to heaven. The monster he summoned has already been exterminated by the subjugation force. The Evolus is a dying flame in the wind. In this war, the victor is Orario. With that said, Rayleigh drew in a deep breath and looked out over the great and magnificent city beneath him. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. After 10 full seconds of stunned silence, a deafening roar of cheers erupted. The shockwave of pure triumph reached the absolute summit of Babel. Shouts, cheers, and roars blended into a single wave of relief. A glimmer of light broke the horizon, forcing Rayleigh to squint and shield his eyes. The sun was rising. In 10 minutes, the dawn would wash over Orario. Even from this height, the blood paints the streets, he muttered. Though his interference had drastically altered the original death toll, the combined casualties still exceeded 100,000 souls. Rayleigh stepped into the elevator. He sat against the back wall, resting his 3 swords across his lap. Only then did he exhale. The instant the adrenaline faded, a crushing exhaustion swept over him. His eyes slowly fluttered shut. 3 hours later, the final straggling monsters were purged from the city streets. By then, the adventurers lacked the energy to cheer. They collapsed on the blood-stained pavement, sinking into deep sleep or passing out from sheer fatigue. Only a handful of stubborn commanders remained standing, directing the few who could still walk. The war was over. Evolus had committed their entire arsenal to this siege, and suffered total annihilation. They lost the capacity to threaten Orario, reduced to a pack of hunted rats hiding in the sewers. The guild's citywide purge commenced. Before long, the dark age of Orario would meet its definitive end. 3 days later, the executive trinity of the Loki Familia, accompanied by their goddess, visited the Hephaestus Forge. They brought Ace with them. Inside the workshop, Rayleigh held the ruined hilt of Ganryamaru with a downcast expression. It cannot be done. When asked if the Zanpakuto could be repaired, Rayleigh delivered the harsh truth. Ace, clinging to a desperate sliver of hope, looked absolutely crushed. Her golden eyes hollowed out like an empty shell. Seeing her child's despair, Loki panicked. Are you seriously telling me there is no way to fix it? Aren't you the one who created these Zanpakuto things? Rayleigh shook his head. Once a Zanpakuto shatters in its Bankai state, it cannot be repaired. That is an unchangeable truth. Bankai is the ultimate secret of the blade. If a Bankai breaks, it is because the wielder's mastery was insufficient to sustain the power. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, Utusai. 1,339 words. What do you mean by that? Loki, seeing how heartbroken her precious little Ace looked, was so anxious that Rayleigh's words made her furious. But before she could flare up, Ace spoke first. It's my fault. Tears streamed down her face. Her voice trembling, she asked, is it because I'm too weak? Ganryamaru's power was strong. Incredibly strong. With just that one use of Bankai, Ace had experienced the true power of a Zanpakuto. And the reason the Bankai had been damaged was because she herself was immature. If she had been strong enough, her Zanpakuto would not have ended up like that. So Bankai carries that kind of risk too. Riveria muttered with a grave expression. At the side, Finn held back the agitated Loki and asked, if it can't be repaired, does that mean she won't be able to use Ganryamaru ever again? The Palom hero was extremely sharp. He had not heard Rayleigh say that. What he had heard was only that a Bankai, once broken, could not be repaired. So he changed his line of thought, and asked a different question. Rayleigh inwardly sighed in admiration. Finn really was too clever for his own good. For a completely destroyed Zanpakuto, what's needed is reforging, in other words, forging a completely new Ganryamaru. A new one? Ace asked in confusion. Her voice trembled because she was afraid that this so-called new one would be a completely different sword. Her conversations with Ganryamaru, their training, their everyday time together, every bit of it was carved into her memory. For her sake, Ganryamaru had even sacrificed itself. And it was all because she had been controlled by her skill. Because she had failed to control her own power. Yet the one who paid the price had been Ganryamaru. Unfortunately, I can't bring Ganryamaru back to life. But I can forge Ganryamaru's will into a new Zanpakuto, something like Ganryamaru 2.0. It would still be Ganryamaru, and its abilities and Bankai would not change, but at most it would amount to an extension of Ganryamaru's life. Of course, you could also choose to forge a completely different blade. I don't need that. Ace rejected the idea immediately. I want to grow stronger together with Ganryamaru, strong enough not to betray its power. Strong enough that I won't need it to protect me anymore, but can fight alongside me instead. From that small body radiated an intensely powerful will. It was as if flames were burning in her golden eyes. I understand. Rayleigh nodded. After this great battle, Ace had gone from level 2 to level 3, and had even come close to reaching level 4. And it was not just her. Just as Erebus had planned, Orario's so-called hero candidates had all gained tremendous growth. For example, these three. Braver Finn. Ninehell Riveria. Elgarm Gareth. The three leaders had all advanced to level 6, stepping into the realm of heroes. Shakti and the other main combatants, along with the surviving rookie adventurers, had all leveled up as well. The 11 members of the Astria Familia had done the same. Among them, Elise, Kagaya, Rio, Lyra, and Maria had reached level 4. RD had also risen to level 4. And then there was Otter. After defeating Zald, he had broken through from level 6 to become level 7, becoming the true strongest in Orario. As for Rayleigh himself, he too had reached the point where he could level up at any time. But not yet. He had no shortage of great deeds, but his ability values had not yet reached their limits. He had not filled his vessel completely. Name, Rayleigh. Level, LV. 3. Abilities, Strength, A889. Endurance, A892. Dexterity, A840. Agility, S909. Magic, SS1001. Development abilities, Blacksmith, Spirit Healing, Swordsman. Magic, Hado, Bakudo, Kaido. Skills, Soul Blade, Jif Blessings Minor. Ever since that incident when he had dropped a level, it was as if a limiter had been removed. The limit of his ability values was no longer just S999. Even Hephaestus had been utterly shocked when she saw it. Rayleigh could clearly feel that he still had room to grow. Now was not yet the time to level up. Orario began its reconstruction work. Though the Hephaestus Familia was not as skilled in smithing as the Goibnia Familia, they were still capable of helping repair wooden structures and forging various necessary items, and they were busy beyond belief. At the same time, nearly all production-type familias threw themselves into rebuilding the city. Although this incident had ended, many residents still chose to leave Orario. Whether civilian or adventurer, anyone living in this city, at the center of the world, needed at least a certain degree of adventurous spirit. Taking advantage of the situation, Rayleigh bought 2 properties in extremely good locations, both at very low prices. 3 months passed, and Orario's reconstruction was basically complete. At the same time, the first Donatus after the war was held. There were a great many adventurers who had leveled up after the war, and just deciding titles for those who had become upper-class adventurers took an enormous amount of time. Though among them, only a very few, or rather, only certain individuals, were truly worth the gods' attention. At the beginning of the meeting, things were actually fine. The gods were still relatively serious. But gradually, as they lost patience, they began naming people however they pleased. Titles like Marshmallow Uncle and Chrysanthemum Liquor started appearing one after another. The scene became utterly chaotic, but no one stopped it. To put it simply, they had gotten completely carried away. Until one particular name came up. Next, Rayleigh of the Hephaestus Familia. He created the armament known as the Zanpakuto. He reached level 2 within a year, and now he's already level 3. He has experience leading a party to subjugate Goliath. In the Great Feud, he eliminated more than 500 members of the Evolus, personally killed the enemy executive, the white-haired demon Olivas, who was level 3, and the level for Vito. The provision of Tensiga and Bakasega had a major impact on the course of the battle. He was also the one who delivered the finishing blow to the greatest evil. It was too damn long. No one before him had had such a long list of achievements. Most people had only their level and name read out. Even the gods were at a loss in the face of this. They looked at one another. The manic energy they had shown before was gone from their faces. Because this was too shocking. Any one of those achievements, taken by itself, would have been enough for someone to boast about for a whole year, or even longer. And yet all of them had happened to the same person. Just how special did that make him? Hephaestus. That's so unfair. Since when did you find such an outstanding child? Ahem, one more point to add. It's rumored that every Zanpakuto forged by Rayleigh sells for between 500 million and 800 million valis. Nani iei. 800 million. That astonishing number instantly made the gods' eyes widen. The discussion about Rayleigh went on for a very long time. It dragged on for several whole hours, and as a result, Rayleigh ended up making a huge impression on the gods of Orario and becoming quite well known. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say his name became well known. Then, for Rayleigh of the Hephaestus Familia, shall we settle on this title? No objections. Approved. Seeing the result, Hephaestus finally let out a sigh of relief. Sigh. With a title like that, Rayleigh probably would not be too dissatisfied. He had not reacted much before when people called him demonic swordsmith, so he probably would not hate this one. Anyway, the important thing was that it had not ended up being something like chrysanthemum liquor. Utusai, the master of the demon blade/demon blade master, etc. Chapter 111, The Chusen One. 1355 words. A sword. Please, I really need a Zanpakuto. I want to change my fate. But my background is too poor. I don't have a famous master, and I don't come from any powerful family. But I have ambition. I want to become a hero. Lord Utusai, please forge me a blade. After saying all that, the boy bowed deeply on the spot toward Rayleigh. His behavior also drew the attention of adventurers passing nearby, who began to gather and watch. They were all there for the spectacle. Even though this sort of thing happened more than a dozen times a day, they never seemed to get tired of it. Every time they ran into it, they watched with endless delight. I wonder what kind of razor-sharp words he'll use to tear into the rookie today. Shoo! That newbie clearly doesn't know how vicious his tongue is yet. Don't spoil it. Heh, you guys are awful. The onlooking adventurers huddled together, whispering among themselves. This was the intersection of several streets in the southwestern district. At the center of the broad fork in the road, the first building that stood there was a 3-story Western-style house. A home Rayleigh had commissioned the Goibni of Familia to build. It had cost 120 million valis. The first floor covered about 840 square meters, with an outer corridor and walkways. The second floor covered about 600 square meters. And while the indoor space on the third floor was not very large, it had a spacious terrace. The interior was luxuriously decorated as well. The first floor corridor stood about 1.2 meters above the ground. Rayleigh would occasionally sit there, taking in the bustle of the city, reading the paper, and so on. And because people could see him there, a growing number of self-important warriors had started coming by, all in the hope of catching his eye and becoming the owner of a Zanpakuto. Of course, Rayleigh had no intention of paying attention to nameless nobodies like these. Most of them were just childish dreamers. If people like that used one of his blades, it would be an insult both to the blade and to him. You want a Zanpakuto? That's right. Do you have money? Around 100,000. That's not enough. Rayleigh let out a faint chuckle. Then how much do I need? Let me think. 1 billion valis. After pretending to think for a moment, Rayleigh calmly named the price. Ha! The boy was first so stunned by that astronomical number that his expression management collapsed completely. Then his face twisted as he shouted, 1 billion valis. Are you joking? The boy thought to himself, 1 billion valis. If I had that much money, why the hell would I even be an adventurer? A single sword for 1 billion, has this guy lost his mind? Are the rumors about Zanpakuto even real? Could this all be some kind of scam? How could anyone spend that much? Then he paused. Wait. Could this be some kind of test? A test to see whether I'm really a great warrior. Yes, that's it. Doesn't this kind of thing happen all the time in hero tales? Ahem. Having convinced himself he had figured it out, the boy's face quickly returned to normal. Then he began speaking again. I don't have 1 billion. But I do have limitless potential and perseverance. Ever since I was little, I was the fastest learner in my village. Whether it was riding horses or swordsmanship, I mastered both in only half a year. And when I was 14, I even killed a goblin that came into the village to steal grain. Now that I've received a god's fauna, all I lack is a weapon worthy of me. So. Sigh. Faced with the boy's passionate self-praise, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a speech, Rayleigh cut him off with a heavy sigh. This guy was no good. He was completely living in a dream. Clearly, he had no idea what kind of place he had come to. This was Orario. The achievements he was so proud of were beneath even the average adventurer here. Honestly, he had read too many hero tales until they had rotted his brain. The hero tales recorded stories from the distant past, from an age before the gods had descended to the lower world. Back then, without fauna, humans could only defeat monsters by risking their lives, drawing out their latent potential, and relying on luck. In the era of those hero tales, even killing a maddened bull would have been considered an extraordinary deed. This country boy had no idea that Orario was full of powerhouse. He just happened to defeat a starving goblin desperate enough to sneak into a human village for food, and now he thought he was some chosen one, a future hero sent by heaven. That sort of thing was not uncommon. In fact, Rayleigh had already seen more than 10 like him just this month. I see. So you're saying you have the makings of a hero? I have courage. Seeing how the boy suddenly shrank back, the disappointment in Rayleigh's eyes was completely undisguised. He had spent all that time boasting, and yet at the critical moment he did not even dare believe in himself. His conviction was lacking. Courage. Don't make him laugh. I heard this city just went through a war with evil forces. What a shame. If I'd gotten here earlier, I could have helped you beat those guys easily. The moment those words left the boy's mouth, the mocking amusement vanished from Rayleigh's eyes. He lazily rose to his feet, reached beside his chair, touched a sword hilt and casually tossed a blade out. The boy's reactions were not very quick. He fumbled awkwardly while catching it, and almost dropped it to the ground. But once he realized that what he had caught was a sword, his eyes lit up in surprise. Could this be a Zanpakuto? However, Rayleigh's voice came from straight ahead. You said you have courage, right? Then prove it. Take that sword and stab it straight through your own stomach. Right now. The cold voice made the boy's mind go blank for a moment. Huh? He looked at Rayleigh in disbelief. Why, you're telling me to stab myself with this sword? Stab through your stomach, Rayleigh corrected calmly. This time, the boy was certain. He had heard it right. Wait. Could this also be some kind of test? The boy fell silent. His hands began trembling involuntarily. The shaking was so strong that the sword and scabbard rattled loudly against each other. Gulp. He swallowed hard, shut his eyes, clenched his teeth, and slowly drew the blade from its sheath. A flash of cold light stabbed into his eyes, forcing him to look away. What a gleaming blade! This sword was definitely unbelievably sharp. Am I really supposed to use something this sharp to stab through my own stomach? Seeing that the boy still had not moved after so long, one of the spectators called out. Hey, Hirokun, what are you still hesitating for? Gasp! The sudden voice from the side made the boy jump. In his panic, his fingers accidentally brushed part of the blade. It hurt. His hand jerked back as if electrocuted. Looking at the blood running from his fingers, his vision filled with red, and he let out a terrified scream. Blood, it's blood. Ah! After panicking for a while, the boy suddenly realized something. If he had actually obeyed and stabbed himself in the stomach, wouldn't he already be dead? At that thought, he finally understood. This was not a test at all. It was attempted murder. This guy was trying to kill him. Hey! You were just messing with me this whole time, weren't you? The boy shouted angrily at Rayleigh. Rayleigh tilted his head, wearing an expression of exaggerated surprise. Oh? So you figured it out? Well, don't blame me. You were the one who came asking me to entertain you first. I merely played along until I'd had my fill. Chapter 112, Reunion. 1,313 words. Hey, Yodasai looks pissed. Wouldn't you be? Heh. If there weren't people around, I'd have killed that brat myself. Same, dude, same. It was as if the temperature around them had instantly dropped to freezing. The boy felt a suffocating chill, as though he had fallen into an ice cave. He swallowed hard, not understanding what was happening. For a greenhorn like him, calling him an outsider would not even be unfair. He did not even understand what presence meant. Rayleigh had also only participated in war for the first time recently. Everything he had personally experienced and witnessed had sunk into his flesh and soul. Though that war had ended only a little over 3 months ago, it was still vivid in his mind. A fool like this was not even worthy of speaking of it. Though a weed like you, the sort of thing even fish in the river would not bother eating, isn't worth my time. I'll give you one chance, Rayleigh spoke in a deliberately provocative tone. The thing in your hand, that is a zanpakuto. Now try to tame it if you can. The boy's expression became extremely ugly. Fish. Weed? Was he being insulted? The surrounding adventurers all sighed in shared understanding. Yutusai's venomous tongue really was terrifying. Most of the time he's perfectly polite, but every now and then he suddenly gets really vicious. Yeah. Before this, quite a few girls who came asking him to forge them swords got scolded into tears. Seriously? Of course. I saw it with my own eyes. Those tears were really, hee-hee, slurp noise. Kakik, so you're one of my people. A pleasure, my guy. Listening to the adventurers whispering beside him, well, honestly, they were not being all that quiet. Rayleigh figured quite a few people had probably heard them. No matter the world, there was never any shortage of freaks. Tame it. The way you say that makes it sound like the sword has a will of its own. Rayleigh shook his head. What, you came to me without even knowing that? Then he looked at the blade. Fenju, this guy says he wants to use you. What do you think? Boom. The moment Rayleigh spoke, an enormous pressure descended over the area. The faces of the surrounding adventurers all changed. Their expressions turned ugly, as if they were struggling against some invisible weight. As for the boy holding the hilt, he looked utterly terrified. He felt as though what he was holding was not a sword at all, but some monstrous beast. Ayawa, the boy screamed. But it was not over. He tried to let go of the hilt, only to find he could not, as though his hand had been glued to it. The next second, the blade began to glow red, and dragged him straight up more than 10 meters into the air. The aura coming off the sword seemed to be saying, "Trash like you thinks it's worthy of being my master." Move, move, a sweet girl's voice rang out from beyond the crowd. The moment Rayleigh heard it, the corner of his mouth curved upward, and he looked over. A girl in a blue uniform was desperately trying to squeeze her way through. But everyone around her was taller and bigger than she was, making it hard for her to get close. When she noticed Rayleigh looking at her, she puffed up in irritation, and he quickly looked away. At that moment, the boy's hand suddenly slipped off the hilt. The sword hovering in midair released a terrifying wave of force. A visible shockwave blasted the boy away, sending him crashing toward the ground. Not good. Seeing this from outside the crowd, RD immediately grabbed the zanpakuto at her waist. Surge, water and heaven. Nejabana. Whoosh. A wave surged forward, parting the crowd. Holding her trident, the girl rode the wave like a spirit of the sea. The wave spiraled upward through the air. RD stood atop it like a highly skilled surfer. She rushed into the center, planted the trident into the ground with both hands, and the waves instantly gathered together, sweeping the boy up before he could hit the ground. Then the boy was spat back out like a wad of toilet paper flushed through a drain. Bwah! Ugh! Cough, cough. In his terror, the boy had left his mouth hanging open and gulped down plenty of water. Combined with the spinning, it left him dizzy. Seeing that he was all right, RD let out a breath of relief, then turned to Rayleigh and protested, half annoyed, half spoiled. How many times has this been now? Huh? How many times? The 10th. Ah? That many? Of course. Spare a thought for me in all my hard work, would you? Well, doing this lets me see you, doesn't it? I see, 10 times, Rayleigh teased her with a smiling face. As expected, the girl's face instantly turned red. The surrounding adventurers all clicked their tongues in unison, then scattered. Some of them even muttered under their breath, "Damn it, Ryaju, showing off your love life in broad daylight. Leave the rest of us a way to live, would you?" Hearing those voices, the girl became even more awkward and self-conscious. Her embarrassed demeanor was extremely cute. Water? The boy looked at the wet ground, puzzled as to why there was suddenly so much water here. Then he saw RD holding the trident. Hey, you girl, was that you? What? This guy has zero manners. RD instantly got angry at the way the boy addressed her, then called the military police over to drag him away for a lesson. Seeing the military police staring at the drenched boy with excited expressions, Rayleigh suddenly found himself praying for him. Hopefully, the kid would not end up suffering some spiritually shattering experience. Want to come in for some tea? Rayleigh invited the girl. But she showed an apologetic expression. Sorry, I can't. My patrol shift hasn't reached changeover yet, she said regretfully. Watching her run off happily, waving as she went, Rayleigh felt his mood improve a little. After reclaiming Fenju, Rayleigh went back inside. He had only just set the sword down when he suddenly sensed someone entering through the doorway. Assuming it was another person here to beg for a blade, he said, I only forge swords for people I choose myself. If that's why you're here, then please leave. Turning his head, Rayleigh's words abruptly cut off. Looking at the cloaked woman before him, for some reason, his heart suddenly trembled. His eyes widened without him realizing it. Then the woman's cool voice rang out. A sword. I didn't come for that. I came to find my doctor. The woman raised her hand and removed her cloak, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty. Althea. Rayleigh blurted out her name. He was genuinely shocked. Ever since the last time, when she had pretended to be defeated and jumped down into the depths of the dungeon, he had not seen her again. Even with spiritual sensing, he had been unable to find her. He had concluded that she had left Orario, and had worried about her. Although Althea's skill had been sealed into the Zanpakuto, and would no longer continue damaging her body, the terminal illness she had been born with had not actually been cured. It was a terrifying disease that even the healers of the Zeus and Hera Familius had been unable to solve. If she did not receive treatment, all that had changed was that her remaining lifespan had been extended slightly. The fundamental problem had not been resolved. He had not expected her to suddenly appear before him like this. You haven't changed your mind about doing everything you can to cure me, have you, boy? Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Living in Silence. 1,398 words. Althea had reappeared in Orario after disappearing for several months. And in his own home, no less. 2 days and nights had passed since that day, and Rayleigh was still marveling at the fact. Now that embodiment of silence lived on the 3rd floor of his newly built home. The room featured 270-degree wraparound windows offering a clear view of the bustling street intersection below. The study inside was a tranquil place, feeling entirely isolated from the rest of the world. Althea liked the quiet. She despised noise. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the entire house was top tier. Even if the front door were bombarded by a Tomahawk missile, nothing would be heard inside. Therefore, Althea was very satisfied with her new living environment. She stayed in the attic all day, resembling a princess secluded in a high tower, or perhaps an aloof witch. Although understandable, Althea's current lifestyle rendered her a complete shut-in. Because she remained an official enemy of the city, she was unable to show her face in Orario right now. Doing so would definitely cause an uproar. Even if she had not personally killed anyone during the Great Feud, as an executive of the Evolus, the guild would undoubtedly place a massive bounty on her head if she were found alive. Although with her raw strength, the ones getting wiped out would undoubtedly be the guild and the bounty hunters, but her peaceful life would be destroyed right along with them. For someone who hated noise as much as Althea did, that would definitely be a terrible situation. Then, before breakfast, let us proceed with the morning treatment. Rayleigh and Althea sat across from each other at the dining table. Hearing his words, the woman nodded and extended her pale hands. 2 days had passed, and she had become quite familiar with the treatment process. She was extremely cooperative. Rayleigh held both of her hands. Even though it was not the first time he had held them, he still experienced a brief moment of distraction from the exquisite, soft sensation. Soon, he adjusted his mindset and began channeling the power of Kaido to treat her failing body. MMH. A soft, involuntary noise reached his ears, making Rayleigh feel like an electric current had just shot through his entire body. It came from Althea. He was sensible enough to pretend he did not hear it, keeping his focus entirely on casting the healing Kido. Because of the diminished, sealed effect of the GIF blessings, he found that whatever he attempted now was incredibly easy to pick up. He could draw inferences from one case to another, intuitively realizing how to correct his mistakes. This might not sound like much, but experiencing it firsthand felt exactly like using a cheat code. Take cooking, for example. Rayleigh, whose culinary skills were originally average, only needed to make 1 or 2 mistakes to realize why the ingredients' conditions had changed, and exactly how to adjust the recipe. In just 2 short days, he had gone from a kitchen novice to a Michelin star-level chef. And this was only a fraction of the skill's true effect. Having experienced the buff personally, he could now clearly grasp just how heaven-defying an existence Althea was when operating with her fully intact fauna. It was the exact same with Kaido. Rayleigh's mastery over the healing art advanced by leaps and bounds, his growth rate changed by the day. About 20 minutes later, the treatment ended. Rayleigh exhaled, wiping a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. Because of the daily, high-intensity treatments, his magic attribute had been steadily growing. It remained the only ability parameter among his core stats showing obvious, trackable progress. Ever since all his attributes broke through to the S-rank threshold, their growth speed had slowed to a snail's pace. Even with the raw excelia provided by forging so many Zanpakuto, the efficiency remained frustratingly low. It was no wonder most adventurers chose to level up the moment their ability parameters stagnated. If not for the excelia siphoned from the Zanpakuto, his stat points might have only increased by a tiny fraction over an entire month. This was the distinct benefit of having a cheat ability. It was hard to imagine how amazing it must feel for Belle, who possessed an active, exponential experience multiplier. After the treatment, the two prepared to eat breakfast. Rayleigh brought out a porcelain bowl filled with round objects, and placed it gently in front of Althea. What is this? Even with Althea's vast worldly knowledge, she had never seen this specific kind of food. Snow-white spheres, slightly swollen from being boiled, floated in a clear broth that looked exactly like plain water, and did not emit any distinct scent. Was this really considered food? Rayleigh smiled faintly and explained, "These are glutinous rice balls. It's a traditional dish from my homeland. Far Eastern cuisine," she guessed. Not quite. Although it was not what she had guessed, Althea did not press the issue further. She scooped up a rice ball with a ceramic spoon and examined it for a moment. Seeing the hot steam rising from the surface, she used one free hand to brush her long white hair behind her ear. She blew on it gently. Rayleigh watched as she placed the rice ball into her mouth and began to chew. About 2 seconds later, a look of genuine surprise appeared on the woman's face. Her entire expression suddenly softened significantly, as if her whole body had instantly relaxed. Judging from her calm demeanor, she was very satisfied. "Sweet," Althea commented softly. "Not bad at all." "That's good." Rayleigh finished his meal and quickly cleared the table. He turned to Althea. "I'm heading out into the city. It might take some time. Do you need me to lock the front door? Since an unexpected visitor might come knocking, it could cause serious trouble if anyone caught a glimpse of her." Savoring the lingering sweetness, Althea closed her eyes and gave a gentle nod. "Understood." After locking the door from the outside, Rayleigh navigated the streets and arrived at a local inn. He approached the front desk and told the innkeeper, "I have an appointment to visit Asfi of the Hermes Familia." The innkeeper looked him up and down, asking respectfully, "Are you Lord Yodasai?" "Yes," Rayleigh replied. "Please, follow me." Rayleigh followed the innkeeper up the wooden stairs to the second floor, stopping before the room at the very end of the hall. "Please knock for yourself," the innkeeper said before bowing and leaving. Rayleigh knocked on the heavy wooden door a few times, waiting for someone to open it. No response. Just as he was about to activate his Ryaraka perception to check inside, the door suddenly swung open. An older blonde woman with a bombshell figure appeared wearing a loose silk nightgown. She looked every bit the sultry beauty, with her sleepwear slipping provocatively off one shoulder. Seeing her face, Rayleigh froze and blurted out in shock, "Lidith." The beauty standing before him was none other than the captain of the Hermes Familia, Lidith Caverna. The delicate flower who was originally fated to die during the Great Feud, had not perished this time around, surviving thanks to his interference in this timeline. However, she looked heavily hungover. She did not seem fully awake, and her long wavy blonde hair was a chaotic mess from sleep. "Oh? Rayleigh-chan. Haha, did you come to join the fun too?" Before Rayleigh could even attempt to explain himself, Lidith grabbed his arm, pulled him into the room, and conveniently kicked the door shut behind them. Yes, they do in fact have sex. More than an hour later, Rayleigh walked out of the room, adjusting his collar. Lidith had fallen into a deeply satisfied slumber. Considering the intense physical exertion, she would probably sleep straight through to the evening. "You?" As chance would have it, Asfi al-Andromeda saw him leaving her captain's room. Seeing his actual target finally appear in the hallway, Rayleigh prepared to step forward and explain his intentions. But the exact moment he took a single step, Asfi instantly retreated backward like a startled rabbit, seemingly determined to maintain a strict safety distance of at least 5 meters from him. Why am I suddenly being treated like a highly dangerous individual? Chapter 114, Lyra Zanpakuto. 1,386 words. It wasn't until the evening that Rayleigh finally returned home. Hearing the sound of the front door, Althea descended from the attic with a book in hand. After the two completed their second Kaido treatment of the day, Rayleigh brought out the item he had acquired. "Althea, this is for you." The woman took the small box Rayleigh offered, opened it, and held the contents in her palm. "A pendant?" she asked, examining the gem hanging from a delicate gold chain. Rayleigh explained, "This is a magic item created by Asfi. It possesses a cognitive hindrance effect designed to lower the recognizability of the wearer's appearance, and it can also physically alter your features to a certain extent." Hearing his explanation, Althea seemed mildly interested. What Rayleigh failed to notice was the fleeting flash of genuine gratitude hidden deep within her eyes. Althea handed the pendant back to Rayleigh. After a brief pause, Rayleigh took the jewelry, stepped behind the woman, and unclasped the chain. To fasten it smoothly, he gently lifted her beautiful white hair. As her long hair shifted, it released a faint, pleasant fragrance to his nose. While wearing the pendant, Althea channeled a sliver of her magic to activate the item's effect. Suddenly, her striking white hair looked as if it had been dyed with ink, rapidly shifting to pitch black. After the color settled, she opened her closed eyes. Rayleigh noticed her distinct heterochromic eyes had both shifted to a deep blue. Contrasted against her exceptionally fair skin, she now resembled a frail sickly beauty. Althea looked into a nearby mirror, observing her altered reflection, but she did not seem entirely satisfied. Although my physical appearance has changed, my aura cannot be easily disguised. In that case, Althea adjusted the magic item again. A delicate tear mole appeared beneath her eye. Even though she merely added a single mole, the slight imperfection caused a massive shift in her overall aura, making it virtually impossible for anyone to connect this frail woman with the terrifying embodiment of talent. If anything remained unchanged, it was her graceful figure. This way, we don't have to worry about you being recognized. If you want to go out occasionally, it won't be a problem, Rayleigh nodded, mentally giving Perseus a thumbs up for her craftsmanship. Aside from the legendary sage from 800 years ago who pushed mystery to its absolute limits to forge the Philosopher's Stone, Asfi represented the modern ceiling in the field of magic item creation. And that ancient sage, furious that his patron deity smashed his Philosopher's Stone, created a forbidden secret art of immortality. As a result, he suffered the catastrophic backlash of that magic, transforming into a living skeleton that felt neither hunger nor thirst, forever unable to update his fauna again. Asfi, on the other hand, was still growing. In the future, she might possess the potential to surpass that ancient sage. Thank you. Althea whispered her thanks softly, then rose and returned to the attic. Starting the next day, Rayleigh's forge gained a beautiful, quiet female clerk. Bang! Later that week, the door to the workshop was suddenly thrown open. Rayleigh looked up from his workbench, his eyes meeting a Paolum girl with short pink hair. Oh, it's just you, Lyra. Huh? Lyra looked deeply offended. What do you mean, oh, it's just you, Lyra? Hey! Are you disappointed that it's me? Not really. TCH. Lyra bared her teeth, then suddenly flashed a highly smug expression. Guess what I came to find you for? I'm not guessing. Nanny? You can't just say not guessing. Guess quickly. She rushed up, grabbed Rayleigh's arm, and shook it aggressively. Shaken to the point of helplessness, Rayleigh had no choice but to surrender. All right, I get it. Forced into submission, Rayleigh raised his free hand in a gesture of defeat. Lyra giggled. She reached back, gripping the short sword at her waist in a reverse grip, and drew the blade. It responded to me. My Zanpakuto. Hearing Lyra's declaration, Rayleigh immediately perked up. Really? Let me show you. The Paolum girl wore a completely boastful expression. She held the blade backhanded, her thumb, index finger, and pinky raised while her middle and ring fingers rested loosely on the hilt. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow slightly at the sight. That pose. Not bad. As anyone familiar with the Shinigami world knew, aesthetic was heavily prioritized. Whether the physical pose struck during a Zanpakuto release looked cool, or not heavily impacted the visual experience. Judging purely from this stylistic perspective, Lyra's talent was actually quite decent. Weave the net, Arachne. The Zanpakuto flared with spiritual light. The short sword in Lyra's hand dissolved, transforming into a pair of sleek black gloves enveloping her hands and forearms. The backs of the black gloves featured two menacing spider-shaped decorations, and the knuckle sections were reinforced with heavy metal guards. You really successfully achieved a shurikai. Rayleigh looked at the Arachne gauntlets on Lyra's hands with pleasant surprise. Lyra, however, flashed a sudden wicked smile. In the next second, Rayleigh caught something in the air reflecting the ambient sunlight, faintly glimpsing crystalline strands crisscrossing the workshop. Thwip. Swish. Spider silk, nearly invisible to the naked eye, had completely blanketed his surroundings at some point during her entrance. As Lyra made a sharp pulling motion with her fingers, the silk instantly tightened, wrapping around Rayleigh and binding him in place. This is... Rayleigh felt the extreme tensile strength and constricting force of the spiritual spider silk. While surprised by the binding strength, he also discovered that these threads actually secreted a trace amount of toxin directly into his skin. He deliberately did not resist the bindings to analyze the effect. He quickly realized this toxin was not simple. His cognitive processing actually started to become sluggish. If it were before the war, he might not even have noticed this subtle yet fatal neurological change. But ever since he awakened the Jif Blessings Minor, he had grown accustomed to his highly active, hyper-efficient mind. Therefore, he noticed the cognitive delay immediately. Does this poison affect the central nervous system? There was a stark discrepancy in his senses. His physical perception of time and actual real time had separated. This specific effect reminded Rayleigh of the superhuman drug developed by Mayuri Kuratsuchi, the mad captain of the 12th Division of the Godi I-13. Except, Arachne's effect was the exact opposite of Lyra's spider toxin. Lyra's spider toxin suppressed the nervous system, making a person's senses sluggish and delayed. The superhuman drug, on the other hand, made a person's senses hypersensitive. Or rather, overly sensitive, dialed up to an agonizing extreme. For example, if a drop of water fell from above, the physical process took 1.5 seconds. But if a person under the influence of that drug focused their attention on the drop of water, their brain would process the event as if those 1.5 seconds had been extended into hours. The superhuman drug pushed a person's sensory receptors infinitely beyond their biological limits. What would originally take only an instant would be infinitely prolonged under the drug's superhuman senses. Furthermore, the drug specifically targeted the pain receptors. This meant that what would normally be 1 second of physical pain would stretch into an incredibly long, agonizing eternity. Mayuri Kuratsuchi once used it on the 8th Espada, Sailaporo Grands, extending the agony of a sword piercing his heart to last for roughly 100 years. In other words, trapped within Sailaporo's heightened perception, he watched his own heart being pierced, but could do nothing to stop it, all while enduring the agonizing, hyperanalyzed sensation of the stab for a century. An ordinary person could hardly bear 10 seconds of such an experience, let alone 100 years. What was even more terrifying was that the victim couldn't even retreat into madness. Their senses enhanced by the superhuman drug forced them to experience every microsecond with crystal clarity. The sensation of every single cell and every microscopic layer of skin being pierced would clearly register in their mind and body. Even within the unethical depths of Mayuri Kuratsuchi's research, the superhuman drug was classified as a highly inhumane chemical weapon. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Astria Familia Expedition. 1,244 words. That's a very good ability, Rayleigh praised her. He then used Keto to generate flames to burn along the spider silk. Seeing his actions, Lyra smiled and said, "You think spider silk is afraid of fire, right?" Lyra channeled her spiritual pressure into the silk. The threads actually secreted a mucus, and this mucus possessed a fire-resistant effect. The flames could not burn through the silk. At least, this level of firepower wasn't enough. How about it? Pretty amazing, right? Lyra didn't continue messing around. Instead, she reached out and retracted all the spider silk in the room. This surprised Rayleigh a little. You can actually retract it. I was quite surprised too, hee. Lyra looked very happy. After all, in every aspect, there was quite a gap between her and the 3 monsters in her familia. When she initially chose to use half of her soul to forge her Zanpakuto, she had done so with the thought of catching up to those 3. Who could have imagined that the Zanpakuto would remain completely dormant? However, just yesterday while dreaming, she unexpectedly entered the world deep within her consciousness and had a face-to-face conversation with her Zanpakuto. Her Zanpakuto was very introverted. Lyra couldn't imagine how such a shy, introverted Zanpakuto, had been forged from her own soul. Could it be that she actually had a quiet side that was just hidden very deeply? The spider silk is very tough, capable of binding level 3 adventurers with ease, and its constricting strength is not small. It's fire-resistant, so there's no need to worry too much about being countered by elemental affinities. And the toxin that affects the senses, if an opponent is careless, they will pay an unbearable price. It truly is an outstanding Zanpakuto, Rayleigh thought to himself. Maybe it even has captain-level potential. Lyra's strength lay in her agile mind. This Arachne could handle flexible tactics, and was perfectly suited for her combat style. Congratulations, Lyra, Rayleigh offered his sincere congratulations. He actually knew that this Paolum girl had always had things weighing heavily on her mind. He just hadn't intervened or interfered too much. Because she was a strong person who didn't need unnecessary comfort. The results proved it. It was exactly as he thought. After I showed it to Elise and the others, I ran straight here. From today on, I'm also a Zanpakuto wielder. Yeah, that's amazing. I hope you master Bankai soon. Rayleigh smiled and raised his hand to pat the girl's head. After giggling a few times, Lyra suddenly registered what was happening, and pushed his hand away. Hey! Don't treat me like a child. Oh, I couldn't help it. You bastard. Careful or I'll string you up. Lyra threatened, pretending to look fierce, and then added. By the way, how about we organize an expedition together next week? It's a level-up quest for the Astrea Familia. You don't mind helping out, right? An expedition. Hearing this, Rayleigh pondered for a moment. Having survived the war, the Astrea Familia had now become a force within the city that could not be ignored. 3 level 4s, 6 level 3s, and 2 level 2s. This strength was sufficient to explore the deep floors. Of course I'll help. Besides, there aren't many opportunities to go down to the deep floors. I knew you'd agree. Lyra smiled and then left. Rayleigh, however, began to wonder what to do about the person in his attic while he was away. When he voiced his concerns, Althea looked at him with an expression reserved for an idiot. Have you forgotten what people call me? I'm not a child. I'll be fine without your care, the woman said haughtily. It seemed she wanted to prove a point. However, her reaction also put Rayleigh at ease. With the magic item for disguise, even if she went out, she wouldn't be recognized. This expedition with the Astrea Familia was a good opportunity. It might be the perfect chance to grind Excelia. Maybe he could use this to fill up his status and level up to level 4. Making up his mind, Rayleigh went to the guild to look up information about the deep floors. The deep floors were different from the middle floors. Not only were the monsters stronger, but their intelligence was also quite high. While they might not go so far as to deploy military formations, they had plenty of tricks for wearing down adventurers and successfully hunting them. Therefore, the mortality rate for adventurers in the deep floors was much higher than in the middle floors. After reviewing the terrain, environment, drop materials, and monster types for each floor of the deep floors, Rayleigh memorized them all. Returning home and seeing a relaxed Althea, he suddenly smacked his forehead. Am I an idiot? Don't I have the most veteran adventurer right here? Rayleigh asked Althea about the deep floors. However, the result was completely different from what he expected. Althea said she didn't have a very deep impression of the deep floors. Right. With the strength of the Hera Familia, breaking through the deep floors could be done in the blink of an eye. The floors they had once reached, because they were never made public, were entirely unknown territory for the current Orario. A week passed. On the morning of their departure, Rayleigh arrived in front of the Astrea Familia's headquarters. The girls had already assembled. Standing before them was the beautiful goddess of justice Astrea, with her holy appearance and a tense figure. Upon seeing Rayleigh arrive, she gave a sweet smile, and took the initiative to step forward and hold the young man's hand. Rayleigh, please be careful on this expedition. I'm leaving my children in your care. God damn, this goddess's charm was truly irresistible. Rayleigh couldn't help but feel his heartbeat accelerate a little. Yes, I will do my best. Seeing his slightly unnatural expression, Elise tilted her head, then sidled up to Rayleigh and nudged his ribs with her elbow. You're not allowed to have disrespectful thoughts about Lady Astrea. Ahem, what are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Who do you think sleeps next to this body every day? Huh? Elise's words instantly broke Astrea's composure. Unable to maintain her dignified appearance, she scolded the red-haired girl. Elise! Don't spout some nonsense. The girl stuck out her tongue, trying to play it off. But she was rewarded with a swift karate chop to the head from the goddess. Looking at this harmonious familia, Rayleigh felt very happy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this beautiful scene a treasure of the world. I can't let it be ruined by rats in the gutter. The Rudra familia. In the Great Feud, they had run away as soon as things looked bad. And because everyone had to focus on the necessary evil, there had been no time to deal with them. He had to wipe them out before they could pull any little stunts. He had to nip the seeds of destruction in the bud. Then let's head out. Elise energetically announced the start of the expedition. The goddess Astrea said, "Have a safe journey." As a goddess, she was the parent of all her children. It was natural to worry when her children went out on an adventure. But she couldn't stop them. Because an adventurer's life is defined entirely by the word adventure. Chapter 116, Hyarinmaru. 1,269 words. The Astrea familia made ample preparations for this expedition. Every member had changed into completely new equipment, custom forged by specialists to fit their individual combat styles, physiques, and aesthetic preferences. 11 beautiful young girls in the prime of their youth formed a moving scenic view as they walked down the street. Look! It's the Astrea familia. The heroes of the Great Feud. They are all so cute. However, the tone quickly shifted. Who is that guy? Hey! Do you want to die? What's wrong? Are you an idiot? That's the Hephaestus familia's Yodasai. During the Great Feud, he single-handedly wiped out countless enemies and executed 2 Evolus executives. He is a true thousand-man slayer. If you want to become another lost soul under his blade, I will not stop you. Ha! He looks like a 15-year-old kid, yet he killed over 1,000 people. It's so weird for such a dangerous guy to be walking openly on the street. Many onlookers shrank back in fear of Rayleigh's fierce reputation. For a brief moment, the bustling street parted, clearing a wide path. Kaguya quickened her pace, matching Rayleigh's stride. How does it feel to be feared and revered, Lord Yodasai? Rayleigh remained momentarily speechless. Although the rumors held truth, being the subject of such a gossip did not feel particularly comfortable. Anyway, how about we head straight down to the 18th floor in one push? Rayleigh asked Elise. He quickly received the captain's agreement. Then let us begin. The party moved out, controlling their marching pace to accommodate the level 2 members in the vanguard. Upon descending to the 7th floor, the party encountered their first pack of monsters, numbering over 20. Before the Astrea vanguard could even draw their weapons, a massive wave of sword slash crushed the horde, sweeping the cavern passage clean. Nanny? Seeing Rayleigh obliterate targets 20 meters away with a single casual swing, the werewolf brawler, Knees Rankit, stared in sheer astonishment. This marked the first time the newer recruits had formally partied with Rayleigh. Rumors held limited reference value compared to first-hand experience. Seeing it with their own eyes completely shattered their common sense. Even against level 1 dungeon spawns, casually wiping out 24 targets from a distance without magic remained genuinely terrifying. Rayleigh-san, are you a magic swordsman? Kelty Sroa asked timidly. The young elf, even younger than Rio, have a short green hair, round glasses, and tightly gripped a mage's staff. Strictly classifying it within the guild's parameters, I suppose that is correct. A swordsman capable of utilizing high-tier spells, a magic swordsman. The label fit well enough on the surface. Of course, his true classification remained Shinigami. Then was that quick-cast magic just now? I've heard rumors of spells that can be activated without an incantation. No, that was not magic, Rayleigh clarified. He raised his Zanpakuto, channeled his Ryatsu into the steel, and swung it casually toward the blind spot behind their formation. Swish! A crescent of sword slash shot into the darkness, traveling 20 meters before a guttural shriek echoed from the shadows. A stalking monster had been observing them, and Rayleigh executed it without looking. This is not a spell, it's simply the act of concentrating raw energy onto the edge of the blade, and unleashing it through the physical slash. You can do things like that? Rayleigh smiled faintly. He did not know if anyone else in Orario could replicate the feat. He lacked the capacity to perform it back when he was a level 1, but with every level up, his manipulation of Ryoryoku improved significantly and undergoing a qualitative evolution. Releasing sword slash was a fundamental Shinigami combat art. Furthermore, this specific technique did not register as a development ability or skill on his fauna. If he had to rationalize it, the technique mirrored the heroes of ancient times who achieved miraculous feats of physical prowess before the gods ever descended to grant the fauna. Has your sword slash already reached this level of raw output? The Juno Kagaya asked, genuine surprise breaking her stoic demeanor. As Rayleigh's frequent sparring partner, she remained the most familiar with his techniques and combat rhythm. She had witnessed him utilize flying slashes during their previous expeditions, but the technique definitely lacked this apocalyptic level of destructive force back then. The party crossed the threshold into the middle floors. Facing a synchronized pack of 20 hellhounds, Rayleigh unleashed another horizontal slash. The condensed sword slash instantly sheared through the passage, bisecting every beast in its trajectory in a matter of seconds. Unbelievable. The party's mage, Rihanna Leitz, murmured. She originally assumed the middle floors would provide an opportunity for her rearguard spells to shine. No one anticipated Rayleigh disposing of mid-tier dungeon spawns with such terrifying efficiency. As a result, the expedition group arrived at their destination a full 2 hours ahead of their scheduled itinerary. Through the dungeon's localized self-repair mechanism, the 18th floor had fully reverted to its pristine state as the Labyrinth Resort. The lawless town of Rivera had also been completely rebuilt upon the island. However, Rayleigh and the Astrea Familia opted not to enter the settlement. Instead, they secured a defensible clearing near the crystal trees and established a forward camp. They planned to rest briefly before plunging straight into the deep floors. Before advancing, they needed to switch their gear to undine cloths. Unlike the middle floors, which bred fire-type anomalies, the impending deep floors consisted of a massive aquatic domain dominated by water-attributed monsters. At the campsite, the girls began preparing rations. Rayleigh unequipped his swords, laying them out in a neat row across a flat stone table. The cute dwarf girl, Asta Nox, approached the table. Rayleigh-san, why do you carry so many swords? Are they backups? Rayleigh, currently peeling an apple, glanced at the dwarf. Despite her racial lineage, Asta's physical height mirrored that of an average human, making it difficult to identify her heritage. Unless someone possessed a deep familiarity with dwarven traits, they would likely miss the subtle differences. She served as a heavy tank for the Astrea Vanguard. The full suit of heavy plate armor she wore served as a proof. These blades are not spares. They are all my Zanpakuto. You mean all 4 of these swords are active? Asta tilted her head, trying to visually process how Rayleigh could effectively dual-wield, let alone quad-wield, in a live combat scenario. Their innate abilities vary drastically, so I select which one to draw depending on the situation, Rayleigh explained. The 4 swords resting against the stone were Senbenzakura, Ruriiro Kajaku, Sakanade, and Hyarinmaru. After confirming the expedition's main battlefield would take place within an aquatic domain, Rayleigh set out to forge the ultimate ice-type Zanpakuto. It was a notoriously volatile blade. He only gained the confidence to forge it after his magic attribute finally shattered the SS rank threshold. Hyaritmer's Shurkai ability possessed the absolute power to freeze the moisture in the surrounding atmosphere, generating localized ice to execute its attacks. Therefore, within a domain saturated with water, the blade's area of effect power would exponentially multiply. Furthermore, it could instantly flash freeze the surface of the deep water to create solid footholds, eliminating the inherent disadvantage of the aquatic terrain. It was a pity R.D. Varma could not join the expedition. Although formally bound to the Ganesha familia, her spirit firmly belonged to the Astrea familia. Wielding Nejabana within this specific biome, the water-type Zanpakuto would easily exert over 100% of its maximum potential. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Flash Swallow. 1,257 words. From the 15th floor onward, the dungeon is known as the Deep Floors, and the terrain changes once again. Before reaching the lower levels, the dungeon's terrain was generally similar to a cave environment. The safe zone on the 18th floor was mainly made up of plains and forests. But starting from the 25th floor, water is everywhere. This is a world of water. And within a single floor, the terrain no longer simply descends continuously. Instead, it becomes complicated and unpredictable, sometimes going down, sometimes going up, with many branching paths appearing along the way. It was very huge. Unlike the cave-like environment, this place is incredibly open. In short, everything here is enormous. The adventurers call this place the water capital. After entering, the first thing one sees is an incomparably magnificent sight. A waterfall. Its tremendous roar is almost deafening. This waterfall begins on the 25th floor, passes through the 26th, and extends all the way to the 27th floor. Its width exceeds 400 meters. The color of the waterfall as a whole looks emerald blue, a truly spectacular sight. From this point onward lies the area Orario calls the New World. R.D.'s Zanpakuto would be amazing here, but unfortunately she has to train the familia's newcomers, so she couldn't come, Rio said with some disappointment. She's not some rookie anymore. She's already a second-tier adventurer level 4. Not to mention, with the support of her Zanpakuto, R.D.'s current combat ability was among the best even among level 4s. She could even stand against a level 5 on equal footing. With such precious high-end combat power, her tasks naturally became heavier as well. Even without mentioning Uetsu, now Rayleigh, just based on the strength of the Astrea familia alone, there was actually very little danger in the lower floors, especially before the 27th floor. At the very least, only from the 30th floor onward would the Astrea familia begin to feel any real pressure. Although they had only 11 members, every girl in the Astrea familia had high individual ability and a complete, well-balanced team setup. It was an exceptionally well-rounded group. Previously, the farthest expedition the Astrea familia had ever gone on had only reached the 29th floor. So the objectives of this expedition were roughly divided into two parts. First, to update their record by reaching at least one floor deeper, that is, they had to reach at least the 30th floor. Second, to complete the guild's commission. Any familia ranked D or above would receive mandatory tasks from the guild from time to time. The Astrea familia was not a production-type familia, but an exploration-type one, so their mandatory tasks were basically the same as mandatory expeditions. And an expedition required them to produce results recognized by the guild. For example, updating the deepest floor reached, discovering and mining new materials or ores, exploring unknown areas and drawing maps or clearing floors completely. It had already been about a month since Amphisbaena was last defeated. It was said that the guild had already commissioned another familia's subjugation team to handle the next hunt, so this time the Astrea familia chose to focus mainly on updating their deepest floor reached. At the same time, they also accepted several gathering commissions. The materials produced by the dungeon became rarer the deeper one went, and especially from the lower floors onward, many of those materials were priceless and impossible to find on the market. That was why the guild could only entrust adventurers to go into the dungeon and collect them. To operate on the lower floors, the minimum requirement was a well-coordinated team, composed entirely of upper-class adventurers. To reduce risk further, they needed a level 3 frontliner, or an outstanding thief and scout. And a level 3, in a small or mid-sized familia, was already enough to serve as the captain. They were by no means common. Ryu, I'm counting on you. The elven girl released her Zanpakuto, and grey dust scattered outward, spreading into places beyond the reach of sight. There's movement. A moment later, the elf girl's single sentence made everyone tense up, immediately entering a battle-ready stance. From the size and shape, it should be metal blue crabs. All right, everyone, prepare for battle. The steel shells of the metal blue crabs were one of the materials they needed. The commission required 15 pieces, but any excess could be kept for their own use. After all, they even had a smith with them. Rustle, rustle. A large number of metal blue crabs came pouring out, numbering in the thousands. When Rayleigh saw those giant crabs, he sighed and said, "What a shame they're monsters. You can't eat them." In his previous life, king crabs and emperor crabs on Earth had already been considered premium ingredients, and their biggest selling point was their sheer size. But the blue crabs in front of him weighed at least 20 to 25 kilograms each. One claw alone could clamp several emperor crabs at once. Even more absurdly, these crabs didn't walk sideways. They walked straight forward. Heido number 31, Shikaho. Rayleigh did not draw his blade, instead, he used Heido against the charging blue crabs. One crimson fire blast after another exploded in the middle of the crab swarm. The sheer power blew them apart on the spot and even blasted craters into the ground. Elise drew her blade. Burn, and Jetsu. She ran her hand across the sword's edge, releasing it in its shuriken form while also coating the blade in flames. Then, with a powerful swing, a flaming slash shot into the crab swarm, instantly scorching all the remaining blue crabs black. Even though the shells of the metal blue crabs were extremely hard, their resistance to high temperatures was very poor, and they feared flames. After effortlessly dealing with the first batch of monsters they encountered upon entering the 25th floor, the group continued deeper, and soon ran into harpies and sirens as well. Both of these bird-type monsters had ugly appearances. Harpies in particular gave off waves of foul stench that were hard to endure. Against such fragile monsters, Ryu merely waved her hand, and slashes formed from dust severed their wings, or simply cut off their heads outright. One of them fell directly into the current. Before the group even had time to rest, Rayleigh suddenly caught sight of a black flash. His gaze sharpened. Spiritual power flowed into his blood vessels, and in an instant he activated Blood Vene, then grabbed with his bare hand at something that had been flying toward Mariu. Mariu jumped in fright, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Rayleigh looked carefully at the thing he had caught and discovered that it was actually a living creature. Only now it was bleeding from all 7 orifices, with even its intestines crushed out. A bird? Rayleigh tilted his head and searched through the knowledge in his mind. Then he found it. A flash swallow. It was considered one of the fastest monsters in the lower floors. Its method of attack was to use ultra-high-speed collisions to pierce through an adventurer's body, making it terrifyingly powerful. Whoosh! Black flashes filled the sky all at once. Lyra broke into a cold sweat. Hey, this is bad. I'll blast them away. Elise prepared to confront them head-on with overwhelming firepower. But Rayleigh stopped her. There's an easier way that takes less effort, he said. The boy smiled faintly. Facing those self-destructing birds whose power was like Barrett rounds, he calmly spoke. Bakudo number 81. Danku. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Amphisbania. 1,225 words. The transparent barrier spread open in front of the party. Bang! A flash swallow shot forward in a straight line at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, slamming directly into the Danku Rayleigh had cast. Because of its terrifying speed, the force of impact instantly crushed the flash swallow's head. Even most of its body, along with its wings, twisted into a grotesque, unrecognizable mess. Blood splattered across the barrier of the Danku. Bang! Bang! Bang 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 bang. A dense swarm of flash swallows descended like a pitch-black rainstorm, hurling themselves madly against the Danku. Watching the suicidal assault and the blood slowly congealing across the transparent barrier, everyone behind it went pale. It was not that they lacked the courage of adventurers. But as women, they had a natural aversion to things this disgusting. Not just them. Even Rayleigh was already regretting doing it this way. It was easy, sure. But it really was a little revolting. The piled-up corpses of the flash swallows drifted away with the current toward the waterfall, slanting into the lower stream. When no more attacks came, Rayleigh dispelled the Danku. More than 100 liters of blood, having lost what it was clinging to, splashed straight onto the ground and flowed into the river. Red. For a moment, the river itself was dyed the color of blood. But the current here was extremely fast, so in the blink of an eye, the water turned clear again. According to the Guild's handbook, monsters like flash swallows could be defeated easily by simply raising a shield. That was why he had thought of using the Danku to make them kill themselves. The result, however, had worked far too well. Probably because the Danku was colorless and transparent, the flash swallows attacked without the slightest hesitation, never suspecting there was a wall there until they were wiped out. The water capital held another danger as well. You absolutely could not travel along the water's edge, and you had to stay on guard at all times. Once you were dragged under by a monster in the water, your chance of surviving was less than 5%. And if you fell from the Great Fall, with its drop of over 800 meters, even a first-tier adventurer would die from the impact. Even if by some miracle you survived, you would still be gravely injured, only to be devoured by the monsters in the water. On top of that, the impact of the current and the crushing water pressure would deal severe damage to the body. "How far have we gone?" Rayleigh asked Lyra, who was holding the map. Lyra answered helplessly, "Barely halfway." "Halfway, huh?" As expected of the 25th floor. Its area was incomparably larger than the upper and middle floors. Rayleigh had just started to ask something else. But suddenly, he sensed a monster's ryuraku. He gripped the hilt of his blade. Under the strange gazes of the others, he suddenly swung. Slash! A giant water snake burst out of the river, but the instant it showed its head, Rayleigh beheaded it with a single stroke. The headless monster dropped to the ground, its body still twitching wildly. The girls let out startled cries. After killing it, Rayleigh extended his senses through the ryuraku once more. And this time, his expression changed drastically. Something huge is coming. Huge, no, absolutely enormous. The moment the words left his mouth, an enormous dragon's head suddenly rose from the water. What is that? That dragon head was far too massive. The giant water snake, nearly 5 meters long, looked like a little fish in comparison. The colossal dragon beast opened its blood-soaked maw and swallowed the water snake's corpse in one bite. Then its icy vertical pupil swept toward the party. A chill ran down every girl's spine, and their bodies trembled. It was the instinctive fear of prey being stared down by an apex predator. "That thing is Amphisbaena. Why is it here?" Rayleigh shouted a warning. "Everyone, battle positions." That single cry snapped them all out of it. The girls immediately steeled themselves and took up combat stances. Because what had appeared before them was none other than the special floor boss that moved between floors. The monster Rex of the dungeon. The two-headed dragon, Amphisbaena. They had expected battle to break out at any second, but the massive dragon beast instead withdrew back into the water. Rayleigh observed the situation beneath the surface through the ryuraku, and was instantly shocked. This thing was attracted here by the corpses of the flash swallows and the harpies. Most likely, all the blood that suddenly poured down from upstream stimulated it. But even as he analyzed the situation, one question still lingered in his mind. Where had the previous subjugation party gone? That group should have set out several days before them. By all rights, they should already have encountered Amphisbaena. Yet Amphisbaena was still active. Had they failed? Or had they somehow missed it? At that moment, the werewolf girl Niece suddenly spoke. I think the previous subjugation party probably met a terrible end. Hearing her say that, Elise asked, why? Niece replied, just now, in Amphisbaena's mouth, or more accurately, stuck on its teeth, I saw a flag. That was probably. Nice's words made both Elise and Kaguya frown. If Nice had seen correctly, then the problem was serious. The subjugation party had been annihilated, and Amphisbaena was still roaming the water capital. That posed a direct threat to ordinary adventurers. That was precisely the sort of outcome the guild had feared, which was why they had specifically commissioned the subjugation in the first place. Elise, what do we do now? Rayleigh asked the red-haired girl. After all, this was not just a small party of their own this time. This was an expedition of the Astrea Familia. The one who should be giving orders was the Familia's captain, Elise Lovell. The Scarlet Harnell thought for only a few seconds before reaching her decision. We subjugate it. The girl declared righteously, whether it's to investigate what happened to the previous subjugation party, or to protect other adventurers from being attacked by the floor boss. Honestly, I knew you'd say that. Because she understood the red-haired girl so well, Kaguya had already predicted her decision. Subjugate Amphisbaena. According to the guild's evaluation, the two-headed dragon, Amphisbaena, possessed an estimated strength of level 5. But if the battle took place in the water, then it was estimated to be level 6. Given the Astrea Familia's current fighting strength, 3 level 4s, 6 level 3s, and 2 level 2s, it seemed a little overcrowded. Even with Rayleigh, a level 3 frontliner added in, he was not supposed to make much of a difference. But there were 5 users of Zanpakuto here. That changed everything. A floor boss. If they could successfully defeat it, the enormous amount of excelia it provided should be enough to fill his fauna. Rayleigh looked forward to this boss battle immensely. Then let's begin tracking Amphisbaena. It looks like it doesn't want to fight in terrain that puts it at a disadvantage. That works for us, it gives us time to discuss our strategy. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Subjugation. 1,277 words. Based on Rayleigh's understanding, subjugating Amphisbaena required a party of at least 20 level 3 adventurers, accompanied by a frontline fighter capable of holding the beast back, preferably a level 5 adventurer. To anyone else, their current decision could only be described as reckless. Precisely because of that, Rayleigh felt certain the rewards for defeating it would be enormous. After all, killing an enemy above one's level usually yielded the greatest gains. Move toward open ground. After exchanging opinions with Elise, the group immediately sprang into action. The path ahead appeared deep and shadowy. It did not look very long on the map, but once they began running, they realized that was far from the truth. While running, Rayleigh sensed movement through the Ryuraku and shouted, "Everyone, scatter!" Whoosh! At the exact moment his words fell, everyone dodged to the side. Splash! The water exploded apart. Amphisbaena's ferocious dragon head burst out from the depths and slammed toward the Astrea Familia. Thanks to Rayleigh's timely warning, everyone evaded the attack in advance and escaped unharmed. After missing its strike, Amphisbaena did not pursue. Instead, it sank back into the water once more. Keep running. Yua, that was dangerous. It is locked onto us. Running at the front of the formation, Rayleigh's gaze turned cold. Good. We have marked it as our prey too. Boom. Crash. Boom. Along the route, Amphisbaena kept attempting sneak attacks, but the group dealt with each ambush. Still, the level 2 healer was already starting to pant. There was also the dwarf girl, Asta. As the party's tank, her equipment was extremely heavy. Full plate armor and a massive steel shield were never meant for rapid movement. For those two in particular, this running tactic pushed them a little too hard. Drink your stamina potions. Recover your strength. The two of them nodded and quickly pulled out their potions to drink. I can see it now. Following the map's markings, the group arrived at a vast underground cavern. Crystals glittered everywhere, illuminating the cave in a brilliant glow. At the center of the cavern sat an enormous lake. According to the map, the water measured 35 meters deep, with terrible underground currents running beneath the surface. The lake covered an area of roughly 1,100 square meters. Everyone, prepare to fish that thing out. Leave it to me. Kaguya stepped forward and volunteered to act as bait. Rayleigh nodded and drew the Zanpakuto with the blue-gray hilt from his waist. Sit upon the frozen heavens. The Zanpakuto in his hand did not change much in its overall shape, but its guard shifted form, and a chain resembling a dragon's tail extended from the hilt. At the end of the chain hung a crescent-shaped ornament. Hyarinmaru. A biting chill radiated from the blade in Rayleigh's hand. With a single swing, a lifelike ice dragon formed along the steel, and shot across the lake's surface, freezing a solid path of ice in its wake. Kaguya separated from the others and sprinted alone along the icy trail. Splash! Beneath the water, a massive shadow slowly emerged. It tracked Kaguya's movements. As she neared the center of the lake, she noticed the shadow beneath her shrinking rapidly. She understood at once that the moment had come. Amphisbaena had dived deeper in order to launch its attack. The strike that followed would undoubtedly be a thunderous one. Kaguya. At that moment, Rayleigh, tracking the beast through the Ryuraku, called out to warn her. Kaguya smiled faintly at him. Then her whole body suddenly disappeared. She had slipped directly into the shadows. Boom! The water's surface exploded. Amphisbaena's savage dragon head lunged upward with its jaws wide open. But it bit into empty air. We have been waiting for you. At that moment, Lyra, who had already prepared the trap, raised both hands. Her Zanpakuto had already entered Shirkai. Spider silk, as tough and rigid as steel wire, rapidly drew tight, and bound the massive 20-meter-long body of the two-headed dragon in an instant. Rayleigh used Shuinpa to arrive directly beneath the dragon. He drove Hyarinmaru downward into the surface of the lake. Freeze! Shhhk. Terrifying cold spread out in a single burst, until even the air seemed to crackle with frost. The moisture here was extraordinarily dense. Hyarinmaru's power had practically reached 300% of its normal strength. The lake's surface froze over in an instant, and the solid ice spread across the entire lake in the blink of an eye. That gives us our footing. At the same time Rayleigh froze the lake's surface, he also sealed Amphisbaena's lower body together with the water. Only then did he finally get a clear look at the creature's full appearance. Its defining feature was the pair of enormous heads branching from the front of its neck, both covered in thick dragon scales. The head on the left was azure blue, while the one on the right was crimson red. Behind the long neck of the blue dragon head sat crystalline growths like chunks of ice. It let out a series of furious roars, clearly trying to break free. But with the spider silk binding its frame, it could not exert its brute strength properly. Everyone attack together. Following Elisa's command, she was the first to move. Enjetsu blazed in her hand. Try this, heavenly flame rain. With a swing of her blade, she hurled out a great mass of flames, then manipulated them into arrow after arrow of fire. Go! The countless flaming arrows fell like a rain of fire from the sky. As they struck Amphisbaena, Elise activated an explosive spell, causing each arrow to detonate. This technique was one she had created by combining her own magic with Enjetsu's innate ability. It had originally been meant for wide-area attacks, but the two-headed dragon's body was so huge that it ended up absorbing every single scattered strike. Boom. 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 It was like a small-scale bombardment. The dragon's back was blasted black with scorch marks. Alisa's attack seemed highly effective. Just then, Kagaya's figure rose out of Amphisbaana's shadow. She ran straight up from the long tail onto the dragon's back, dashing across its massive body while continuously slashing down at it with the twin curved blades in her hands. She quickly reached the monster's neck. Then she charged toward the head on the right. Red. Large portions of Kagaya's kimono were red. According to the rules of irony, the larger the area of a color on her own body, the greater the damage dealt to the same color on her enemy. Amphisbaana's right head and its several-meter-long neck were both red. When Kagaya's strikes fell, the dragon's scales became astonishingly fragile under irony's rules. A flurry of slashes tore across the dragon's upper body, carving more than a dozen wounds into it. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining its body an even deeper red. Reaching the dragon's head, Kagaya leaped into the air. Takuoni. The one standing higher wins. Slash. Empowered by that rule, Kagaya's strike shattered the dragon's scales, and the terrifying force of the blow left the right head reeling in confusion. But at that moment, the blue head locked onto her and opened its jaws to bite. Yet the instant it opened its mouth, Heiniko's ash flew inside and slashed at the soft interior of its maw. The two-headed dragon let out a cry of pain, then blasted the foreign object from its mouth with a powerful roar. Ryo's figure rose into the air, and her chant was already complete. Contain the brilliance of the stars and strike down the enemy, luminous wind. Rule-based Zanpakuto is broken. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Daiguren Hyarinmaru. 1,330 words. The fully charged spheres of light rained down upon the monster wrecks below. The wind and light aspect magical bombardment concentrated on the two-headed dragon's heads, the continuous explosions making it impossible for the beast to even open its eyes. It could only endure the relentless barrage by sheer force. Its lower body, frozen solidly in place, prevented it from diving back into the water. At that moment, the Familia's mages had also finished their incantations. Rihanna, Kelty. I am ready. So am I. Elise laughed and shouted, let us finish this in one breath. The two mages unleashed their spells at the exact same time, dealing considerable damage to Amphisbaana. But it still was not enough to decisively end the battle. Seeing how brilliantly the girls were performing, Rayleigh's competitive spirit was stirred as well. He pressed his palm flat against the two-headed dragon's chest. At point-blank range, his Heido number 33, Sokatsui exploded with its full destructive power. The blazing azure blast was driven straight into the monster's body, so intense that even through thick skin and muscle, a burning red glow could be seen radiating from within. Amphisbaana threw back its enormous heads and roared. It was a raw cry of agony. The monster's primal ferocity was fully provoked. The azure head opened its jaws, and a terrifying blue flame gathered within before violently erupting outward. Flame attack. Evade separately. Asta, protect Rihanna and Kelty. Mariu, stay ready to heal. Elise reacted instantly, issuing her tactical commands to the Familia in the span of a single heartbeat. The flames Amphisbaana spewed were produced by a special biological internal fuel. Not only were they unimaginably hot, they could even continue burning atop the water's surface, and could not easily be extinguished. If they caught someone directly, then unless a specialized extinguishing agent was used, the victim would end up burned to ashes. Among all the ways to die, burning alive is absolutely one of the most painful, Rayleigh thought, analyzing the threat. That said, Amphisbaana's flames can reduce a person to ash in under 10 seconds. At least the pain would be brief. Whoosh, boom. The azure flames shot forth like 3 radiant particle beams. Every rock wall and stretch of ground they touched melted instantly into glowing lava. The flames swept wildly across the battlefield. Seeing that, Rayleigh used High Rinmaru to create thick walls of ice as cover. Against this specific kind of flame attack, the vacuum ice wall formed through the synergistic coordination of High Rinmaru and Heiniko would have been extremely effective. But he and Ryo had never practiced or rehearsed that specific combination beforehand. Even so, with the ice walls serving as immediate cover, they could not completely block the flames, but they could at least blunt the assault enough to buy everyone a few precious moments to breathe. Amphisbaena's flames moved like a chaotic brush, painting wildly across the frozen lake. The ice beneath them melted and split apart under the intense heat, causing everyone's footholds to begin shifting dangerously. Rayleigh saw it happen and immediately swung his blade, freezing over the melting gaps as well. Amphisbaena could not maintain that stream of fire forever. When it comes to endurance, I can outlast it by miles. Boom! The savage flames melted the ice, but Rayleigh immediately created fresh ice. At first glance it looked like a drawn-out tug of war, but in reality, the exchange lasted less than a minute. The Crimson Inferno finally stopped. Amphisbaena's azure flames were extraordinarily dangerous, and the biological mechanism behind them operated like a furnace engine. The current output represented only its just ignited state. Given enough time, the core temperature of those blue flames would rise sharply, making them far more deadly. The instant the fire attack ceased, Rayleigh flashed out from behind the melting ice wall, and swept two fingers toward the dragon's head as though drawing a line in the empty air. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. 6 golden beams stabbed into Amphisbaena's right head, binding it firmly in place and preventing it from immediately spewing fire again. With its fire-breathing attack temporarily blocked, Amphisbaena did not stop moving. Instead, it resorted to attacking through sheer physical force. Those monstrous fangs. If they bite into someone, there is no doubt the victim's body will be snapped clean in two, Rayleigh noted. Whether split left and right or top and bottom is the only question. Rayleigh began running clockwise around the massive creature, weaving Shuinpa into his movements to dodge at the absolute limit, while murmuring a rapid incantation under his breath. Walls of iron sand, a priestly pagoda, glowing ironclad fireflies. Standing upright, silent to the end. Bakudo number 75, Gochuteken. 5 enormous iron pillars crashed down from the ceiling above, pinning Amphisbaena's limbs and tail straight through the thick ice. Now, the only part of Amphisbaena still capable of moving freely was its red head. One more full assault. Elise cried. She once again unleashed heavenly flame rain, with Rihanna and Kelty following up in tandem with their own destructive magic. Ryo's current mode consumed too much energy, so this time she used only Heiniko, sending chaotic ash slashes flying at the monsters' heads. But Heiniko's blunt attacks were not especially effective against thick dragon scales. So instead, she tried letting the iron ash seep directly into the vulnerable gaps between the scales. Faced with the incoming barrage of magic, the red head released a dense crimson mist. Elise's rain of fire and the mage's spells were rapidly weakened the exact moment they came into contact with the vapor. By the time the attacks actually struck Amphisbaena, they were so feeble they could barely be called scratches. Even if that level of diminished damage were repeated 1,000 times, it would never bring the monster down. It's the red mist. Magic attacks are useless now, we switch to close combat. Elise shouted. As captain of the Familia, she naturally knew a great deal about Amphisbaena's combat phases. If the blue flame of the two-headed dragon is its spear, then the red mist is its absolute shield, Kaguya reasoned internally. The mist weakens magic and drastically reduces its power. Breaking through it with spells and actually injuring Amphisbaena is basically impossible. Which means we have to close in and cut down the red head with our physical weapons. Kaguya rose from the shadows with a sharp smile. Her gaze was already fixed entirely on the two-headed dragon's red head. Goko. A sword technique of overwhelming power bloomed in Kaguya's hands. Its sheer destructive force tore through the thick neck of Amphisbaena's red head, ripping open a gruesome, gaping wound. It looked as though a huge chunk of solid flesh had been violently gouged away. This was Kagaya's signature skill, pure swordsmanship, specialized entirely for attack. Its raw power had reached an absurd level. Even a floor boss like Amphisbaena could not withstand it unscathed. And yet Kagaya still looked dissatisfied. A faint, throbbing ache ran through her sword wrist. TCH. You really are tough, Mr. Two-Headed Dragon. Because of Kagaya's devastating strike, the redhead's fierce counterattack suddenly weakened, then stopped altogether. Hyoryu Senbi. Rayleigh used Shuinpa to appear right in front of the dragon's maw. He swung Hyarinmaru. Slash. With that single swing, the dense moisture in the air instantly froze solid, forming an elongated blade of ice from the sword's tip. The ice blade shot directly toward the savage wound in the dragon's neck. But at that very moment, the azure head broke free from the binding spell, and lunged over, crushing the flying ice blade in its massive jaws. Then it opened its mouth wide. Terrifying blue flames gathered rapidly in its maw, as though in the very next second it would unleash another apocalyptic blast. Rayleigh could have created footholds from Ryoryoku, and used Shuinpa to evade the incoming inferno. But he did not. Instead, he raised Hyarinmaru and pointed the steel blade straight at Amphisbaena's gaping, fire-charged maw. Bankai. Daiguren Hyarinmaru. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Ambush. 1,350 words. Clear, resonant bell chimes echoed throughout the dungeon. A layer of frost rapidly spread across Rayleigh's body, crystallizing into a pair of ice wings, and the heavy tail of an ice dragon. Ice encased his arms down to his fingertips, forming armored gauntlets and razor-sharp claws. His feet were also enveloped in ice, taking the shape of draconic talons. Above the wings, 3 cross-shaped ice flowers bloomed behind his head. Drawing on the power of his Bankai, Rayleigh beat the ice wings on his back and launched himself into the air. The sheer burst of acceleration turned him into a blur. Gripping his sword with both hands, he shot straight toward the gaping maw of Amphisbaena. Ryusenka. The ice blade struck Amphisbaena. The moment the sword tip pierced one of its heads, the massive skull was sealed instantly inside a giant cross-shaped block of solid ice. Even the azure flames it had been gathering were frozen solid within that enormous cross of ice. The release of his Bankai drew everyone's attention. For the few among them who wielded a Zanpakuto, the shock was even greater. A new sword's Bankai. That's amazing. Rayleigh said it's the strongest ice and snow type Zanpakuto. It can even fly. That's so unfair, I want wings too. Elise said, her face full of envy. Among them, only one of the girls could manage short bursts of flight by relying on outside power. But even that was nothing compared to how freely and naturally Rayleigh moved through the air. Heido number 78, Zangaran. Rayleigh swept toward Amphisbaena's neck and unleashed a horizontal slash with a powerful blade condensed from Kido. The destructive force of the spell was enough to cleave an entire building in two. He intended to finish it in one stroke and sever the blue dragon head of the two-headed monster. Whoosh! But just as Rayleigh prepared to decide the battle midair, a terrifying attack suddenly streaked toward him at incredible speed. Rayleigh! Watch out! The girls below could do no more than shout a warning. But Rayleigh had already noticed it. Bakudo number 81, Danku. A transparent barrier instantly unfolded at his side. Boom! The incoming attack slammed into the barrier and ricocheted away. When he focused his eyes on it, he realized what it was, a massive bolt. There was no way a weapon like that could be fired by hand. It had to be siege weaponry. More precisely, a ballista. Who was it? Who was hiding in the dark and trying to ambush me with something like that? Tracing the path of the bolt, Rayleigh extended his senses through the Ryoraku and quickly picked up a strange presence, deeper and darker in color than that of an ordinary monster. Without hesitation, he fired off Heido number 63, Raikoho, in that direction. A golden blast of lightning roared into the cavern wall, and the resulting explosion drew a shriek of pain from within. Smoke billowed. Then a figure burst through the haze. That was a merman? When Rayleigh saw his ambusher clearly, he realized it was not human at all. Since it had been using siege weaponry, he had first suspected it might be a surviving remnant of Evolus. Several months had passed since the Great War, and fragments of Evolus were still scattered about, fleeing in all directions. Some of them had escaped into the dungeon. Rayleigh knew they had likely taken refuge in Gnosis, the artificial labyrinth built by the Deadless Familia. But without the Deadless Orb, entry was impossible. Without it, not even Otter could break through those orichalcum gates by brute force. And beyond that, Rayleigh still did not know the labyrinth's exact location. The information in his memory was too vague. Merely remembering that such a place existed was nowhere near enough to actually find it. But contrary to his expectations, the attacker was a monster. And a monster capable of operating a ballista could only be one thing, an enhanced species. Rayleigh guessed that this enhanced species must have appeared only recently. Otherwise, the guild would have already detected some sort of anomaly, or perhaps they simply had not had time yet. I see. If an enhanced species had been sniping from the shadows during the subjugation of Amphisbaena, then it makes sense that the previous expedition failed. A battle against a monster Rex is already deadly enough. Especially against one like Amphisbaena, whose destructive power is overwhelming. One mistake from an adventurer is enough to get them killed. And on top of that, there is the threat of hidden ballista fire. Given the power of such a weapon, it could easily kill a level 3 adventurer, or even a level 4. If it landed a direct hit, even without striking a vital point, death is still the most likely outcome. An enhanced species. The girls had noticed the situation on this side as well, and immediately tensed in alarm. Rayleigh quickly assessed the battlefield, then said, "Leave the enhanced species to me. You lot deal with the monster Rex." Rhea nodded. "Please." Kaguya smiled brightly. "We are counting on you." "Yeah. Leave it to me." The icy wings on Rayleigh's back beat once more, and his figure shot over the enhanced merman's head. Well then, if it's a fish, getting devoured by a dragon is only natural for them. With one swing of his blade, Rayleigh summoned an ice dragon. In its Bankai state, the dragon's appearance had changed slightly. Wings had sprouted from its back, just like Rayleigh's own. The ice dragon glided fluidly through the air, weaving about to confuse its target before locking onto the monster. Gaha! The merman let out a harsh, grating screech. Spinning the crystal spear in its hand once, it planted the shaft into the ground and vaulted. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. Seeing how agile it was, he immediately sent the ice dragon twisting back around, jaws snapping toward its lower body. The merman shrieked again. Then, bang! Another projectile tore through the air. Rayleigh's pupils constricted, and in an instant he condensed a shield of ice. But the very next moment, the shield was blown apart. Deprived of Rayleigh's control, the ice dragon crashed headfirst into the ground, freezing the surrounding earth solid. Rayleigh twisted his body aside. A gaping hole had been blasted straight through the ice shield. Still, the shield had done its job. The attack's trajectory was deflected, and the bolt slammed into the ground instead of hitting him. How is that possible? There is no longer any trace of spiritual pressure from that direction. How did it pull that off? Rayleigh frowned. There had been no sign of Ryatsu at all from the direction the bolt came from. If it was a monster, it should not have been capable of hiding itself so completely. But before he could think any further, the enhanced merman was already charging at him, crystal spear in hand. Its spear technique was wild and savage, utterly lacking in form, yet the raw force behind it was terrifying. As the spear came crashing down from above, Rayleigh sidestepped and raised an arm to guard his face. Because even if he dodged the blow itself, the shattered stone blasting up from the ground could still obstruct him, or wound him. Rayleigh circled around and brought his blade down from behind. But the merman bent one leg slightly, braced the shaft of the spear across its shoulder and angled it downward. A deflection technique. It knows how to use something like that. The blade slid along the shaft of the spear, and Rayleigh felt his balance shift off-center. But he did not panic. He kicked off the ground with both feet, lifting himself into the air and rolling forward in mid-spin. Using the added momentum from the rotation, he brought his leg down in a crushing axe kick. The merman had clearly never seen such a nimble movement before, and for the briefest instant, it did not know how to respond. Rayleigh seized that opening. His heel slammed straight into the creature's ugly face. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Magic Sword. 1,365 words. This kick, reinforced with Ryoryoku, directly smashed the merman's face until it caved in. Bone cracked and blood sprayed out. Its huge fish eyes, like two empty holes, stared fixedly at Rayleigh. This merman actually knows spear techniques, and it is already close to the level of a master. If there was anything lacking, it was that it had merely copied the physical moves themselves while completely neglecting the control of distance needed when fighting against human opponents. So-called martial arts were techniques created by humans and demi-humans through the act of killing each other. No matter what school of martial arts it was, because they incorporated systematic ways of using strength, they were highly effective against monsters. As an adventurer, one had to at least master some kind of weapon as a primary attack method. Of course, there were also wild types. They purely relied on the correction to their basic abilities provided by their fauna, while their combat style was entirely tempered through real battle. This creature had probably learned spear techniques by observing adventurers, but it could not imitate their actual combat experience. No wonder the guild, once they discovered an enhanced species, would immediately send out a subjugation party and attach such importance to the existence of enhanced species. If it possessed this kind of learning ability, and on top of that could devour magic stones to raise its ability values, then if left alone for a sufficient duration, a being with a threat level surpassing a monster rex might appear. After all, a monster rex would never leave the designated area where it was active. Even Amphisbaena, the most special among all monster rexes, which could move freely between floors, only possessed a maximum range of activity across the 25th to the 27th floors. But enhanced species were different. They possessed extremely high intelligence and the innate ability to learn. Sooner or later, they would leave the floor where they originally spawned. A monster like this, one that moved while actively ignoring the rules of suppression imposed by the gods' prayers, was a walking disaster. Wherever it went, adventurers would suffer. Even ordinary monsters would be harmed by its presence. You look really angry. Rayleigh looked down at the enraged merman monster, his own expression equally cold. Let me say this first, I'm pretty pissed off too. I got suddenly ambushed out of nowhere. If my reaction had been any slower, you would have blown a massive hole right through here. He pointed to the area from his chest to his abdomen. This thing probably can't understand me anyway. Then I will make it understand with brute force. The only one who was angry here was not just this monster. Rayleigh used Shuinpa and flashed directly in front of the enhanced merman. The Hyarinmaru in his hand slashed down diagonally. The merman let out a strange cry and violently kicked the tail end of the crystal spear with that bizarre foot of its. Driven by the force of that kick, the spear spun rapidly, and its rear end swept upward, colliding with the descending Hyarinmaru. This guy. It can actually use it this skillfully. Rayleigh retreated half a step, spun his body, and changed to a two-handed grip. After a 290-degree rotation, the blade's acceleration reached its absolute limit. The merman failed to defend against this strike. Its upper arm was cut open by Hyarinmaru. The moment the wound split open, it was frozen shut by the terrifying cold wrapped around the blade, and not even blood flowed out. If it had only been an ordinary sword wound, then perhaps it could still move despite the pain. But a frozen wound was like having a thorn stuck directly into the injury. The merman's right arm could no longer be raised. The merman let out a cry of pain. Its fish eyes widened greatly, turning crimson and terrifying. Being stared at so intensely by those eyes made even Rayleigh feel uncomfortable. The merman leaped with force, instantly jumping over 10 meters away. That jumping power made one wonder whether it was really a merman or a frogman. Bakudo number 30, Shitatsu Sansen. Rayleigh took a stance, and his finger traced a triangle through empty air. 3 golden cone-shaped plates of light condensed into form, like 3 fangs. Then Shitatsu Sansen shot out at the same time. Sensing danger, the merman hurriedly dove toward the ground. Shitatsu Sansen struck the cavern wall and missed. Rayleigh pointed one hand at the ground and used Hado number 12, Fushabai. In an instant, a line of fire ran along the ground beneath the merman, and then line after line of fire bound its body, restraining it. A fire attribute Hado had an obvious effect against aquatic monsters. Hado number 4, Byakurai. A blazing pillar of white lightning pierced through the dark space, punching through the merman's abdomen, and making it drop to its knees in pain, clutching the wound with both hands. The other battlefield still had not finished their battle, so Rayleigh prepared to immediately give this enhanced species the finishing blow. However, that monster trembled as it rose to its feet again. So it still has not given up resisting. Seeing it stand, Rayleigh poured Ryoryoku into his blade and swung out a wave of sword slash. In the next instant, golden lightning flashed and Rayleigh's expression changed. What? Golden lightning crawled across the ground, as if it were alive, and arrived right in front of him. You've got to be kidding me, it's actually a magic sword. Using Danku. Too late. TCH. From the lightning right in front of him, Rayleigh felt an aura of destruction. If that thing hits me, my body will probably be turned directly to ash. If the damaged part is not vital, then afterward it should still be possible to heal it with Kaido. But if my internal organs are destroyed, then no amount of Kaido can grow a new one back. A monster actually using a magic sword, what kind of hellish joke is this? At that critical moment, Rayleigh poured Ryoryoku into his blood vessels and used Blood Vene. At the same time, he made Hyarinmur freeze the moisture on the surface of his body, turning it into thick ice armor. Boom! Terrifying lightning tore apart everything it touched along its path, including the frozen surface of the lake. On Amphisbaena's 2 heads, its eyes flashed with a dangerous light at the exact same time. Its restraints had weakened. Because the lake's surface had cracked apart, its restraints were greatly reduced. Roar! Both dragon heads let out terrifying roars at the same time. The shockwave that shook the atmosphere blew the girls around it away, and shattered all the ice covering the surface of their bodies. Amphisbaena had regained its ability to move. This is bad. Faced with the 2-headed dragon that had lost the restriction of the ice, the pressure on Lyra instantly increased sharply. She could feel that the tensile strength of the spider silk was already on the verge of collapse, and at the same time even she herself was being dragged over by that terrifying power. Amphisbaena spewed azure flames at the spider silk binding it, and Lyra immediately controlled the spider silk to secrete a fireproof liquid. However, even the fireproof liquid was ignited as well, and after lasting only 3 seconds, it was completely burned away. After the spider silk was burned away, the 2-headed dragon completely lost its restraints, and its enormous body suddenly began to tilt. With that mass and volume, could it be? Whoosh! The 2-headed dragon actually found its center of gravity. Its enormous body began to spin, and its long tail swung out like the Grim Reaper's scythe, and also like a massive whip. Crack! That terrifying tail swing instantly shattered a vast stretch of the ice field. Amphisbaena did not stop. After righting its massive body, it directly faced the location it had just attacked. Watch out! Because the ice field had cracked apart, the party members were forced to scatter, and their tactical formation became completely disordered. And the azure flames had already been fired. Chapter 123, 6-Clothed Ice Binding. 1419 words. I'll protect everyone. The dwarf tank, Asta, gritted her teeth, and stepped forward. As a vanguard, her duty was to become the wall of the party and block the enemy's attack. Even if that attack came from a monster Rex, her duty remained the same. Oh! The dwarf girl braced her large shield with both hands, radiating the spirit of someone ready to die if necessary. Whoosh! Suddenly, Iska, the only Amazon in the Familia, threw her undine cloth over Asta's shield. Then she crouched directly behind the dwarf girl, covering her head defensively. In truth, if Asta could not hold on, or rather, if the shield failed, then the two of them would be burned to ash together. Wah! Boom! The flames blasted into them. The cloth woven with undine power protected the great steel shield, and the great shield in turn protected the girls behind it. When Amphisbaena saw that its breath had actually been blocked, it became even more violent. The kinetic impact of the flames intensified. That's enough. Stop it already. Lyra threw her spider silk around the open mouth of the two-headed dragon, wrapping it securely around its upper and lower jaws, then tried with all her strength to force the maw shut. But the two-headed dragon's physical strength was too great. It would not budge at all. Damn it. The poison of Arachne simply cannot seep in. Is it because of the thick dragon scales? Bang. Rayleigh kicked away a stone beside him, and stood up from the pile of rubble. Burns caused by lightning marred his body, alongside wounds resembling deep blade cuts. A faint glow clung to the surface of his skin. It was the power of Kaido actively repairing the tissue damage he had suffered. This was a Kido he had prepared in advance. Its activation condition dictated that it would automatically release its seal, and trigger once his physical injuries reached a certain threshold. Ha! Rayleigh let out a foul breath, his knuckles tightening as he clenched his fist one joint at a time. A cold smile appeared on his face. I did not expect to get done in by you like that, monster. A monster using a magic sword, now that shows some imagination. Unlike natural lightning, lightning attribute magic, aside from being extremely fast and intensely hot, also possessed a piercing characteristic because the condensed elemental magic power was densely packed. It was the exact same principle with Kido. For example, Byakurai was a spell that emphasized piercing power. No matter how much Ryuryoku was poured into the cast, it would always compress into a single line. That was the reason for the multiple piercing wounds and cuts across his body. When the enhanced merman saw that he could still stand up, its face froze in a very human-like expression of shock. It took half a step backward. But at the very moment before fleeing, it changed its mind. It knew very well how powerful the magic sword in its hand was. It reasoned that if its prey had been hit by that blast, even if he could stand, he should no longer possess the power to fight back. Rather than run, it would attack. The enhanced merman grabbed a broken piece of ore. This chunk of rubble had a sharp edge, and paired with the exaggerated strength of an enhanced species, it could be wielded exactly like a dagger. Letting out a strange cry, it charged in. Because of its earlier injuries, it could no longer display its peak speed. Rayleigh watched it coldly and did not move. Only when it got close enough did Rayleigh hold his breath and sway slightly. In the next second, he had already appeared seamlessly at the merman's side. Ga. The merman's body stiffened, and its vision began to blur and twist. It toppled forward. Even after falling face down on the wet ground, entirely unable to move, it still did not understand what had happened. Rayleigh turned around and looked down at this enhanced species from above. Senka. This is my first time using this move in combat. I did not expect the completion level to be this high. Looks like there is no need for a finishing blow. In that fleeting instant, he had precisely pierced and destroyed this enhanced species Seketsu and Hakusui. Even monsters bred by the dungeon possessed souls. Sometimes they would revive with vague memories of their previous life, or rather, be reincarnated by the labyrinth. Seketsu and Hakusui, the vital chain and sleep points of the soul. This time, it would not return to the dungeon mother, nor would it be bred again. It would simply dissipate into nothingness. Walking up to the paralyzed enhanced species, Rayleigh raised his foot as blue Ryoryoka patterns spread over his shoe. Then he stomped down heavily. Splurt. The merman's head was crushed directly underfoot. Its body twitched unconsciously twice, then stopped moving entirely. Boom. The completely dead enhanced species turned into ash. After finishing his battle, Rayleigh did not immediately rush back to the lake battlefield. Instead, he first went to the cavern alcove where the enhanced species had been hiding earlier. Just moments ago, a second ballista bolt had been fired from this exact spot. And that occurred while the enhanced species was already engaged in melee combat with him. There had been no Ryoryoka signature. Could there be a monster capable of completely masking its aura? Entering the narrow cave, Rayleigh glanced at the heavy ballista placed there, then spread out his senses again, yet still could not find any trace of a spiritual signature. There were no tracks left at the scene either. It ran away. But there is clearly no other passage here. How strange. Finding nothing from the search, Rayleigh returned to the battlefield on the lake. At this moment, Amphisbaena was moving rapidly through the deep lake. After entering the water, its mobility had greatly increased. While cruising around, it used its azure flames to spray at the girls. A two-headed dragon acting like this was practically a mobile turret. And it no longer easily exposed itself above the water. If I had Ryujin Jaka, I could try directly evaporating the entire lake. Even if I could not completely do it, I could at least heat the water until it boiled. If the two-headed dragon did not want to be cooked alive, it would naturally surface. Although Enjetsu is also a fire-type Zanpakuto, it still cannot output power to that extent. According to legend, a single strike from a Kratso magic sword could evaporate the sea. If that is true, then its output would at least be enough to touch the heels of Ryujin Jaka. When Ichigo awakened his true Shinigami power, merely releasing his Ryatsu evaporated all the seawater in the Houden. The girls' icy footholds had been scattered, and each of them had fallen into an isolated, helpless situation across the lake. If Amphisbaena attacked their fragmented footholds now, it could easily knock them into the water. That would be no different from a death sentence. Who? Rayleigh briefly gathered his focus, then poured his accumulated Ryoryoku into Hyarinmaru. Standing in the air, he waved one hand, and 6 streams of ice-blue light fell separately to different coordinates across the lake. The 6 points connected together, forming a perfect hexagon. At each location, a blooming ice flower appeared, each one carrying Rayleigh's dense Ryatsu. What is that? Is that Rayleigh's technique? Looks like he already finished things over there. As expected of him. After finishing his setup, Rayleigh pointed Hyarinmaru downward and muttered. Roki Hyoketsujin. Whoosh. From the 6 ice flowers, Rayleigh's Ryoryoku rose simultaneously, each point resonating with the others. In the next second, the entire surface of the lake within the 6-point formation instantly froze. And this flash freezing did not simply cover the surface in a thin layer of ice. Instead, everything reaching nearly 10 meters below the lake's surface was frozen solid as well. It could be said that the girls were now standing safely upon an iceberg firmly rooted in the depths of the lake. The crisis of losing their footholds was completely resolved. Elisa's face lit up with joy, and then she shouted, "Regroup." The girls reacted immediately and all gathered toward Elisa's position on the newly formed ice. Meanwhile, Rayleigh remained hovering in the sky, observing the shifting shadows beneath the surface of the lake. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. patreon.com/nobiatranslator. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Azura. 1,480 words. Boom. The lake's surface exploded. The monster Rex, Amphisbaena, burst out like a breaching whale, azure flames already gathered within its jaws. It sprayed the inferno toward the girls, who had not yet managed to fully regroup, clearly intending to stop them from gathering together again. That's the tyrant of the labyrinth for you. It has a bit of intelligence, but it really is single-celled, Rayleigh thought. Rayleigh instantly appeared directly above Amphisbanis' head. Before he could act, the Crimson Dragon head had already reacted, immediately roaring at him. But Rayleigh had already prepared for that counterattack. He covered his entire body in Ryuryoku, forming a dense barrier to resist the kinetic impact. Seeing that the roar proved useless, the Crimson Dragon head decisively opened its mouth, bared its massive fangs, and bit at him. Uchineko. Red. Strengthened thread. At the perfect moment, Ryu, Kagaya, and Lyra stepped in and attacked together, effectively restraining the Crimson Dragon head. Below them, the Familia's vanguard tank, Asta, launched a heavy shield bash directly at Amphisbanis' abdomen. Although the powerful collision did not cause obvious physical damage, it still hindered Amphisbanis' momentum for a crucial instant. Rayleigh seized that fleeting chance and, in that exact same instant, mobilized his Ryuryoku. He had already more or less mastered Blood Vene before, so this time he attempted the exact opposite technique, Blood Artillery. This time, instead of fortifying his entire body defensively, he concentrated the raw power entirely into one single part for offense. That was precisely why Blood Vene and Blood Artillery could not be utilized simultaneously. Blood Vene was a Quincy technique that exponentially raised the body's defensive power. Conversely, what Blood Artillery strengthened was absolute attack power. Ha! Rayleigh's descending strike directly stabbed his Zanpakuto straight into Amphisbanis' head. The steel pierced the thick dragon scales, shattered through the bone skull, and drove the entire length of Hyarinmaru deep into the Azure Dragon head. Then came the next critical step. He poured his remaining Ryatsu directly into the blade, letting the volatile radiance gathered at the sword's tip violently erupt. Getsuga Tensho. Rayleigh's face remained entirely cold as he spoke the release. A massive crescent slash exploded from inside the dragon's head. The terrifying destructive power was so immense that Ryatsu burst outward from within its very brain. Bang! One of Amphisbanis' heads exploded entirely on the spot. Only the severed, long neck remained, twitching wildly in the air. At that exact moment, Rayleigh felt a sudden wave of emptiness, and the Bankai constructs behind him became faintly transparent. Less than 2 seconds after his boots landed on the ice, his Bankai automatically deactivated because he could no longer maintain the spiritual output. As his Ryatsu sharply declined, Rayleigh staggered forward and barely managed to steady himself on his feet. Was the Ryuryoku consumption simply too much? Although this boss battle had not seemed especially dangerous on the surface, that illusion existed only because he had not relaxed his focus from beginning to end, fighting at his maximum power the entire time. Especially the sheer volume of Ryuryoku consumed in rapidly reshaping the entire aquatic terrain was practically enormous. On top of that heavy drain, he had utilized high-level Kido above number 60 multiple times in rapid succession. Besides all that, Hyarinmaru's innate Ryatsu consumption was also extremely severe. It's truly worthy of the title of the strongest Isan Snow-type Zanpakuto in existence. That kind of active drain was almost 3 times that of Sakanade, 5 times that of Ruriaro Kajaku, and roughly 10 times that of Heiniko. If his magic-related attribute had not successfully broken through the SS rank threshold, he might not have even been able to physically bear the burden of the release. Even so, he could intuitively tell that at most, he had only brought out a meager few % of Hyarinmaru's true power. Even a peerless prodigy like Toshiro Hitsugaya had spent an entire century without truly mastering Hyarinmaru's completed state. According to Kyoraku Shunsui, another 100 years later, Hitsugaya possessed the potential to surpass even him in overall strength. From that simple evaluation alone, one could clearly see both Hitsugaya's monstrous talent and Hyarinmaru's devastating power. 200 years of concentrated growth was worth 1,000 years of grueling training for other Shinigami. And those others were already considered the 1 in 1,000, or even rarer, kinds of elite geniuses within the Siriidii. At last, one of the heads had been permanently dealt with, and it was the Azure Dragon head primarily responsible for the magical offense. The remaining Crimson Dragon head simply no longer posed a fatal, wiping threat to the vanguard. That was not only Rayleigh's judgment, the battle-hardened girls of the Astrea Familia thought exactly the same. But the monster Rex, Amphisbaena, was not going to wait quietly for its inevitable death. It suddenly raised a massive claw and viciously smashed it down toward the insects scurrying beneath it. When Asta saw that the beast's target was Noin, she hurried forward and raised her steel shield to protect her vulnerable companion. Bang! A howling, violent wind rang past her dwarven ears. When she finally came back to her senses, Asta found herself flying backward through the air at a terrifyingly high speed. She had been effortlessly swatted away. Amphisbaena was a true floor boss, the undisputed tyrant of the labyrinth. Its raw ability values surpassed those of 99% of adventurers at the exact same level, roughly equal to the full-force physical attack of a peak level 5 adventurer. Asta was sent flying immediately upon impact. Noin was caught in the kinetic aftermath, but she was only blown back a few meters by the resulting wind pressure. The dwarf girl genuinely panicked. She felt numb and incredibly weak all over, entirely unable to gather her physical strength to adjust her landing. Crack! A huge, jagged fissure split open across the heavy shield in her hand, and it violently broke apart mid-flight. Asta! Rayleigh tensed up in alarm. He quickly brought two fingers together and made a sharp, slashing motion. A resilient hammock made of Ryoryoku appeared directly in the trajectory the girl was flying. The dwarf girl landed squarely on the hammock and felt as though she had crashed onto something extremely soft, yet also highly resilient. Bakudo number 37, Tsuruboshi. Now I really have no Ryoryoku left at all. I can't even use Kaido anymore. The finishing blow. Elise swung her burning sword and, with all her remaining physical strength, completely cut off the Crimson Dragon head. With both of its heads fully severed, the outcome of the boss battle had already been definitively decided. Just as Knees from the Vanguard group was about to cheer in victory, a sudden, volatile change occurred on the side of the severed Azure Dragon head. The thermal flames Amphisbaena had gathered internally earlier had completely gone out of control, and suddenly erupted, instantly causing a violent spontaneous combustion. Its massive, headless body was set entirely ablaze by the chaotic azure flames. The girls immediately backed away on their own survival instincts. Those were Amphisbaena's signature azure flames, even being brushed by a tiny ember of them could cause an adventurer to ignite on the spot. Splash! Amphisbaena's enormous burning body fell heavily into the deep lake. The lake's surface immediately let out loud, violent hissing sounds. That steam was caused by the intensely burning flames chemically reacting against the freezing lake water. We did it! We did it! We defeated the tyrant of the labyrinth. We actually beat that two-headed dragon. Does this mean the expedition is finally over? The girls looked at each other in disbelief. Only after a long, quiet moment did they finally realize what had truly happened. They hugged each other tightly and cheered loudly in celebration. Subjugating a monster Rex, that was something truly worth boasting about to the guild, and also an honor for their familia. Are you all right? Kaguya came to Rayleigh's side, grabbed one of his arms, and directly hoisted his exhausted body up. The faint, pleasant fragrance from the girl's body drifted into his nose. It made Rayleigh's tired spirit stir slightly. Yeah, I'm fine. I just completely used up all my magic power. With his body leaning against the girl's soft form, Rayleigh suddenly no longer felt the sharp pain of his completely emptied Ryoryoku. Instead, he even found the close proximity a little enjoyable. Seeing his relaxed reaction, Kaguya smiled faintly. But very soon, her expression dimmed again, and a trace of memory appeared in her eyes. She, who had personally executed the men she loved, still had not managed to walk out of the shadow of that traumatic past. The true face of the girl whose hands were forever stained with the blood of her first love was not that of a pitiful, lovely maiden, but of a cold and merciless Azura. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Indirect Kiss. 1269 words. Hey, it looks like something is floating up. The werewolf girl, Knees, lay by the edge of the ice island and looked at the lake's surface, where she saw something rapidly rising upward. After a brief moment of surprise, the other girls seemed to think of something, and all showed delighted expressions. Could it be a drop item? A drop item. That referred to a specific part of a monster's body left behind after it died in the dungeon. Because when monsters died, they would immediately turn to ash and be absorbed by the dungeon, so usually the only thing left behind was a magic stone. But in rare cases, the most developed part of the monster's body would drop. For example, a minotaur's horn, a goblin's claw, or the shell of a metal blue crab. And the item dropped by Amphisbaena was a dragon liver. With the combined efforts of Knees and several of the girls, the floating object was pulled up. As the only intellectual in the familia who wore glasses, the little elf Kelty said with certainty. There is no mistake. This is Amphisbaena's dragon liver. That's great. If we negotiate with the Dien sect familia, we should be able to sell it for a pretty good price, right? You. This month's loan finally has hope. Elise was so moved that she nearly burst into tears. To be honest, she really had considered whether she would have to use her body to repay the debts afterward. Yahoo! The red-haired girl raised the huge dragon liver high and cheered. Lyra rubbed the exposed skin on her arms, shivered and said, "How about we get out of here first? The ice Rayleigh made is seriously too cold." Once she said that, the other girls also started to feel the chill. Humph, honestly, you girls. Can you not be more like passionate me? This much cold, I can handle it with a chew. Kya, that's so gross, Elise. Having won both victory and spoils, the Astria Familia returned fully loaded. The group first went back to the 18th floor to rest. Although the 28th floor was also a safe floor, and at first glance seemed closer, that was not actually the case. First of all, the monsters grew stronger the farther down one went. And according to the structure of the dungeon, each floor below was larger in area than the one above. So compared to going down to the 28th floor, returning to the 18th floor was clearly easier, and the risks were much more controllable. Returning to the 18th floor, the adventurer's paradise in the dungeon, the group found a small lake and set up camp beside it. By the time they had finished all that, it was already evening. Did you catch any fish? Not at all. Then we can only eat rations. Seeing the girls grumbling in disappointment, Rayleigh smiled slightly and said, not necessarily. The girls all pricked up their ears. Rayleigh said, there is a ranch to the west of Rivera. Not only do they have livestock, they also have wine and milk. Really? But this is inside the dungeon. It must be insanely expensive. The price really is much higher. Depending on the market, sometimes it can be 5,000 times the surface price, Rayleigh said with the air of someone who knew the details well. 5,000 times. The girls were stunned. They had guessed it would be expensive, but they had not imagined it would be this expensive. Then forget it. Ugh, let us just endure it with rations. Seeing their disappointed looks, Rayleigh also sighed at these absurd prices. You had to know, the Astria Familia was absolutely a core-class familia. In Orario, their overall strength might not rank at the very top, but in terms of combat power they were definitely among the outstanding ones, and they even jointly handled the city's security work together with the Ganesha Familia. And yet even a familia like this could only show longing when faced with a luxurious meal. Having seen a world where a single abalone dish could be fried up to over 600,000, Rayleigh only felt that the spending habits between the two worlds were completely different. After going through a battle like that, not eating some meat just will not do. I will treat y'all, so no need to be polite. Ha! Really? Rayleigh had more than 1 billion valis. Not to mention one meal, even renting out the entire floor and turning it into a restaurant would not make much difference to him. Even the first few digits of his balance would not change at all. In the end, he bought an entire cow, an entire pig, and a massive salmon weighing over 75 kilograms. At the same time, he also hired a retired adventurer auntie from Rivera to cook. For a group of 12, this meal standard was already frighteningly extravagant. This is so good. I really wish Lady Astrea could taste it too. Even though we all love Lady Astrea, Elise really is the captain after all. Her bond with Lady Astrea is the deepest. He, I am the same as everyone else, you know. Ah. Rayleigh-san, what are you drinking? Rayleigh put down the wine glass and said to the curious Kelty, "It's still too early for you, Kelty." Kelty thought. At that moment, Kaguya suddenly snatched the wine glass from Rayleigh's hand and drank it down in one go. After drinking it, she even licked her lips and the corners of her mouth with her tongue. With a satisfied expression, she praised it. "It really is delicious." When Rayleigh saw her finish licking her lips and then press her finger lightly against them, while her cheeks immediately turned crimson, he could not help staring. Kaguya like this gave off an extremely suggestive feeling, radiating a unique kind of allure. How unfair, drinking something like this all by yourself. I like it too, you know. Yowa. Kaguya is so bold. Kelty looked at Kaguya, then at Rayleigh, her eyes full of shock. An indirect kiss, those two just indirectly kissed. Kelty was deeply shaken. After the celebration feast, Elise said, "Although we defeated the floor boss and our mission has already been completed, the commission still is not over. Over the next 2 days, we still have to gather all the materials required by the request, so I have decided to divide the party into 2 groups." After the subjugation battle, Elise had realized something. That was, they were strong. Although she had always been confident in everyone, her earlier evaluation had still been too conservative. They had 4 Zanpakuto users. They were probably also the group with the largest number of them in all of Orario. The Ganesha familia only had RD alone. Even the Freya familia only had Otter. As for the Loki familia, she guessed they would not have more than 3. With Rayleigh joining them, the group now had exactly 12 people, so if they split into 2 parties, the members could be evenly distributed. 2 6-person parties, with proper composition and a Zanpakuto user accompanying each one, in the floors before the 30th, they could practically steamroll everything. So Rayleigh, Ryu, Nise, Rihanna, Asta, and Iska formed one group. Elise, Kaguya, Lyra, Mariu, Noin, and Kelty formed the other. Originally, Mariu, as the healer, should have been placed in Asta's group. But Rayleigh could also use healing Kaido, so having Mariu join the other side was more reasonable. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Mermaid. 1497 words. You also have the appearance of someone from the Far East, and your speech and bearing do not seem like those of a commoner from the Far East. Could it be that you are a noble? A day had already passed since the party split into 2 groups and started gathering materials. The progress had gone very smoothly. This day was the 2nd day of the collection mission. During a break, Kaguya, who had seemed absent-minded the whole time, as if something was weighing on her mind, suddenly spoke to Rayleigh and asked him that direct question. "Not like a commoner, huh?" Rayleigh corrected that assumption inwardly. More accurately, it was that he did not seem like a commoner of this world, or rather, of this specific era. After all, he originated from a modern socialist country, which was vastly different from a nation operating under a rigid feudal system. Politeness, refined speech, and those interpersonal things that constituted basic education in a modern age vaguely gave off the air of nobility in this fantasy world. Though only vaguely. Modern education was, after all, education based on inherent equality for everyone, completely different from strict court education that deliberately placed people above others in a hierarchy. In court education, humility and politeness were mostly only utilized toward those of equal or higher social rank. If she had to say it, Kaguya did not really think Rayleigh seemed exactly like a noble. But he seemed even less like a commoner. For her, she simply could not think of any other social class for the time being. "I am surprised you managed to hold it in this long before asking me," Rayleigh said, a little surprised by her directness. Eh? Kagaya froze. What did that mean? Could it be that he knows about those things from my past? Kagaya's palm unconsciously tightened around her scabbard. But then Rayleigh continued, you all seem to assume I am from the Far East, but in reality, the East is not just that one nation. I come from a much more distant East. What? After hearing that, Kagaya's eyes immediately widened. You mean you came from the Endless Sea? Rayleigh was a little speechless. Come to think of it, some people in Orario did regard the Far East as the end of the world. There was even a popular saying that if one kept sailing forward across the Endless Sea, in the end they would fall off the edge of the world and drop into oblivion. Yet within the magic empire of Altina, and among the gods, scientific words like planet had occasionally been mentioned. That meant this world was probably still in a transitional period where the flat earth theory had not yet been completely denied by the general populace. The Endless Sea, huh? Unfortunately, he was not some drifter wandering on the Endless Sea. I am from the East but not the Far East. Although our physical appearances are somewhat similar, our bloodlines are actually completely different. Rayleigh explained briefly. He could more or less guess the psychological reason the girl was so distracted. It was probably entirely because of her past experiences. Among the Astrea familia, hers could genuinely be called the most tragic past of all. Rayleigh did not want to touch that sensitive part of her history. After all, for Kagaya, those things were already in the past. For things that had already happened and already ended, Rayleigh had no confidence that he could make her come to terms with them with simple words. And she herself would not want to suddenly come to terms with them either. Even if she had once desperately wanted to run away and forget everything, in the end she had still chosen to live on while actively bearing that sin. So you are not from the Far East after all? Kagaya murmured softly, then stopped speaking. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. After the break ended, the group continued their task of searching for specific medicinal herbs along the waterways. The older mage girl, Rihanna, approached the rushing water and reached for a rare herb growing in a crack between the wet rocks. Just then, a melodic burst of singing suddenly drifted over the current. Rihanna's gaze immediately lost focus, and her whole person suddenly became slack and dazed. Staring blankly at the flowing water, her body began moving entirely on its own. It looked like she was about to throw herself directly into the deep river. Watch out! Rayleigh used Shuinpa and appeared instantly at Rihanna's side, wrapping a firm arm around her waist in one motion. At the same time, he opened his free palm toward the shadowy depths of the river. Heido number 33, Sokatsui. Boom! A huge explosion blasted the river apart. Even the rocky riverbed was exposed by the sheer force. Amid the towering spray of water, a figure screamed as it tumbled violently through the air. Rihanna snapped out of her daze and saw it too. Subconsciously, she said the monster's name. A mermaid. A monster that lived in the deep water and used vocal charm to make adventurers destroy themselves. Wait. That spell. It did not need an incantation, yet its raw power was actually greater than my own magic, and it could be released instantly. This man is really absurdly strong. Rihanna looked up at the young man securely holding her in his arms. At that moment, the boy's face was completely serious, his eyes fixed tightly on the monster, giving off a brave and highly earnest air. MMPHH. The mage's face turned slightly red. She quickly broke free from his embrace, then awkwardly adjusted her appearance and smoothed out the wrinkles in her robes. Rayleigh, however, did not notice anything strange about her reaction. Rather, Rihanna moving away was just right, since it let him act freely with his sword arm. Swish! With a single IAI slash, he sent out a crescent wave of sword slash that cleanly struck the mermaid struggling in midair. The terrifying kinetic force directly blasted the creature to pieces. Only a portion of the remaining corpse was left behind, still smoking from the keto blast. A drop item. Rayleigh immediately noticed something among the dissipating remains that was giving off a faint, crimson gleam. Could this be? Rayleigh picked up the drop item and then compared it with the knowledge he had learned at the Adventurers Guild. Sure enough, it was mermaid blood. Something comparable in efficacy to the highest grade elixir, and at the same time one of the most uncertain, RNG-reliant materials among the items required for this specific commission. After securing this rare material, Rayleigh could not help but think of a special kind of existence within the dungeon. That was the Xenos. In other words, monsters born with sapient intelligence. They were special, irregular beings reborn from the lingering obsessions of dead monsters. Although they were born from the dungeon, their mother, they were not loved by that mother, and they were not protected by the dungeon systems. They would even be actively attacked by other, normal monsters. The mermaid among the Xenos, Marie, had once voluntarily let Belcranel drink her blood in order to save his life, instantly healing his severe injuries. That was an action completely impossible for an ordinary, mindless monster mermaid to perform. The commission objective is complete. That's wonderful. Rihanna, are you okay? Nese asked. Yeah, I got charmed by accident. That was careless of me, hee, Rihanna said, laughing a little embarrassedly. At the same time, that forced laugh was also an attempt to hide the lingering fear in her heart. It really had been incredibly dangerous just now. If she had fallen into the rushing water while charmed, her chance of surviving would have been almost non-existent. Then, at that moment, a warm hand rested gently on her shoulder. It was Rayleigh. It is okay now. Rayleigh calmly spoke. But Rihanna suddenly trembled. When she saw that her companions were not looking this way, her nose turned sour, and a sparkle of genuine tears appeared at the corners of her eyes. But it really was scary. Rihanna showed Rayleigh a sincere smile. It was much more natural than before, entirely lacking that worrying trace of forcing herself to act strong. As one of the older members of the group, Rihanna always wanted to make herself seem more dependable to the juniors. Even if she could not be as physically strong or as full of leadership as Elise or Kagaya, she at least wanted to act a little more mature. But in reality, she was only an ordinary 16-year-old girl. Thinking about it carefully, Rayleigh realized that he was the only adult mentally in this team. In fact, considering his past life, it would not even be strange if these girls called him an old man. Once he thought of it that way, his feelings became rather complicated. Chapter 127, Bad Reputation. 1,348 words. The Astrea Familia is back. The guild suddenly became lively. As one of the most prominent familias during the Great Feud, the Astrea Familia's expedition drew significant attention. Although their strength remained obvious to everyone, the dungeon was inherently cunning and cruel. No matter how strong a familia grew, the possibility of an accident occurring during an expedition never dropped to zero. On the contrary, that probability remained terrifyingly high. There were 9 commissions in total, and all of them have been completed. The mandatory commission is confirmed complete: subjugation of the 27th floor monster Rex, Amphispana. It has also been confirmed that the subjugation party sent earlier failed, and was completely wiped out. When the guild staff learned the previous subjugation party met such a grim fate, they all showed expressions of regret and sorrow. Inside the interview room, Rayleigh looked at the guild employee sitting across from him, whom he was meeting for the first time. He explained the matter of the enhanced species, formally reporting that a latent threat might still remain on the floor. He grew increasingly convinced that an unknown monster capable of completely masking its aura existed. It had been there at that exact location, yet managed to escape right under his nose. You are saying the enhanced species used a magic sword against you? The guild employee wore a shocked expression. At the same time, he also looked somewhat doubtful. Although enhanced species indeed possessed intelligence far beyond ordinary monsters, he had never heard of one wielding a Kratzo magic sword or something similar. And besides, according to your report, you took a direct hit from a magic sword, and you still survived. In the employee's mind, a magic sword was a superweapon meant to kill in a single blow. If someone suffered a direct hit from a magic sword, forget adventurers, even large-scale monsters would have their heads blown off, or half their bodies blasted into pieces. And yet Rayleigh looked completely lively and uninjured, acting as if nothing serious had happened. Not even a high-grade elixir could easily explain that kind of recovery. It's not a matter of simply surviving. To be honest, against an attack of that level, I just blocked it with my physical body. It was really not a big deal, any level 5 adventurer with decent endurance stats could probably replicate it. Hearing Rayleigh speak in such an easygoing, indifferent tone, the guild employee desperately wanted to retort loudly. But you are only a level 3. Reaching level 3 was already an amazing feat, sure, but that was a literal magic sword. The guild employee pushed up his glasses and sighed, feeling deeply troubled. Still, he truthfully recorded exactly what Rayleigh reported on the parchment. Then, at that exact moment, he suddenly remembered a crucial detail. He still had not registered this young adventurer's name. Sorry. I just arrived here recently, and I'm still not very familiar with the administrative work yet. May I ask your name? Oh, my name is Rayleigh. What's wrong? Seeing the guild employee's confused expression, Rayleigh quickly realized the issue. The new clerk probably did not know how to correctly spell his name. So he raised a hand, condensed Ryoryoku at his fingertip, and traced his name directly in the empty air. That casual display of magic left the guild employee clicking his tongue in sheer amazement. Seeing that stunned reaction, Rayleigh guessed this person had recently migrated here from outside the city walls. Because of the brutal war against Evolus, the guild had suffered heavy personnel losses too. This period marked a severe shortage in administrative hands. As a result, they transferred in several newcomers from outside Orario to fill the gaps. For many young, ambitious elites in the outside world, concepts like the center of the world, gods, adventurers, and heroes served as irresistible temptations. Rayleigh of the Astria Familia, understood, I will write it down. Wait. What is it? Not the Astria Familia, I belong to the Hephaestus Familia, Rayleigh corrected the employee's assumption. Because he departed on the expedition and returned alongside the girls, this employee naturally mistook him for a member of the Goddess of Justice's faction. The Hephaestus Familia. My apologies, I assumed you were affiliated with the Astria Familia. It's nothing to worry about. The guild employee quickly filed Rayleigh's personal information into the logbook. Upon reaching the end of the form, he discovered he had missed one mandatory field. The alias field. When the person being registered was an upper-class adventurer, their official alias had to be recorded alongside their basic information. Now then, the guild maintained strict etiquette rules. A clerk could not directly ask an adventurer for their alias. After all, forcing someone to declare their own dramatic title out loud as a self-introduction felt like a public execution for many people. It resembled a humiliating punishment game. So, in order to protect the adventurer's delicate pride, when it came to this specific step, the employee had to cross-reference the alias himself using the official registry. Of course, if the adventurer was a famous, powerful figure within the city, there would be no need to check the books at all. Those were the bright, righteous figures everyone recognized and every child wanted to become. Let us check the registry of upper-class adventurers in the Hephaestus Familia. There it is. Let's see, Rayleigh of the Hephaestus Familia, alias is... The guild employee's eyes suddenly widened in sheer terror. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he stared at the name in the registry, and the alias written immediately beside it. Yodasai. That man demon who achieved a 1,000-man kill count by himself during the brutal war against the Evolus remnants. Rumors stated that multiple eyewitnesses personally saw him execute the Evolus executive known as the Fanatic, then grind the corpse to dust and scatter the ashes. His execution methods were described as extremely terrifying. And that legendary killer is actually this easygoing boy sitting right in front of me. The guild employee completely panicked internally. My attitude just now did not seem all that respectful, did it? Actually, it was fine. This is bad. I am going to be killed. He absolutely was not. Rayleigh looked at the strange guild employee sitting across the desk, feeling genuinely puzzled. Why does this guy's expression keep shifting like that? I. Am I cleared to leave now? Yes, you are completely cleared to go. Thanks for the hard work. See ya. Rayleigh politely thanked this new employee, who at least seemed to take his desk work seriously, then stood up and exited the interview room. Inside the quiet room, the only person left was the guild employee, currently sweating profusely. Why did it feel like he actually is not that scary of a person? Seriously. My pants almost got wet just now. Thunk. After exiting the guild headquarters, Rayleigh met back up with the Astria girls. Together they brought the extra monster spoils gained from the expedition toward the exchange office. Of course, they were not going to exchange the rare materials at the guild's counter. After all, the guild strictly offered the standard market price. They provided no premium bonuses. For the exact same rare item, private buyers across Orario would definitely be willing to pay a hefty premium. For example, if they sold Amphisbanis dragon liver directly to the Dien sect familia, they could easily secure an additional 1 or 2 million valis. So naturally, handing such a treasure over to the guild's exchange was out of the question. In the end, after equally dividing the standard valis earnings among themselves, the group secured the dragon liver and marched straight toward the Dien sect familia's medical facility. The moment they entered the pristine lobby, they spotted Ermid Tizenaire wearing a deeply worried expression. She stood holding a thick medical tome in her arms. Ermid, we came to sell some rare materials. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/NobiaTranslator. Don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a story.